Have your attention briefly. We're not live at the moment, but what I do need to do is okay, well, welcome everybody here in the room in Congress Centre and to everyone watching somewhere. We know that there are some of you in Bedford Square, so welcome to all those, and I'm sure many in London, and I think potentially overseas as well, so it's great to have everyone here. I wanted to start by playing a poem, a performance of a poem by Maya Angelou, so let's go for that.
You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like dust, I'll rise. Does my sassiness upset you? Why are you beset with gloom? Just because I walk as if I have oil wells pumping in my living room. Just like moons and like suns with the certainty of tides, just like hope springing high, still I rise. Did you want to see me broken, bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries? Does my sassiness upset you? Don't take it so hard just because I laugh, as if I have gold mines digging in my own backyard. You can shoot me with your words, you can cut me with your lies, you can kill me with your hatefulness, but just like life, I rise. Does my sexiness offend you? Oh. Does it come as a surprise that I dance? As if I have diamonds at the meeting of my thighs. Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past rooted in pain, I rise. A black ocean leaping and wide, welling and swelling and bearing in the tide. Leaving behind nights of terror and fear, I rise. Into a daybreak miraculously clear, I rise. Bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the hope and the dream of the slave. And so, wow. There I go.
I think just about one of the most amazing performances of poetry there is. I feel it also like I've set myself up by trying to follow that, so forgive my conference spiel. Still I rise. The mantra in that poem seems significant. I'll rise. Who wouldn't want that of anyone? Family, friends, students or colleagues? Because Angelo cares to communicate that identity is all about confidence, and culture grows from confidence. Quiet or loud, vulnerable or resolute, assured or spontaneous. When we or others are confident, not arrogant or domineering or patronizing or conceited, but confident, we are collectively improved. To inspire confidence in every being should be a sinew of any society. It should be an ambition of any educator. And yet we know, and are still learning, that this simply isn't the case. And so we must continually ask, what needs to be done? And all we can really say is that we are obliged by history and our respective histories to keep on asking. There's a line in the poem, just like life, I'll rise. It's not in the printed version, and I don't know if Angelo wrote it in for the occasion, but it really draws me in. It's better, she says it's like air in the original, and I think life is kind of way more urgent. These flowers rose as life does. They have their own stories, but have been brought together and seem to represent how beautiful community can be for all its contrast and transience. The words I wrote in the brochure that was prepared for this event were written in optimism and speak of looking forward to being connected again beneath the same roof, which we are. However, I would like to invite all of those who are not able to participate in the room today to feel the roof extend over them for this day, and I really ask them to participate as much as possible, which brings me to say we have a YouTube chat function, so do any comments throughout the day. We'll be monitoring it and feeding it all in. Send me an email as well, because I'll be checking those, and we really look forward to your responses. Our vase holds many truths today. We have ideas about communication and science, specialisms and experiences, techniques and humour, talent and political intent, and so much more. Thank you so much to everyone who has taken the time to share their research and their thoughts with us today. The forum is open, and so I invite us all to participate in Walt Whitman's sentiment that every atom that belongs to me as good belongs to you. And for the sake of this conference, perhaps we may even say every word. I am, however, also aware that togetherness is only a part of the picture, that unity, for all its symbolic grace, is something of a luxury for some. In the last few years, the world has begun to remind us, importantly, not to get carried away with a sense that certain problems have been solved, or that justice is an extended arm around all. The pursuit of such things has been and continues to be the work of brave and tireless people, often acting on the behalf of the shared interests of those who have been most deprived. Furthermore, such matters are often best addressed through anything other than hubris, which seems a good point to let others take over. And brings me to introduce our first keynote. Having grown up around scientists, I've spent a great deal of my life both interested in and rebelling from science. It was Carlos Rovelli's pocket masterpiece, 7 Brief Lessons in Physics, which enabled me to see, in a way that my science teachers failed, the elegance of scientific insight. Map making is a process of exploration. The more we know about the cartography of the landmass, the further intrigued we are to find itself in its borderless edges. These are Rovelli's final lines in the book. Our knowledge of the world continues to grow. There are frontiers where we are learning and our desire for knowledge burns. They are in the most minute reaches of the fabric of space, at the origins of the cosmos, in the nature of time, in the phenomenon of black holes, and in the workings of our own thought processes. Here, on the edge of what we know, in contact with the ocean of the unknown, shines the mystery and the beauty of the world, and it is breathtaking. Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Ira Dumental. Ira is a professor in cognitive neuroscience just a few streets away in the Department of Psychological Sciences in Birkbeck, just around the corner. It can feel a little like being a wedding planner, organising a conference. However, one of the perks is that it's possible to introduce something of a personal interest into the programme. During the lockdown, by the fate of an algorithm, I was put in touch with Educational Neuroscience, the book Ira and her colleagues at the Centre of Educational Neuroscience released last year and co-edited. It's a resource that offers a great deal to any educator and to any lay reader of scientific research, being both accessible and robust in its approach to communicating the subject. I have no interest in rocking any of Piaget's boats, but it feels important that as an academic community, we make more room for pedagogical insights that have been generated through the quiet, methodical, and rigorous approaches of empirical science. In an age in which truth is being stretched like gum from the mouths of some sources, Ira and her team are going about providing cautious and intricate knowledge from which we can start to become aware of the best way of educating ourselves and one another. Now, sadly, Ira sent me an email a couple of days ago to say that she's going to need to self-isolate and has been the kind of wonderful chicanery of organising this conference. We've made some last-minute plans. The great news is she's put together a really informative scientific presentation, which we're going to play now. And then after that, the Q&A is going to be very 2021. We will be a few of us kind of ad hocing a discussion, which we invite everyone to participate in, please. We're going to pass the mic around. And also for everyone who's watching, if you could send in, as she's talking, you can send anything you like onto the chat. Not anything, but relevant questions. And she's going to be online answering those. And also, she's going to be feeding me emails, so I'll be able to bring her reflections into our ad hoc conversation. So look forward to that. But for now, I'll hand it over to Ira.
Good morning. My name is Ira Zimontai. I will be talking today to you about individual differences and educational neuroscience. I'm delighted to be talking to you as part of this conference and to have been invited to contribute. I'm really sorry, though, that I haven't been able to attend in person. I was looking forward to being to this first conference. I would be attending in person for a long time, but unfortunately I had to self-isolate. So I've been invited, I believe, because I co-edited recently a book on educational neuroscience and development across the lifespan with my colleagues, Professor Michael Thomas and Professor Denis Maréchal from Birkbeck. So just a little bit about me to start with. My work, I'm a professor of cognitive neuroscience at Birkbeck in a department of psychological sciences, very near your institution. And although most of my work involves basically working behind a computer, and this is a word cloud summarizing my abstracts of my papers, and you can see that I'm interested in the performance, mostly of children and adolescents, but also adults. I'm interested in development, measuring behavior on using questionnaires or performance on computerized tasks, looking at cognitive control or social cognition, so how we think about ourselves and other persons, other people, perspective taking. And but I'm also interested in the brain. So I have been working with MRI scanners, magnetic resonance imaging scanners, to collect information about the structure and the function of the brain, and I will talk about that in a little bit. So the overview of my talk today, I will be first very briefly talking about what is educational neuroscience, and then to fit with the topic of this conference about kind of individual and the self and kind of identities, I will talk about how we become who we are and specifically talk about brain development and learning. And then I will talk about individual differences, and finally going back to educational neuroscience and what does neuroscience add to this work, to this kind of field. So what is educational neuroscience? Educational neuroscience is an emerging field whose goal is to translate new insights garnered from the study of neural mechanisms underpinning learning into practical applications in the classroom in order to improve educational outcomes. So this is kind of a quote from a recent book. And there are different routes from neuroscience to education. So on one side, you have an indirect route, which is whereby evidence from neuroscience informs psychological theories, because otherwise psychology in itself is not necessarily interested in the brain and can just kind of explain things in terms of black boxes and kind of diagrams that particular kind of supposed cognitive functions, but without them having any basis in the brain. So neuroscience kind of inform our kind of psychological theories, and that can affect education. And there's also a direct route, mainly focusing on brain health. So in terms of focusing on energy supply, nutrition, response to stress hormones and environmental pollution, kind of trying to think about what are the optimal conditions to maximize learning. But of course, there are broader constraints. This is from the book, a chapter by Michael Thomas and Daniel Ansari, and adopted from kind of previous authors, looking at the proximal and distal factors that support and constrain change in learning outcomes. And you can see on the kind of widest circle, they are government factors like setting the national curriculum, education policy, education budget, and then society and family factors, looking at socioeconomic status, cultural influences, the access and use of technology. School factors, so school policy, classroom environment, teacher skill and teaching materials. And then inner side would be the kind of learning outcomes, influencing the early outcomes are the child factors. So in terms of health, motivation, attention, ability, nutrition. And these, as well as some aspects of the school factors, are what can be kind of looked at through education neuroscience. In particular, there is a view that the impact of educational neuroscience might be on affecting teacher skills. So rather than kind of teacher knowledge of the brain and how that might, and psychology, and how that might be relevant for the teaching. So how do we become who we are? Then if you imagine starting with a child, it could have kind of a long time ago, but it's still in certain cultures, become a hunter-gatherer and excellent at tracking an animal and hunting it, bringing it back, or it could become someone working in an office. So how does that work? And how do we how can we become such different persons from kind of something quite similar to start with? And through the brain, basically. So it's the brain and how the brain matures and develops that is and kind of learns that enables us to become either this person or this person. And that's what we'll be talking about now. So just going to go back to the basics. because that's kind of needed to have some understanding of brain development. This is a schematic representation of a brain cell, which is called a neuron. You can see one neuron here in blue, and you've got a cell body, and neurons connect to each other through what's called synapses. And these are areas where the neurons are very close together. They're not actually touching, but it's very, very small distance, something like 10 nanometers, I believe. And their chemical, most of the time, is chemicals that are released and then connect to receptors on the next neuron, and that's how information is exchanged between neurons. So chemically in synapses. And the information from the cell body of the neuron to the synapses is conducted along an axon. And the axon is this sort of long arm that allows neurons to connect to other neurons elsewhere in the brain or elsewhere in the body. And the axon is covered by layers of something called myelin, which is a fatty substance, which allows the electrical signal that is conducted along the axon. That's how information is being carried away from the cell body. This allows this electrical information to be transmitted faster and kind of be preserved and transmitted faster. So two key aspects. So this is the axon, this arm, and the myelin that covers it. Two key aspects of development that we'll be talking about involve the synapses and myelin. So these are slides or kind of drawing from slices of the brain of a newborn. And what happens is that at birth, you've got pretty much as many neurons as you will ever have, the maximum number of neurons. But what you can see is that there's not very many kind of branches between the neurons. Although you already have some axons, you don't see many connections. And this is what happens over the first few months of life. You can see gradually, we'll call this kind of branching or arborization, where you have more and more of these kind of arms that are kind of called dendrites that are allow neurons to connect to each other, which means you have a synaptogenesis, the creation of new synapses, connections between neurons. And you can actually count how many synapses there are per particular unit or dimension of neurons. And what has been observed, again, this is from post-mortem studies, so children who had kind of died and looking at their brain and counting the number of synapses. And you can see there's a very significant increase in number of synapses in the first few months and years of life. And then they gradually decrease until they reach here in adulthood some plateau. And this decrease in the number of synapses is called synaptic pruning. There's this kind of, again, gardening metaphor. And the idea here is that you're kind of selecting the synapses that are necessary for whatever behavior, whatever action or environment you're experiencing, and then pruning away the synapses that are not needed. And here what I want to kind of point out is that this pruning process happens earlier in certain parts of the brain, like the auditory and visual cortex, that are involved in processing sensory information, than in other parts of the brain. So for example here, the prefrontal cortex, which is just behind the forehead, and I'll come back to this brain area, and it's a brain region that is kind of very important for higher cognition and control of behavior. The second component that changes during development is myelination. So at birth, there's very little myelination of the axons, so the electrical signal is conducted quite slowly. But then gradually through development, you have myelination, so you have layers of myelin that are kind of being implemented or rolled up around the axons, and that allows faster conduction of the signals. Again, this process doesn't happen at the same time all over the brain, and importantly, you could ask, why don't we have myelin all over the brain at birth, which means that you have faster, kind of better signal conduction. Well, it seems that once you have the myelin in place, there's less plasticity, less possibility of change of those connections and of those branches than when you don't have myelination. So it's kind of fixing the system a little bit into place, which is why maybe one of the reasons you have this delay in myelination during development. So increased myelination means that the signal can be transmitted faster, and synaptic pruning allows a reorganization of connections. So you can think of this big increase early on in the number of synapses means that you've got all these neurons connecting to other neurons, but gradually through experience, what happens is that the connections between neurons that are activated at the same time when they're receiving a particular input or when you're having a particular thought, experience, or action, then the connections between them are strengthened, while the connections with other neurons that are not activated at the same time, so those connections sort of unused, then these are pruned away. So importantly, kind of through birth and kind of early few years, you have these kind of major systems, major kind of connectivity in place, major parts of the brain that are kind of very similar in different people. But then gradually through development, these kind of big number of connections get reduced so that you only have the ones that are being useful for you, or that you're kind of in the brain that you're developing and based on your experience. So these two processes combined make signal transmission more efficient. So in the same way that you ask, why don't we have myelin from the start? You could say, what don't we have don't we keep all the connections if maybe connections are useful between neurons? Well, if you have everything connected to everything, that you have a more noisy system. And so what you want is actually connection between things that are working together. So these studies have used post-mortem data, which is quite difficult to get by and to analyze. In the last probably 3 decades now, we've been able to use magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, which is something like this. It looks like a big donut, to investigate healthy development, the development of the brain. And you can and even adults, we can put people in a scanner. You can scan them multiple times. There's no negative or no side effect, which is kind of really changed the field. So one type of information you can get from MRI scanner is structural MRI. And this allows us, you could put people in a scanner for 10 minutes, they lie down, or 5 minutes even, they don't need to do anything, they can close their eyes and relax, and we get a very detailed image of their brain. Which, for example, here you can see a slice through, that would be kind of through the eyeball. And I just added a schematic representation of the neuron on top, which is to show that you can sort of typically separate the cortex, which is the surface of the brain that is all folded, and the also called gray matter that contains the body of the neuron and where the connections are arriving, and the white matter, which is the inside kind of part of the brain, which contains the myelin. And that's why it's white. It's because I told you the myelin is sort of this fatty substance, and fat is white, and so that's the inside of the brain. So we can make this separation between the cortex and the white matter, which is also illustrated here. This will be kind of sliced through this horizontally, and you have this folded cortex, and the inside more the white matter tracks. So from MRI studies, longitudinal studies where we're able to follow the same participant multiple times, we've been looking at changes in the volume of these different parts of the brain, different components of the brain. So in this study, the same person is followed twice over the course of a few years. And you can see here this total brain volume on the left. And it's showing that actually after age around 7, 8, you don't have any increase, any differences in total brain volume. But if you separate between white matter and gray matter, then you can see quite significant differences where white matter volume increases during development while gray matter volume decreases. And so the increase in white matter volume is thought to reflect this myelination, so the fact that you've got the axons become covered in myelin. While the gray matter decrease is thought to reflect this synaptic pruning. So selection of the connections that are being used, and then pruning of the connections that are not being used. It may also partly reflect the fact that the gray matter is being squashed and pushed a bit by the white matter, or even a bit of myelination within the gray matter. But that's kind of the linking the neuron level with the MRI kind of whole brain level is still kind of very difficult to do. Importantly, I mentioned before that the brain development doesn't happen at the same time, the same rate all over the brain. And again, here, this is just showing the total brain, total white matter, total gray matter. But these changes are happening at different time and different parts of the brain. And the earlier areas maturing are those involving sensation and action, and then late and the control of your body. And then the ones that are maturing later are the ones that are involving more kind of higher, sophisticated control of behavior or social cognition, which are kind of show also more prolonged development in terms of behavioral and performance. So basically, how do we become who we are? Through this prolonged adaptive brain development. And where some systems are in like broad systems and the brain is in place, but we're fine-tuning to our environment and to what we're doing during the courses of the first 2 decades of life. Importantly, these changes, this kind of generation of synapses, new connections, and pruning, removal of all connections, happens throughout life and is not only focused in this developmental phase. It is something that's how we learn, and we learn new things throughout the whole of our life, new skills, new facts, new words, and all of this kind of happens through changes in synaptic connections. Synapses. One question that is kind of quite difficult is that, are we talking about learning or are we talking about development? So development could be thought of something that continues, that is kind of in a way but innate, that automatically have stages that happen, and we have this aspect of things that are going on. Although if you put people in individuals, or usually it's animal studies, in a very deprived environment, then some developmental phases and stages might not be reached. But what about, what is learning? So learning, you can think of that as actually a bit more structured, maybe in between individuals, maybe less innate, sort of in terms of how it's structured. But during development, or during the first 2 decades of life, learning and development are really intertwined and very hard to differentiate. But learning continues throughout life, even though you might think, development intrinsically or by definition would be finished in, for example, in your 30s or 40s. You can still learn, and as I said, you can still have changes in synapses, and that's what implements your learning. So to talk more about learning, I think it's important to talk about brain networks. So I was talking about how you have brain MRI allows us to get information about brain structure, but also it allows us to have information about the functions, so how the different brain regions are recruited in different tasks. So we put people in a scanner again, and then in this time, they might give them response buttons, they see a screen, and they have to do a particular task, and we see in which part of their brain more blood is going, there's more oxygen compared to other parts of the brain. And that gives us an idea about which brain regions are being recruited and working harder. For example, when the participant is reading, or whether it's looking at images or remembering information. So you might have seen pictures like this, or if you kind of ever studied anything about the brain can be split into these different lobes that are associated with different functions. So for example, the occipital lobe at the back is involved in vision, parietal lobe in sensation, the temporal lobe in speech, and the frontal lobe, back of it, involved in motor functions, so controlling your actions, like my hand moving around now, and the more anterior parts supporting cognition and behavior. So, but really, the brain functions more as networks. So you might have, for example, networks of different brain regions working together, and sometimes one brain region might be involved in different networks. So depending on which region they're talking with, like exchanging information with, might be supporting a different aspect of cognition. So top here, you might have the social cognition network. It allows you to kind of think about yourself and others, and your thoughts and others' thoughts and their behaviors, interpreting their facial emotions, and a whole kind of range of social interactions. There's a cognitive, sorry, I keep going to the top, the cognitive control network, which is involves lateral prefrontal cortex and parietal cortex. So here, and also kind of more medial part. And that allows you kind of controlling your behavior and planning your behavior, organizing your behavior as to achieve particular goals. And I'll come back to that. That networks involving emotions and motivation, which involve kind of more deeper regions in the brain, regions involving memory, that involve, for example, the hippocampus in particular, and other regions, mostly in right-handed people in the left hemisphere, supporting language. So you have all these networks that have been found consistently across individuals to be activated or more activated when you're doing particular aspects of cognition. So going back to this learning or development, how do these networks, get created or emerge? Well, Mark Johnson, who's a professor who's been working at Birkbeck for a while, and now is also kind of working shift to Cambridge, has kind of summarized 3 different views of how the brain function and the brain might emerge. One is called maturation, and here the idea is that a particular cognitive capacity comes online when the underlying brain region is mature. So this brain region has kind of sufficiently pruning or becoming connected with other brain regions, and then it's ready, and then you can it becomes activated when you're doing a particular task and allow a child to do a task. Then there's the interactive specialization view, and the idea is that here these brain regions are always sort of there from the start, can show activation. But successful performance is supported by how well different brain regions are working together and interacting. And these interactions are emerging, and that's what's kind of maturing, emerging during development through myelination, through pruning, where you might have faster connections between brain regions that are further away. And the last one is skill learning. And here, the process is slightly different. The idea is that frontal regions, again, with kind of prefrontal regions behind the forehead, are recruited early on during skill acquisition and enable you to kind of to know how to behave in a novel situation and to learn how to behave in a novel situation. And then the activation then shifts to more posterior regions of the brain. So what goes on here when the behavior becomes more automatic. So a typical example here might be when you're learning how to drive. Initially, you're not able to engage in conversation. You really have to focus very hard on everything you need to do, the clutch and the gears, and kind of looking in the rearview mirrors. But gradually, the process, and in that point, you will have a high level of recruitment of your prefrontal cortex. But then, once you become an expert driver, you've been driving for 5 years or 3 years or 5 years, then you become a lot of these behaviors become automatic. You don't have to think about pressing the clutch and changing the gear. Where is the second gear, the third gear, etc. And you don't need your prefrontal cortex to do this much anymore. It's all shifted to these posterior brain regions supporting these more automatic processes. And you're able to engage in conversation, although you still shouldn't use your mobile phone because then you get too distracted. But you have this shift during the process of learning. So the one here on the left feels much more like development. You might have these intrinsic stages in brain maturation that enable you to do a particular skill. The one on the right feels much more about learning. So there's a new skill. Initially, you kind of have to work quite hard at doing it, and then it becomes more automatic through practice. The one in the middle is kind of a bit more intermediary, and it's kind of a bit more linked to this idea that you have some systems that are in place that are kind of innate in a way through development, or in the womb and in the first few months and years of life. Then gradually through your experience and through what you learn, like throughout your environment and what you're doing, then you have your pruning connections that are not used, reinforcing the one that are not used, and then increasing myelination and the speed of transmission of information between particular networks. So this is kind of how this different type of learning might be implemented in the brain, but what's important is that learning is actually a very broad term that covers quite a few different aspects of different systems. Professor Michael Thomas from Birkbeck has developed a website called How the Brain Works that you might be interested in having a look at, where he's trying to summarize different aspects of how the brain works, in particular as part of the Centre for Educational Neuroscience, which we're a part of at the University of London. And in terms of learning, he mentions these different systems. So one of them is memorizing individual moments, and that forms episodic or autobiographical memory. So might you remember your wedding very well, for example, where you were, who was there, what you ate. You might have the learning of concepts, which is making associations between perception and action and spotting complex spatial and temporal patterns. Classical conditioning, which is unconscious and has kind of also linked to emotional associations. So the typical classical conditioning would be, Pavlov's dog. And control system to activate posterior system in the right context. So this is kind of these cognitive control that allow you to, it's learning how to recruit different automatic systems depending on what you're doing. For example, you might kind of behave differently or drive differently if you're in England versus in France. And so you have to kind of, your control system would shift what type of behavior you need to do. Learning how to get rewards. So you have a reward system that is actually driving a lot of our behavior, very sensitive to whether we might get a reward depending on what behavior we might be doing. And so this is something that is kind of another way of learning. There's procedural learning for activities we perform frequently and automatically. So that could be, for example, something like cycling is something that is becomes a procedural learning. Typically, it's something that you can't really describe in words. So you've learned how to do it. It all becomes automatic, and it's not something you can verbalize. You just do it without thinking about it. And social learning, which is a system for perceiving and understanding and imitating other people, which is something that is kind of particularly important in early education, but also in other aspects of training. For example, if you have more applied training, if you want to be a baker, that you might actually imitation and kind of watching, and this social learning might be very important. And finally, language system that allow us to learn through instruction and use of language to construct new concepts and plans. So you can see what we mean by learning actually covers a lot of different things. And here I haven't added all the brain regions, but these different learnings are implemented by different brain regions and involve different parts of the brain. And you can see how a lot of them might be recruited at different point in education, depending on what type of, what topic you might be learning. So my research has been mainly focusing on cognitive control and executive functions, which is kind of exchangeable terms. Executive function, as in the executive in a company, is the person who kind of makes decision on who's doing what and what the goals might be and how you're kind of going to achieve these goals. So cognitive control can be defined in the ability to flexibly adapt one's behavior in the pursuit of a goal by the coordination of a collection of cognitive processes. So it is kind of a bit more frontal system coordinating other parts of the brain. And in the executive functions, there's actually not really one executive system. It seems to be subdivided in, well, it has been subdivided in terms of research in different aspects, different functions. So one is called inhibitory control, which is the ability to stop an inappropriate propotent response and ignore distractions. Working memory, which is the ability to temporarily monitor, maintain, and manipulate information in a mental workspace. And that's something that's very important pretty much for everything. This working memory capacity, so how much you can keep in mind, is associated with your success academically, for example. Attention, which is the ability to sustain, divide, or selectively orient your attention. And for example, it could be if you're trying to work in at home in the COVID times, and you might be really distracted by some noise that's happening, or your partner putting your child to bed, and trying to be able to focus on whatever you're doing right now, what you're studying, and ignoring this distraction will recruit your attentional system. Switching is the ability to shift between mental states, rule sets, or tasks, and to kind of think flexibly. And that can cover quite a lot of things, but that includes, you know, how you might behave differently in the classroom versus at home, or you might have different kind of strategies for learning, depending on what type of information you're trying to learn. And then, so these are the four sort of considered kind of quite basic aspect of executive function. Then you have kind of a bit higher ones, the higher level ones that recruit the other ones in a way, build on the others. Like things like planning, which is the ability to think ahead and organize your behavior over time. And metacognition, which is thinking about your own perception, emotions, and thoughts and behavior. So you can imagine it's like as if our brain is thinking about itself. And that's kind of an extra level, which possibly is kind of quite uniquely human, that allows us to kind of reflect on what we might be doing. So how do these executive function develop? Well, I don't have time to talk about loads of individual studies. I'll just mention one by Larry Steinberg, a researcher in the States. And this is a cross-cultural study done in more than 5,000 individuals in age between 10 and 30 in a whole range of countries. And what they asked these people to do was to carry out, in terms of looking at executive functions, or also cognitive control or self-regulation, 3 main tasks. One is called the Stroop task. You might have come across it because all these kind of brain training games quite often have them. And here you just have to say the color of the font of the word. So here I might say red, yellow, blue, green, green, yellow, blue. But this is much harder because the color of the font of the word is in contradicting the word itself, and I can't stop myself from reading the word. And so if I try to say what the color is, I might say yellow, red, green, yellow, blue, red, green. You can see I have to think much harder and much slower doing this, because this recruits inhibitory control. I have to inhibit what I'm reading and actually favor the color of the font instead. So this is looking at inhibitory control mainly. Then they also had a Tower of London Tower of London task. And what people here, they're given a goal and a starting point, and they have to move the balls in as few moves as possible to reach the final state. So that's a measure of planning, but also involves work memory, because you have to kind of keep all the different moves you might do in mind, and also aspects of inhibitory control. And they also asked you complete a questionnaire where there were items like, I tend to begin a new project without much planning on how we'll do it, or I can act without thinking, which gives an idea of how good their planning abilities are. Combining these 3 measures together, this is what they found. Like there is a very significant improvement in performance across these 3 tasks between 10 and all the way till your mid-20s, and with a plateau in your mid-20s. So you reach sort of maximum performance in your mid-20s. So you can see the development of these skills, executive skills, are really prolonged over the course of development. So this, I've been talking about like general development, but what's important in making or developing as an individual and in our identity and the kind of differences between people is, what is the fact that actually that's the general pattern, but there is a lot of differences between people. And you might have seen, this is the normal distribution, this idea that for anything you might measure, for example, height, you might, and you kind of count the number of people who are at different heights in the population, then you might have something like this, where you have a lot of people around the middle, more people who have this kind of average height, and then fewer people who have extremely small or extremely tall. And pretty much kind of everything, like a lot of measures follow this, or kind of slightly different, maybe a bit more skewed curves, but there's a lot of individual differences. So for example, I showed you before this graph about grey matter development. So this is a volume of grey matter and how it changes during development. And you can see that this is the sort of average fit line, but there's huge differences between individuals. For someone having, you know, size of the brain at around 480 at age 18, and someone who has 750. So it's got really big differences. And the same for behavior. So this is, for example, looking at the development of working memory performance. So this is accuracy on a task. Again, it's the same people followed twice. And you can see that there's a big range of performance between someone who is at, again, around 15, who might be kind of 50% correct, and someone else who might be 85% correct. And in this study, just to kind of show you an example of how that might be relevant for education, in this study, they were asking people to do some sort of distracting task, saying whether faces were the same or different. And then they had to also remember information which was presented either as in numerical format, so numbers or words, or spatial location in a grid. And what they found was that mathematics students were better at the spatial working memory task than humanities students, even though they did not differ in the number or the word task. And so you can see that probably there's this kind of self-selection that the students who were better or quite good at these kind of spatial skills, spatial work memory skills, might preferably go into mathematics, study mathematics, than those in humanities. But there's a whole range of other individual differences. Like, for example, you might have heard of the growth versus fixed mindset introduced by Carol Dweck. This idea that growth mindset is individuals who think that effort is required to build new skills, and they might be more likely to persevere in the face of failures, embrace challenges, the desire to learn and build abilities, versus fixed mindset, people who tend to think that effort is fruitless, abilities are fixed, so you're good at something, you're bad at something, and these people tend to avoid challenges and they give up easily. And they've been found that people who have a more mindset more along the growth mindset tend to do much better in life and a whole range of outcomes than those with a fixed mindset. And there's a whole debate of whether you can shift people one way or another. Metacognition is how much your insight you might have into how good your memory is, your perception, confidence in what you're doing, and that also has a kind of whole range of individual differences. Your ability to monitor your errors, to notice and monitor, like you've made an error and what to do about it, also has individual differences. And in the emotion world, there's also differences in anxiety, for example, maths anxiety or test anxiety, social anxiety. All of them might have kind of extremely relevant for education. And in this, kind of just to give an example of interactions between emotion and cognition, this is a study in 7 to 15-year-olds where they were asking them to, they were obtaining a measure of emotional regulation by asking them to imagine scenarios and asking them how they would deal with it. For example, imagine that you're afraid because you will go to a new school soon and you do not know whether you will find friends. What could you do to become less afraid? And what they found is that working memory is related to math achievement, and that's something I mentioned before. So people with lower work memory have lower math achievement than people with higher work memory. But importantly, if they split people into those with lower versus higher emotional regulation, they found that having higher emotional regulation had compensated for having lower work memory. So people with low work memory but high emotional regulation were actually achieving better than those with low emotional regulation. So the interplay between these different individual differences might be quite important. So the whole individual differences raise a big issue in terms of education. And that is, what is really the aim of education? So you might have this normal curve, normal distribution, and you can imagine a threshold, which is, for example, passing, 6 GCSEs or particular reading ability in primary school, or getting a first on your degree, or any sorts of threshold. And the question is like, what is the aim of education? Do you want all students to achieve a minimum standard? In which case you're trying to shift people so that no one is below this minimum standard. But the rest, the mean of the population might not change much, just increase a little bit, and the higher range, nothing much changes. Or do you want to try and increase attainment, across the spectrum? So you want everyone to try to do better, to be above this curve, and so you mean overall the whole population might get better at like numeracy skills, for example. Or do you want all students to fulfill their potential? In which case, what you might end up doing is increasing the individual differences. So people who are at high potential, high abilities might end up doing kind of really even better. And some people might be restricted and end up, not achieving much. And this is something that cognitive neuroscience or educational neuroscience can't really speak to at all. This is more societal, cultural decision about what do we want education to achieve. So finally, I'm kind of running out of time. I don't want to overrun too much. So what does neuroscience add? Well, it provides a mechanistic explanation of development and learning that is integrated with biology. It can give an identification of brain, behavioral or genetic predictors of individual differences in cognition, or maybe differences in susceptibility to particular type of training or to particular type of tutoring. So who might benefit from what training or what tutoring? In terms of the interventions, really, we should probably focus on biology before psychology. So sleep, diet, exercise, stress, all of these are important. So you need this kind of healthy brain for learning. There is also some evidence that you can have executive functions training, and that you can change the environment, like what opportunities to learn, what could be the kind of consequences of like kind of affecting the consequences of your actions, and what you're learning might matter. But there's also the use of, neuroscience can inform our understanding of the use of technology. So directly through brain stimulation, neurofeedback approach, but also having a better understanding of how video games and online learning activities might work and might impact the brain development and brain learning, and etc. But I just want to flag that this seductive allure of neuroscience. I've shown you kind of little brain pictures, but you have to remember that even it's very hard not to be just impressed by this, and there's some studies showing that people might believe an explanation more if there's brain words or brain picture associated with it, even though there's nothing informative about the brain in that particular explanation. We shouldn't believe in neuromyths. So, for example, the fact people might have different learning styles. And if you're interested in this particular topic, the Center for Educational Neuroscience has collected a range of kind of discussion about what could be neurohits or neuromyths on the website, and I highly recommend it if you're interested. So you might ask, what can we do next term? I haven't given you very specific advice. Again, there's this idea about physical health, so physical exercise, nutrition, stress, sleep would help you, help your students, having a better understanding of how that affects your performance and your learning. In terms of cognitive control, which is one of the focus of my research, there are specific training. So trying to train working memory, for example, in maths, or more domain general, like working memory in general. But also thinking about being more flexible, metacognition, so having insight into how you're achieving your goals. Regulation of emotions, so again, there's a whole range. Metacognition pops up again. Also developing strategies for regulating your emotions. For example, if you're anxious in tests, or if you've got math anxiety, there are techniques for relaxation, mindfulness. There's more and more research going around happening, looking at that. Learning mindsets. So in terms of trying to encourage students to know that, to think about the fact that their brain are plastic, that they can learn, that learning continues throughout life. Think about this difference between fixed and growth mindset, trying to encourage growth mindset. Memory, I haven't talked, there's a whole field, and there's one actually topic in terms of where educational neuroscience might have most evidence, which is in like space learning, interleaving and consolidation. What is the best way to try and kind of learn and present and then learn information to increase retention. But also how you can encourage good concept formation through the use of analogies or through scaffolding abstraction from a series of concrete examples. For example, in terms of cognitive control, things like the Harvard Center of the Developing Child is focusing on adolescents with a whole range of suggestions about what you could do to foster and kind of train, encourage cognitive control skills. And this applies again for adolescents, but I've shown you that executive control skills continue to mature all the way into your mid-20s. So students, university students, will still probably benefit from this type of scaffolding and thinking about how you're setting goals, planning, monitoring your learning and your study skills, and different aspects of kind of improving your monitoring of your performance and your learning. The Education Endowment Foundation has, for example, provided something about metacognition and self-regulated learning, a summary of recommendations of what can be done to foster, encourage metacognition and self-regulated learning in pupils. So just to summarize my key messages, educational neuroscience applies learning from neuroscience and psychology to education. Brain development is a prolonged process. There are innate basic structure and connectivity, which is then molded through what we experience, our thoughts and our actions. And that's what leads to our individuals. So through this process, our brain adapts to our environment and develops specialized network leading to a unique individual. Learning continues throughout life through the creation and elimination, strengthening and weakening of brain connections. And learning can be fostered through good brain health and scaffolding of cognitive control skills, metacognition, and, for example, memorization sort of strategies. Thank you again for inviting me to present at your conference. And I'd like to thank my colleague, Professor Michael Thomas, Professor Denis Maréchal. I'd like you to refer to the Center for Educational Neuroscience website. We also have a series of seminars. Some of them are recorded and already kind of shared on the website. And there's kind of various different resources. Also the Education Endowment Foundation, Learners, which is trying to link educational neuroscience to kind of more teachers and policy as well. And I am part of the board of directors of the Brain Can Do company, and they have recently published a book on teaching and learning, which may be of interest. Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of the conference.
Okay, brilliant. I've certainly got a page full of notes. I hope that was enjoyable for everyone. Our panel of ad hoc pseudo neuroscientists are going to be glad to know that we've got to 10:30. So I think if you've been following the chat on the YouTube, it's lively. And I suggest Jenny, if you've got any questions for Irwa, I'm sure she'll be happy to answer them on the chat. And it seems like that's appropriate kind of place for everyone to be communicating on that. So let's take coffee now. If you're watching online, there's going to be a comic reflection by, I don't know if anyone's heard of Shazia Mirza, but she's a TV comic, and we've managed to get her to produce a video. The great thing about her is that she worked as a teacher in East London, and so she's got some reflections on that. So I urge you to come back at 10:50 for that, so 10 to 11, and we'll see you then. Hello everyone, if we could just take our seats now and then we'll be able to watch the video reflection, should be starting any moment.
Hello, my name is Shazia Mirza. I hope I said that correctly. Please don't be offended if I've got that wrong. I'm not used to pronouncing foreign names since Brexit. I once did a gig in Northern Ireland where they thought that some of the letters in my name were silent, and I was introduced as Shava Minzad. Shava Minzad sounds like a Pakistani hair removal product. I wasn't offended. I didn't kill anybody. Nobody got murdered. A few days later, I was walking down the street and this man came up to me. He said, "I love your work, Malala." I thought, yeah, that's right. Any brown woman that's done anything now is either Mindy Kaling or Malala. I just take it now. I say, yes, yes, that's me, that's me. Got shot in the head, now telling jokes. It's going really well. It reminded me of when I first became a teacher and I had to do the register. And I was always worried about getting people's names wrong because I didn't want to offend anybody. I didn't want them to think I was doing it on purpose or that I was taking the mickey out of them. And so I was always very conscious of getting people's names right. And if I didn't know somebody's name, I would always stop and I would ask them, "Is that how you say it? Is that how you say it? Is this how you say it?" You know, I'm very British like that. I don't like to offend. Now, I first became a teacher when I was 21 years old. I didn't know anything about anything. All I knew was I had a degree and I had a PGCE and that was it. I had not travelled anywhere. I hadn't done anything interesting. I barely had any friends. I had pink hair. I wore psychedelic leggings. And I used to sit in bed at 4 o'clock in the morning eating chicken and chips. I was totally unsuited to being a teacher. Now, what happened was I finished my PGCE and I decided to go for some job interviews. I went for a job interview at a school in Tower Hamlets. I knew nothing about the school and nothing about the area. I got the job and I just turned up on the first day. Let's just say the school was what they call in the industry as challenging, but what they call on the streets is that it was rough. And it was no place for a naive 21-year-old. Now, I remember going into the staff room and I had a Harry Potter mug and somebody in the staff room kept stealing my mug. I later found out it was the deputy head that was doing the stealing. That's how rough this school was. The thieves weren't on the outside, they were on the inside. I was 21 and I was teaching kids that were 16 years old, 11 to 16-year-olds in Tower Hamlets. Now, I don't know what their parents were feeding them, but these kids were huge. They were massive and I was scared of them. I used to teach these boys, I don't know if you've seen them, these boys who wear their trousers round their knees and wear a belt with them to hold them up with their pants showing. Don't you sometimes just want to run after these boys and rip those pants down? That's why I don't teach anymore. Now, when I first started teaching, I didn't know who I was. I didn't know what I thought. I didn't have any opinions about anything. I didn't have any thoughts about anything. All I knew was what I had learned on my degree and my PGCE. Nobody, when you're training to be a teacher, tells you how to be a teacher. You learn skills, you know how to convey certain types of information, but nobody actually tells you how to be a teacher and what kind of teacher you want to be is never developed during that process. That only comes from actually doing the job, and it comes over time. All my opinions that I had in my head, everything that I thought, I realised when I started teaching were things I had inherited from my parents, from my religion and from my culture. None of my thoughts were my own. I remember teaching a class once. It was 16-year-old boys, and I was teaching them about conserving energy. In the middle of the class, one of the boys put his hands up and said, "Miss," I was talking about double glazing, and he said, "Miss, what do you think of double glazing? I mean, is it any good, really? I mean, is it any good? And, I mean, is it worth the money? I mean, is it worth the money, miss?" And I remember standing there, and I was really taken aback. I was really thrown. A, that anybody was listening to me. I can't believe this boy actually asked me a question. And B, I didn't actually know the answer to this question, because I hadn't given it that much thought. I didn't know what I thought about double glazing. I had double glazing, but I didn't know if it was double glazing or secondary glazing. And I said to him, "I don't know." And it was in that moment that I realised I actually don't know what I think about this. Instead of just regurgitating what I've learned, instead of just rote learning of information and then dishing that out, how about I just stand there for a minute and think about, what do I think about double glazing? And I had to say to this boy, "I'll think about that and I'll come back to you." I pretended I knew what I was doing. I used to try and be funny with the kids to keep the kids interested. And then I realised one day that I was just doing stand-up. That is what I did every day in front of the class, stand-up. And when I actually started stand-up, I thought, my God, this is easy. This is easy. They're all sat down, they're all facing in the right direction, and when I turned my back, nobody tried to hit me over the head. Stand-up comedy is easy. I have never walked out into a gig and have an audience member shout out to me, "God, this is boring. When is this going to end? Why don't you get a proper job?" Nobody's ever said that to me in stand-up. Stand-up comedy compared to teaching 16-year-old boys in Tower Hamlets is easy. Now, when I was teaching, the teachers were described by the pupils in a particular way. So you'd hear kids talking and they'd say, "Oh yeah, that Mr. Smith, he's a really good teacher. Oh, Miss Kane, God, she's boring. Oh, that Miss Mirza, she's so scary." But we, as teachers, also describe the pupils in a particular way. We'd say, "Oh, you know, that Dylan, he's disruptive. Oh, Sarah, she just doesn't want to be here. And Mark is so annoying." But when you see these kids out of context, I remember seeing one of these kids in the fish and chip shop after school. And I saw him in a different context. When you see them out of their environment, you see them as who they really are. Like when I saw one of my former pupils, Dizzy Rascal, performing at Glastonbury. I was also performing at Glastonbury. I was in the comedy tent, performing to 3 people at 9 p.m. because it was raining outside and they'd just come in to sleep. It was really quiet, and all of a sudden I heard from a distance my former pupil, Dizzy Rascal, playing to 20,000 people in the tent opposite. And I was really pissed off. I thought, I cannot believe he is doing better than me. He used to ruin my lessons. God, he was naughty. But I saw him in that moment as a person, as a really successful former pupil of mine, instead of the labels I had of him and that he had of me. When we label people, when we label students, when students label teachers, we can only really see them in one particular way, through a vessel of only seeing that person. And that is inaccurate and unhelpful. But what I realised about teaching as time went on was that the key to being a great teacher and educating people in the best possible way and conveying information of any kind, the key is to know who you really are. Because once you are sure of who you are, then regardless of race, religion, gender or sexuality, you will be so good at getting the kids to believe in what you're saying, because you know who you are and you know what you are saying. And what you are teaching them will come across so much better and so much easier because you are passionate about what you are saying.
Okay, I very much enjoyed that. I don't want to take too much time because I'm really looking forward to the next keynote speaker. So I'm going to read this a bit quicker. I don't want to eat into any of that. Colarelli Shanaike, it seemed really important to have voices from outside the sector at this conference. It also seemed important to have as much influence from around our institution. When I put out some feelers to see if anyone could recommend some speakers for the day, Anel, our esteemed law lecturer, has emailed me Colarelli's name and told me equivocally that we should book him. But this wasn't a difficult sell. I've since become something of a stalker of Colarelli's The Great Speech podcast and all his online resources, which are a really excellent archive, and I recommend everyone. We're all orators as teachers, and it's just I've already learned an awful lot from following that. One of the insights I've picked up from neuroscience to try and segue this a bit, or learning, is improved by the socio-emotional context of the thing being learned. That it's not just enough to be given information and told to learn, as Shazia was just telling us. To improve this process, we need to feel there is a good reason. We need the context and the motivation. In some ways, this is nothing new to educators. I've often thought about it as the feeling in the room. It's really nice to have a feeling in the room again. Some rooms become charged by their educators, not necessarily through charisma, but often because of passion, but because ultimately they care. When we were communicating about this conference, I hope Colarelli doesn't mind me saying that one of the only requests he made was to see what the room looked like, to get a feel for the space, and it was a lovely thing to hear. We're at a juncture not only in education, but in the history of humankind, whereby our primary method of educating, voice, language, story, narrative, is in the process of becoming something different, perhaps more effective at a certain kind of change, but not necessarily the most important tool for some of the most important tasks. And for all the while that we humans spend time trying to communicate difficult ideas to one another, speech will continue to be our brush and our palette. So it is with great pleasure that I welcome Colarelli to the lectern today to help us become better at being ourselves.
Wow, hello everyone. I have to say it's lovely being in person, isn't it? But one of the things I realize is, because this is my first in-person keynote speech for a while, and what I realized is I've spent the last year in slippers. So shoes actually feels like a very, very new thing. But yeah, no, really great to be here. I loved the previous keynote. Had so many questions, which I'll have to reach out and ask her. But yeah, so the question on many people's minds right now, the question that I have been asked more than any other in recent weeks is it coming home? Right? I guess we'll find out the answer on Sunday, right? But like many of us in the minority in this country, my emotions when it comes to supporting England in football or in any other sport is complicated. But it shouldn't be, right? After all, I was born in England. I grew up in England. My children live in England. I met my wife in England. Although I am Nigerian, like my wife and children, I have a British passport. My children have British passports. When I complete any form and tick the box about who I am, I tick British. And yet the question, is it coming home, forces me to ask the more essential question of, where is home? Is home where I lay my hat? Oops. I love my hats, as you can see. If so, then home for me is London, because that is where I live. Or is home where I would like to retire? And if it is, that would probably be the Greek island of Corfu. Just love it. But most people, I think, would say that home is where your heart is. And if that is the definition of home, then for me, without question, home is Nigeria. If I was to hang any flag out of my window of my car, or wear any kit in support of a football team, there you go, there's a Nigerian in the back, right? Or wear any kit in support of a football team, it would be, well, first of all, it would be West Ham. Thank you. Some West Ham fans in here, because they are pound for pound the best team in the world. Sorry, any Spurs supporters. But otherwise, it would be the green, white, green of the Nigerian flag. If England were to play Nigeria in the World Cup, it would be the Nigerian anthem that I would sing proudly, without any thought or anything in my heart that would tell me differently. And in this sentiment, I'm not alone. English Italians will be supporting Italy at the final. English Indians will support India in any cricket match between the two nations. But why? What is it that determines our sense of identity? And how does that identity affect our interaction with each other? I mean, it's not as if Nigeria is more familiar to me. In many ways, it's not. In many ways, I am more of an outsider in my home than I am here. When I go back home, most often what people call me is London boy. Or even further, Oyinbo, which literally means white person. Because of the values that I express, which seem in conflict with the values around me in my home. So England should be the place that I call home. But then there are the experiences in this country. In my first week of school, age 9, in this country, although I was born in this country, we went back, and then I came back here, age 9. I had 3 fights with other kids in my school because they kept calling me the N-word. Or to be more precise, nignog, because apparently that was funnier. I didn't like it, and so I fought. Didn't last long in that school. Parents took me out, went somewhere else. On my first day as a barrister, in October 1998, when I was called to the bar, and I was proudly standing there with my parents dressed in Nigerian gear, celebrating our heritage. A judge approached us. She would later go on to sit on the Court of Appeal. I shall mention no names. And told me that now that I was called to the bar, now that I was a barrister, now I should consider myself British. She knew nothing about me. She didn't know my values. She didn't know where I identified with nationally. But she must have felt that somehow I would be inspired by these words. On my first day as a tenant in my new chambers in November 2000, I was called into a conference room by one of the senior barristers. I thought he was going to welcome me to chambers, maybe offer me to kind of be part of one of the big cases he had as a junior barrister. But no. The one, and as it turned out, the only question he asked was, "Do you have any drugs?" I didn't. My life in this country and the lives of many who are in the minority in this country or in their own country is littered with these and other smaller and larger indignities. They happen all the time, in different circumstances, with different people, and it affects you. It drains you. It forces you to constantly juggle between competing personalities that interact with the world in different ways. On some days, you're the fighter, and you call out the nonsense because it's nonsense. On other days, you just don't have the stomach for the fight. And you try and play the bigger person, the appeaser, because it's nonsense. No, sir, I don't have any drugs. I must have missed that module of bring drugs to your first day of chambers in law school. It's tiring. You know, on this very day, the 9th of July in 1868, the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution was ratified in Congress, guaranteeing full citizenship for black people in that country. And yet today, the fight to secure those rights goes on. It is as real and as present as ever. In this country, we have seen the cruelty of the treatment suffered by many of the Windrush generation who are treated as non-citizens despite having devoted their entire lives to this country, in this country, on the strength of promises that were made to them. And if you've watched any of England's football games in this tournament, you'll have noticed the irony, or I would say the absurdity, of England fans cheering for the players as they sing the national anthem, then booing them as they take a knee against racism, booing as they kneel against racism, and then cheering them again as they play and win. Absurd. In every country, on every continent in this planet, not just in the Western world, those that are in a minority often feel that same sense of fractured identity, which complicates the relationship they have with the place that by all rights they should be able to call home. And identity, this sense of who we are and who we perceive ourselves to be, has a far-reaching impact on how we live our lives. In my work as a communications skills coach, I am often approached by entrepreneurs and executives who come to me for help with their communication skills. And by and large, in every case, they are hampered by a self-limiting belief that they have convinced themselves of that I am not a natural public speaker. And this is the identity that they've crafted for themselves. It's what they've come to believe about themselves. And because that is who they are in their own eyes, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Their world becomes controlled and compressed by this self-limiting self-perception. So when they give presentations, they go badly because that is what they believe will happen. That is what they think they are. Their thoughts become their reality. Some of my clients suffer panic attacks at the thought of giving a speech, and pretty soon they are avoiding every opportunity to speak, even though they know it will enhance and benefit their careers. That's what identity does. Because of this, they'll watch other less talented people go further than them. And then they start to doubt themselves and their ability to do the job. And this leads to imposter syndrome, which is literally where you believe that you are the fraud and that you're about to be exposed as the fraud, despite knowing how good you are. Now, by the way, if that's you, you're not alone. Loads of surveys have been done on the fear of public speaking, which has been placed at number one in humankind's list of greatest fears, above clowns, heights, death. So the first thing that I do is to work with them on reframing their identity as communicators. And I take them through what I call the communicator's quadrant. And you guys can actually see where you're placing this. So in quadrant A is the strugglers. These are people who really aren't good at what they do and aren't very good at communicating either. Most people don't put themselves in quadrant A. Then there's quadrant B, who are the people who still aren't very good at what they do, but they certainly talk a good game. Nobody puts themselves in quadrant B, but we probably all know a few Bs. Sure, none of them are in this room, but you probably know some in your life. Then there's quadrant C, which is the strivers. These are people who know that they are good at what they do, but they struggle with communicating. Pretty much all my clients will identify as quadrant C. Because really what they're looking for is to move into the final quadrant, the quadrant where the leaders are, the ones who are good at what they do and they're great at communicating it. And that's the challenge, how to move from C to D, from a striver to a leader. And that depends very much on your identity of yourself. And then I show them a list of famous people who also struggled with public speaking. When we think of Moses, right, or at least if you're as old as I am anyway, We think of the booming voice of Charlton Heston in the movie The Ten Commandments, saying, "Pharaoh, let my people go." But the real Moses, the Moses of the Bible, was petrified of public speaking. In Exodus chapter 4, verse 10, he pleads with God, saying, "Pardon your servant, Lord, I have never been eloquent, neither in the past nor since you have spoken to your servant. I am slow of speech and slow of tongue." It's said that he had a stammer. Or when we think of Beyonce, we think of the fearless singer, multi-talented actor, producer, writer, and all things Beyonce. But as her father revealed, he said about her that I would never have Beyonce up here public speaking. She's not good at it. Solange, her sister, was at Yale. She's incredible at it. But I know all of my artists' weaknesses. They all have weaknesses. And in fact, Beyonce created an alter ego called Sasha Fierce, into which she projected all her passion and her confidence and her intensity. And it would be Sasha Fierce that would go up on stage and perform. So with each of my clients, I ask them to define their alter ego. That's who they would really like to be as communicators. And then we create an alter ego for them to project into. Now, the rule is that they have to be that alter ego at all times in everything that they do. So whenever they interact with people, they have to do it as their alter ego. Whenever they give presentations, they have to give it as they believe that alter ego would deliver. And at first, it feels alien. But it is effective. Because sometimes it's when you put on a mask that you can hide your personal vulnerabilities and you can project more of yourself into what you are doing. And then as they lean into this alter ego, they start to take on characteristics and qualities of the alter ego. Because the thing about the alter ego is it isn't somebody different. Clark Kent is Superman, but Superman is also Clark Kent. They're one and the same. Your alter ego is just a different version of you. That's the power of identity. Now, for those of you who want to know how to create an alter ego, I might ask a few of you now, there are actually 4 simple steps. So the first is identify who your alter ego needs to be for whatever challenge it is you're facing. I'm going to ask some of you actually in a second, so make sure you're thinking about this. The next is to create an image in your mind of that alter ego. How do you walk when you're in this alter ego? How do you talk? How do you communicate? What do you eat? How do you smell? How do you interact with other people? The third is to pick your adjective. So you've got to pick an adjective that defines the key quality that this alter ego needs to have for the challenges in life that you're going to face. And the final part is to combine it with a name that's related to you in some way. So nickname, maiden name, name you went by in school, name of a character you love, doesn't matter. And that is how you create your alter ego name. So for a while, I've had different ones personally, but for a while I was badass, brother. Anyone got an alter ego? Anyone got a name? Tom? Oh, wow, okay. And what was his personal challenge? Even as a barrister, I've seen how identity plays a big part in the outcome of cases and trials. There's an old adage that says, a good lawyer knows the law, a great lawyer knows the judge. Now, that really is probably more based on nepotism. There's a lot of nepotism in the legal industry. But there is also a significant degree of truth to that statement that I've come to appreciate in over 23 years of practice as a barrister. Because judges and juries are human. And like all humans, they are informed and affected by their preconceptions and prejudices that they have about people, the witnesses, the parties, even the lawyers in the case. And so a big part of my job as a lawyer is to understand and manage those preconceptions. I was once shouted at by a judge when representing a client in a discrimination case. My client had complained about the fact that she was often referred to as angry, she was a black woman, by her colleagues when she was just being assertive. And so I explained to the judge that part of our case, it was a discrimination case, would be about the application of the stereotype of the angry black woman to my client. At which point the judge shouted at me. He insisted that I was talking complete rubbish because he played basketball with a whole bunch of black guys and they'd never once mentioned anything like this before. Now, in court, you can't be a fighter with the judge, at least not openly. You can be passive-aggressive, but not openly aggressive. So I paused and I explained to the judge that no, it really was a thing. And I advised that over the lunch break, he take a few moments and Google the phrase, angry black woman. And so he did. And he came back after the lunch break, slightly chastened, a little bit calmer, and explained that he had done just that. And he was surprised, because there were millions of entries about the term angry black woman. And he'd actually clicked on one or two of them, and one of them he had seen was about Michelle Obama, who had struggled through life because that same stereotype had been applied to her. And so in that case, the judge experienced a shift in his perception of identity, helped by his affinity for the identity of somebody else, Michelle Obama. And that gave him a better connection and better understanding of the identity and the struggles with that of my client. I only wish I could have been a fly on the wall at his next basketball game. Guys, you didn't tell me about this. Identity matters, even in the justice system, sometimes more than the evidence and the documents and the law itself. I am a member, former president, in fact, of the 100 Black Men of London. It's one of the proudest things that I've ever done in my life. And in the very first session that we hold with our mentees of our mentoring program, we talk to them about self-identity. And we define it or divide it into three core elements, which is self-image, because so much of what young black boys and girls see of themselves, especially in the media, is of drug dealers and rappers, or at best, sportsmen and entertainers, and prostitutes. So we work with them on shifting their sense of self and how they see themselves. Then we talk about self-knowledge, which is about understanding your history and the richness of your African heritage. Because it's when you know where you came from that you can see and believe in the possibilities of your future. And finally, we talk about self-esteem. Because we know that they will face great challenges in life, and it is only when they believe in themselves that we will have the fight and the power to work through the challenges that they will inevitably face. You know, one of my favorite moments actually is taking some of our mentees to a big conference in the United States every year. We haven't been able to do it for the last 2 years. But we take them, and one of the aspects is they have to give a presentation to the entire conference, over 1,000 people with more watching online. And it's a fascinating process because I see them just before they step onto stage, and you can see that they are full of anxiety and full of self-doubt. Will they be able to do this? Are people going to laugh? And then they get up there, and they're sitting on stage, and they can see me, and they're like, why is Collar grinning? But that's because I know what's going to come, because once they start speaking, and once they get out those first few words, and they lean into it, they realize that the world isn't going to swallow them up. They realize that the audience is on their side. They identify with them. It helps that they have British accents in America. Seriously, like having a British accent and a black person in America is like puts you in a different kind of stratosphere. But once they speak, they start to relax and they speak their truth. You know, we once sat next to an elderly gentleman on the whole coming from Britain thing, and he listened to us for a while, and he leaned over and said, "You're the boys from England, right?" "Yes, sir. Nice to meet you. How are you doing?" "What do you guys speak out there? French?" "English?" And when the mentees come off stage, you can see that they are literally several inches taller, just in that moment, just from that experience. They are bigger, more confident, full of self-belief. Their identities and who they perceive themselves to be has changed forever. And that means we have to consider the central question, which is, are our identities fixed or are they fluid? Are we the same as we are from cradle to grave? Or can our identities be changed or enhanced or even grown? At school, I was quite an average student. I was decent but not exceptional at my studies, although I had the advantage of being a naturally hard worker. And at one stage, I passed the Oxford exams, entrance exams, which took me to the next stage of getting interviews, which I did at Jesus College. But when you walk into a place where no one looks like you, no one talks like you, most people have never really interacted with anybody like you, it's really not hard to predict how that's going to go. In fact, I discovered subsequently that Jesus College in Oxford is also known as the Welsh College, which probably explains why there were probably about 10 times as many white guys with red hair as there were black people on the day, because there was only one. So I didn't get in, and to be honest, if I'm honest, that really affected me, because I went from being, you know, a promising student who might be the first Nigerian maybe to get into Jesus College to kind of an average student who lost his enthusiasm for the work. One of the challenges of higher education is to create environments in which students feel empowered to learn. They refer to university studies as disciplines because I think that is where we go to really have our minds forged and formed, and we learn to think for ourselves. In the recent, much-troubled report by the Center for Social Justice, which is called Facing the Facts, Ethnicity and Disadvantage in Britain, one of the notable findings they made was that ethnic minority children were starting to actually have comparable results at GCSE level to their white British counterparts. And yet, when it came to university and higher education, the graduation rates were noticeably lower. This is such an important thing to fix and to get right, because the period of a higher education that is sandwiched between school and work has an outsized impact on our sense of self and our identities. I can tell you that my university experience was the making of me, because I got to study philosophy and politics. For the first time, I felt my mind awaken. Aristotle, Nietzsche, Marx, Hegel, the Federalist Papers. This is my actual copy from university, still highlighted with references from Alexander Hamilton. And one of the key precepts you learn in philosophy is by the 17th century French philosopher René Descartes, who's often thought of as the father of modern philosophy, with his focus on epistemology, which is kind of study of knowledge and rational thought, basically. And he said, je pense donc je suis, which means I think, therefore I am. Which is that the fact that I am thinking at all about whether I exist proves that I exist. And this revolutionary principle gives an insight into the very essence of identity. Because if my existence is determined by my thought, then maybe I can change who I am by changing the way that I think. Steve Jobs, the legendary founder of Apple, believed that computers and technology could change the world. And he changed the world of technology by following the simple mantra of think different. He actually lived that identity from taking LSD because he believed it cleared his mind, to driving without a license plate because he found a loophole that meant he could drive a new car every 6 months and not need a license plate. That's different, I guess. Or Lin-Manuel Miranda, who brilliantly changed the relationship that many Americans have to the origin story of their country by using the very modern medium of hip-hop and actors of color to give a sense to people of the underground, insurgent, outsider nature of the founding fathers. By forcing us to think differently about them, he has helped change people's perception and interaction with the country in which they live. At the start of the European Championships, the England manager Gareth Southgate wrote an open letter to the country called Dear England, in which he explained his philosophy of football. It's really quite an unexpectedly brilliant piece of writing. And in that open letter, he explained that he wants his players to play for their country and produce moments that people will remember. But he also talks about the pride that he has in the things that this special group of players, as he describes them, have stood and knelt for. Because, as he writes, it is their duty to continue to interact with the public on matters such as equality, inclusivity, and racial justice, while using the power of their voices to help put debates on the table and raise awareness and educate. Now, you will probably have heard the mantra that what's your thoughts, they become your words. What's your words, they become your actions. What's your actions, they become your habits. What's your habits, they become your character. And what's your character, because it becomes your destiny. It's been attributed to everyone from the ancient Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu to the British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. But it means that if we change the way we think and we change the way we look at our identity, we will change our belief in ourselves and our interaction and experience with each other. In short, just by controlling and directing our thoughts, we can choose who we want to be. And we can create our own destiny. Because as Mahatma Gandhi said, you must be the change you want to see in the world. So this Sunday, for the first time in my life, I will support England in the final, because my complicated relationship and affinity with this country still has a lot of evolving left to do. But I am inspired by the example of the players themselves and by the words of the England manager, who said in his open letter that no matter what happens, I just hope that their parents, teachers, and club managers will turn to them and say, look, that's the way to represent your country. That's what England is about. That's what is possible. Now, I know tomorrow or next week, I will see or experience something that again challenges and undermines my sense of identity within this country. It might be a cabbie that declines to pick me up. It could be a court clerk that assumes that I'm the defendant, not the barrister. It could be somebody mispronouncing my name. My name is Kolarili Shinaike, but I once called up a solicitor who, when she answered the phone, said, "Who is this?" I said, "It's Kola." I said, "Oh, I was told it was Colin from IKEA." But at this moment, in this place, for this weekend, I think this is the place that I will lay my hat. And this is the place that I will call home. Thank you. Where do you want me?
Well, firstly, thank you again. I have absolutely no notes from that, but I think I speak for everyone to feel like I've taken something that I can't articulate at the moment. So all I'd say is that we wanted to do something a little bit different. Anel has agreed to speak with Kolarili now. What we're going to do is have an open discussion. I think we'll see how it goes. We would also love input, something. I don't want to be greedy for time now, but we have it if we need it. We have some prizes to give. So see how it goes. If you know, it's all your call. So if people want to add something at some stage, we'll take it from there.
Please permit me on one occasion to address you this way. I want to say that was amazing, my badass brother. Amazing.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Right. I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed though, because I was thinking that at least one person would have done the little tongue rolling. I really can't do it. But I thought has anyone got that ability in the house? Come on, don't disappoint. Let's try another applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, just one. So we really appreciated you being here. Now that was such an informative, inspiring, heartfelt presentation. I think we're all left with major respect, and it connected. And that's the amazing thing about being authentic. All of us as humans can connect with that authenticity. I was going to ask you, but you've answered. Who's your superhero? I want you to say it with your own voice. I want you to say, who's your superhero?
Well, so the person in my life that I have actually been the most inspired by, sadly is no longer with us. He was the late Chief Bolaige in Nigeria. He was a governor there in Nigeria. He was just a brilliant man in every respect. Sadly, he was assassinated because that's what happened back in Nigeria in those days. But he was the person that really is the reason I became a barrister. I didn't really know what I wanted to do beyond thinking about philosophy at school, at university. And he suggested that I had the makings of a barrister, probably because he saw that I love to argue. And I kind of followed in his footsteps, went to the same inner court as him. And I still remember, in terms of being an orator, for instance, he's still the best orator that I personally have ever known. I still remember him giving a speech to the Nigerian Law Society, where at the end he started singing Bob Dylan's Blowing in the Wind. And I sat there like, what? Wow, you can do that? Like, you know, amazing. So that would be my personal superhero in terms of an individual. In a personal note, also my father just inspires me because he's kind of the definition of a father. You know, just humble, but, you know, fiercely loving of his children and never complains, which is a good thing because I complain a lot.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, so this is amazing. Now, I think it is really amazing that you have Gareth Southgate's image up. I have to say, he's of the various England managers we've seen, I think I've taken note of him more than any other. There's something about him. And there's something about inspiring individuals, getting into their soul, connecting with him. You spoke, or it's been spoken about today, this idea of education. And I'm going to ask you about your higher education experience and those individuals who enabled or inhibited, I don't know, you're going to let us know. But I think that higher education is a powerful place. How many of you here have ever taught in secondary school? We had Lady Mirza tell us something about that. Okay, isn't it interesting that it was always the argumentative students who would come to you and say, "Sir, miss, you know, I'm thinking I want to study law." And I just thought that that was quite funny. But there was a poem I came across when I was working in secondary school called Mrs. Tilcher's Class. Has anybody ever heard of it, Mrs. Tilcher's Class? Look it up when you can. I think I shared it with you once. But it got to my gut because here you heard of a teacher who created an experience when people came into her classroom. And I think all of us have experienced educators who were like that. You felt that you mattered personally to them. And I wanted to ask you, for you, in your higher education experience, when we think about shaping identity, did you come across any cheerleaders? Is there anybody that you remember today who helped you on your way? Or was there someone who, on the converse, was maybe trying to hinder you? How did you either gather wings in your sail or achieve in spite of your higher education experiences?
So for me personally, so at school, I never felt, I went to an excellent school, but I never felt there was anybody that particularly had my interests at heart. It's just one of those places. So I always felt I was quite average at school. And then in university, I don't think there was any particular individual that I would point to, but it really was philosophy. So philosophy was one of those subjects that, to be honest, you kind of either got or you didn't. I was just lucky that I did. So, you know, I would read, you know, Aristotle and things and just be blown away, and I'd be arguing in my mind with Aristotle and, you know, things like that, just because it really brought me alive. So I think it's more that I felt connected to something that mattered to me, and that's what really awoke in my mind. Because lecturers, I mean, I hope they're better now, but lecturers kind of had the approach of, I'm tenured, so I can speak, you listen, you don't listen, doesn't really matter. So they would just kind of talk, and, you know, they've done the same lecture for 20 years, they wouldn't really vary it much. You show up, you don't show up, nobody really cared. I showed up just because I was a bit of a geek at it, you know, so because I loved it and enjoyed it. But, so as a result, I don't think a lot of the lecturers I would look back and say, oh, that person inspired me. But it's really, for me, it's the environment of universities and places like that, the other people that challenge your thinking, that challenge your thought process, that make you either want to do better in one area or want you to ignore an area and you interact with. That, for me, is the greatness of higher education, and that's certainly what I experienced at Birmingham University.
Amazing. I like the little shout out there as well. It seems to me that you... Yeah, exactly. It seems to me that you made Aristotle and Marx your cheerleaders.
Yeah, I love those guys. Yeah.
And I've always thought that's one of the amazing things. So what would be the challenge then? Because I know you speak of mentoring and you're very proud of the work you've done in the 100 Black Men organisation, both in the UK and the US. What would be your challenge to the press for time, COVID challenged, more marking lecturers that we have in our institution, which I just have to take a moment and acknowledge my colleagues. I think the students here would say that here at Bloomsbury Institute, it's awash with lecturers who go the extra mile. But what would you say about the transformational power that is in the hand of the academic with regards to influencing identity?
So that's a really tough one. I mean, I know for me personally and for what I've seen with students, and I think it was Mirza, Shazia Mirza, the comedian, spoke towards it, it's a place of learning, which means it really has to come from the students themselves, which means as a lecturer, I think as a student, and even when I do my coaching, it's fine to say I don't know, as long as it's followed up with, so let's find out, right? Because then it's the student saying, well, what about this? And you don't, even though you can see, 100 miles in front of it, that ain't gonna work. So, okay, that could be right, let's try it. And by engaging and trying and analyzing and thinking and coming to your own conclusion that, oh no, that doesn't work, that's a dead end, you're learning so much more than just being told the answer and it's okay, fine. So I think allowing space for exploration is a far more effective way of getting people to want to learn than just giving the answer. And that's what I think higher education has the space to do in a way that school really doesn't. School now just seems to be, I know that the bell curve that Doctor was kind of talking about, school now seems to be just get them in, get them out, you know, here are the stats. As long as we are, it kind of caters to pushing those who are brilliant, or those who are brilliant as far as you can go, pushing those who are really struggling up to the minimum mark, and everyone else in the middle, yeah, you're all right. And I think that's really doing our children a disservice.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. You have a really... It's clear that you have a really rich identity, and I love the fact that you spoke about this identity as something that's evolving and not fixed. And I just want to take a moment to celebrate with you this journey from a 9-year-old boy who comes back home and is struggling. But you know, fighting spirit is a good thing. Your parents did the right thing, because that could have been problematic if that trajectory continued. But you know, I want to take you back to this idea of 9-year-old boy, and here we see you today. We see a communications, coach. We see barrister. We see family man. We see one who's willing to be vulnerable. One who's got enough skill and resolve to deal with the challenge of a judge, but actually to help the judge on their own journey towards identity. Because life is all these things, isn't it? And we do so that we can be. So I wanted to ask you, how did you navigate and carve out your identity? And it's valuable for all of us to hear, because we're still on that journey. How did you carve out and navigate your identity in a space that didn't necessarily tell you that you could be who you are today?
I think everything in this way is trial and error. You know, I'd love to, so there's a speech that Steve Jobs gave, known as the Stanford Address, which his idea there was, it's only when you look back that you can connect the dots and see that everything was meant to be. But when you're looking forward, you really don't have any idea. So you just do what seems right in the moment. And kind of as you get better at it, you make better decisions. But really, it's trial and error. And then when you look back, so now I can look back at my life and realize that almost everything I've done and been through in my life has brought me to the point I am today. There's actually a line in a movie, Amistad, which I actually don't particularly like. I don't think Steven Spielberg does black stories very well, but that's a different story. But it's in that movie, there's a line where the main character, Jimon Hensu, I think it is, says, I'm going to reach back and call my ancestors to help us, because in this moment, I am the entire reason they ever existed. It's looking back that you can see that stuff. But looking forward, I think you just make the best decision you can and hope it doesn't mess up.
Thank you. I just want to forewarn you that I'm about to open the floor. Our time is running out, and I want to give our students in particular an opportunity to ask a question. Take the opportunity. It's good for your identity, okay? It really is. But I wanted to ask you about this idea of imposter syndrome that some of us more than others may experience. What is the role within higher education, would you say, to help individuals to be able to navigate that threat? Because imposter syndrome, you know, it poses a threat to confidence. It poses a threat to you being who you can be. What would you advise is potentially the role that higher education can play in helping individuals to navigate, or as it were, to skip over that challenge, land firmly on your feet, and keep running with who you are and who you're supposed to be?
I don't know.
That's all right.
No, I'm honest, because unless things have changed, I mean, it's, what, 91 to 94, so it's been a while since I've been at uni. But I don't look at that period and think about my lecturers or I think there was a, kind of tutor kind of character, being the person or the people that helped me in anything more than just giving me the knowledge that I needed for the course. But I don't think it needs to be. I think it really is the environment. I think it's probably helping students to find their niche, find their kind of circle. So expose them to lots of different activities and societies. So I joined loads of societies, and it's probably actually that helped me find, oh, these are my people, and then feel more comfortable. And then once you realize that you're not alone, it gives you more confidence to be yourself. That's actually one of the advantages of social media, I think. As for all the challenges that we know social media has, the ability to know that I love this thing that seems really weird and unique, but actually there is a group in Guatemala that is into the same thing, is really empowering. So I think probably higher education, in a way COVID has kind of forced us to do it, can embrace the opportunities that exist from the interactive nature that life now is, and just help students find their niche so that they feel connected, and then they'll feel more confident. But that's just a guess.
That's wonderful. I can't tell you how delighted I was to hear in your address that when the senior barrister, perhaps a QC, asked you for drugs, you were unable to supply him. That filled me with great delight. But my final thing I want to ask you to do is actually, we do have law students here. And I can say from my own journey on this, this life of law, it's tough. And one of the things that's always on my mind is, how can we help our law students? All students, you can get something from this. But in particular, I'm speaking about the law students because of the problems that are inherent with it, systemic even within this industry. What would you say to the law student who's just starting out, who's now thinking, once I get my first in my degree, it's plain sailing, who might not get a first in the degree? What do you have to say to spur them along on their journey? And then it's over to you guys, so be ready.
There is one advice that I give that I only ever give when it comes to law, because it is a really, really tough industry. And it's, if you are unsure that this is what you want to do, don't do it, because it will grind you down. So it's now so competitive that even if you are white, male, middle class, you don't have any guarantees. It used to be you could stay in, but now you really can't. So anyone. So if you're unsure, if you're not certain that this is what I have to do with my life, find something else. There's a whole load more out there in the world, especially in today's world. But if you are certain, don't let anybody tell you no. Don't be fooled by the I have to have a first from Cambridge or whatever. I can tell you that the best barristers that I know and the best barristers I've ever come across or come against have never been the Oxford and the Cambridge graduates and the people who were supposedly the most, the smartest. In fact, they actually tend to be pretty bad barristers. And by that, I mean not that they don't have an academic understanding of the law, but law is actually so much more about people management. You're managing the judge, managing the clients, managing your opponents, managing yourself. And if you don't actually have the ability to manage all of that, you will be a really average lawyer. I've negotiated against some barristers where I'm kind of internally laughing, right? So I have the advantage of being a Nigerian, so, we grow up haggling, right?
It's in the blood.
Right. And, I remember dealing with one barrister where they made an offer and I just said no because I knew what my clients wanted. And they'd already made an offer that was actually what my clients would have accepted. But I said no because I just perceived that this wasn't the final offer. Now, there's a rule, is like you don't negotiate against yourself. But I said no, I didn't counter-offer. And he came and said, okay, hold on. Then he went away for 5 minutes and then came back with a new offer, higher offer. Okay. And I still hadn't made an offer. I was like, no. I mean, okay, just hold on. And he went, and literally about 4 or 5 times, this poor guy came back with new offer that was higher each time, and I just kept on saying no. And then eventually I made my first offer, which was far in excess of where he was. So, okay. And then it went back, and it just went back and forth. To the end, we got some ridiculously good offer that was just based on the fact that he did not know how to manage people. And he was, because you kind of do this when you're a lawyer, you look up your opponent and kind of see where they're from, and he was literally one of these double firsts from Cambridge guys. So understanding how to live in the real world, not live in your head in the academic world, is really important when you get out into the real world of law.
Massive, big message. Know who you are, be at peace with who you are, project that confidently, it will serve you. Thank you. I've got goose pimples. I don't know about anybody else. I see a question. You? Well, I saw the hand. It's like the auction, isn't it? I got that little message. So the floor is yours.
Yeah. So, I didn't predict that he would be that good, to be honest. He seemed like a nice guy, but kind of mild. But it's just in paying attention to the way he's gone about his business. It seems not to be based on some sort of entitlement of footballers coming home because we invented this and surely it must, right? It actually just seems to be based on football is important, but life is more important. So we're playing for almost like a higher purpose. And I think that's given a humility to the team that actually means that they are kind of performing better than they would when they thought, as previous generations of players have, that they were entitled to win somehow, that it must come home. So we'll see. But yeah, I mean, read the letter. It's really one of the best pieces of writing that I've seen in a while on this topic.
Thank you.
I was seeing some wrap-up signs, but I didn't.
Okay, I was looking for them, and okay, I've got it now. Thank you. I was looking in the wrong place. Yes, go for it. Lady at the back. Last question.
My one is not about, it's not really a question. It's just an acknowledgement about, there's something about the Bloomsbury Institute that allowed the students to blossom. And I just want to acknowledge that they really do give the students, defining themselves. If you're loud like me, you are loud, there's room for you. If you are quiet, like the president, there's room for you. I really want to acknowledge the lecturers, seriously. I'm not recognizing anybody. I really want to say thank you to all the lecturers that allow me to be me. For the past 3 years, that allow us, teaching us, at the same time not giving everything on the plate to us, allowing us to go to the library, allowing us to fetch for ourselves, and at the same time come back to them, asking questions and giving us this space for them to say, okay, I don't know yet, let me go back and come back to you. So thank you so much, all the lecturers. Thank you for making these 3 years a joyful one for us. Thank you.
I'm told we should wrap up, and I'm seeing 2 hands, and I'm struggling. I've had the nod. We could go ahead. So we've got one from the president and one from one of our former students and also now present academic. So both of you, please. If we take both questions, and then Dr. Colorelli, let's step him up while he's here. We'll respond. Go for it.
Just a question about your name. Is there a meaning attached to it?
I didn't hear that.
Your name.
Oh, my name?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there a
Meaning attached to it?
Yeah, so it's basically Ko Olarili. So the one who brings honor or wealth to the home, basically. Still trying.
Bring the honor and the wealth. Your parents named well.
Well, so in Yoruba culture, actually, technically your grandparents that name you. So your grandparents will give a name to the parents to say, this is the name. Now, actually, I don't know if we've got the time, but my father actually came to me before my children were going to be born and kind of like, yes, so the name I have chosen, I was like, Hold on, right? Things have to evolve, right? You're speaking to this London boy. Things have to evolve. So actually, what we agreed in terms of the process, because actually I love that tradition. I think your name is what you carry for life, right? It should mean something. So what we agreed was that they would actually kind of give us a list of names that they liked, and then from that list, we would choose a name that really meant a lot to us. And so that's what we did with both our children. So yeah, that's what my personal name means, and then my children's names are Omololu, which is child of God, effectively, and Similola, which is rests in grace. But that was out of a long list of names that my parents gave us, some of which I'm like, hell no.
That's beautiful, and I'm just thinking your father was probably quite peeved, you know, by this idea. You educate these children, and now they come and don't follow your traditions. But it's good. Good, you gave him some honor. Please, Samuel.
Thank you very much. I just want to piggyback on what the lady behind just said. Well, I came to this institution in 2016, and that's my first time coming to law. I came from HR into law, and my 2 years of finance mentorship program. I've got the best of teaching here. They are trying to propel me. I left up to first class. I went to do my LLM and I got a distinction too. Wow. I love the culture of hard work from here. And I must say, 2 people here who are still here, Joe and Jenny, they have pushed me to the limits. Wow. But by the end of the day, I could do this thing. So, Joe, thank you very much.
Very different from my experience, so that's great.
That's wonderful. Can I just ask, obviously you're English speaking as well. In Nigeria, what's the language you speak?
So in Nigeria is about 400 different dialects. I'm Yoruba.
Yes,
yeah,
Yoruba. That's right. Any Yoruba speakers here? That's what I was hoping for. So I'm going to give you the honor. Can you thank him for his presentation in Yoruba? I will end in English and we'll be done. We'll be off. Please stand. And.
So my brother, I'm talking from
Thank you so much, Kolareli Shoneke. Forgive me if my pronunciation is not perfect. It's been an excellent presentation. Thank you for what you've given. Thank you that on the 3 occasions I've met you in my life, you've always spoken words of life. May that always be your experience, your portion, and your gift to those you speak to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I assume you're just standing because it's time to go, right?
Okay, it was great the way the end of that Q&A went, because we were starting to open up to the idea of giving some recognition to some of the wonderful members of staff we have at Bloomsbury Institute, which brings Anna up to present the staff awards.
Hi everyone. Gosh, it's been such a long time since, like a face-to-face technology actually. So forgive if I'm a bit rusty. Does that work? No? Oh, slides, yeah. Oh, just need some slides. So every year at this conference, well, last time it was 2 years ago, we take a little bit of time during this conference, just before lunch, to reflect on the past year, to think about what has happened over the last year, to also recognize and reward excellence in practice, excellence in teaching and learning, support of the learning experience, the improvements in our practice. For those of you who know us well, you'll notice that we have made some changes to the awards this year. In short, we have 2 categories of awards. There's student-led, so the awards that are given by the students. So these are Teacher of the Year and Professional Service of the Year awards. And then we have staff-led awards, which are given by members of staff to their colleagues. So this is a recognition from each other, really. And we have 4 awards, and these are Innovation, Community Building, Bloomsbury Institute Values, and Bloomsbury Institute Support and Enhancement Award. This year we also have a special recognition, but I'll talk about it in a few minutes. So before we move on to awards, I just want to say that because of the COVID restrictions, I'm going to announce the winners, and I'll ask you to give a loud round of applause for them. And if they're here, please stand up. And certificates and prizes will find their way to your desks next week. We'll make sure we disinfect them properly. All right. So first, we're going to move on to the student-led awards. So we received 132 nominations from our students. So that is a significant proportion of students at Bloomsbury Institute. And I'm extremely happy to say that virtually every member of staff and team was nominated for an award. And these are just the names of everyone. Some are bigger, some are smaller, but everyone got a nomination, and it's just so amazing to know that every single person who works at Bloomsbury Institute does make a positive impact on another student or on another person. And it's even more pleasing to know that this happened during the time, because we're celebrating last year, we're thinking about last year, that this happened while we were all in slippers at home. So let me just move on to the winners. So first, the Teacher of the Year award. This award goes to someone who, in the words of students, is the best teacher ever, very kind and helpful in all the years since I started to study at Bloomsbury Institute. This teacher was the most involved teacher that I had through these years, not only the last year. He always replied to my emails, always gave good advice, always came back with answers to my questions, always knew how to guide me, the best teacher I have ever had. He built a climate where error is welcome, where student questioning is high, where engagement is the norm, and where students can become effective learners. He respects students, and he is respected by the students. He is not here, but let's give a round of applause to Mubashir Qurashi. So now to the second student-led award, Professional Service of the Year award. So this award goes to a whole team, and we received many nominations, both for the whole team and for all individual members of that team. So we thought it's only right that the whole team receives this recognition. And this is what students have to say about them. This team always put forward important topics that are often forgotten. They offer help to anyone who requires it at any given moment in time. They create a safe space you can go in times of need. A formidable team brings positive vibes and encouragement, gives 110% every time. No matter how down you are, they are able to lift you up, shake you, and bring you back to normality. They helped with our applications for work placement. Because of their help and support, we got invited to an interview. They are just amazing. Their professional friendly attitude motivates us throughout the process. I can't thank them enough. And my personal favorite, without their support and help, I could have not been able to finish my degree. They are angels in a human shape. Please give a round of applause to the SOS team. So now we're moving on to awards that are given by members of staff to their colleagues. A call for nominations was made in May. We received a high number of nominations, and these were considered by a panel of 5 independent members of our senior management and leadership teams. I just want to flag that there was no conflict of interest between the panel and the award recipients. So the nominations are, I think that's the wrong slide. It's clear there's only one thing on my mind. Sorry about that. All right, this is the right slide. So the nominations are Shabnam Karim, who's actually there, Sławomir Grzybek, Sarah Bailey, a team of estates and facilities, Bloomsbury Institute, a radio team, Arif Zaman, Donna Leonard, academic administration and assessment team, Nadia Mihail, the law team, Charlene Lewis-Thomas, Kuldeep Pradhan, Shola Fibarasima, and the SOS team. So these are the nominations, and we have 4 awards to give out. So let's start with the Innovation Award. So this award recognizes and rewards an outstanding impact made by a member of staff who innovates in the practice to enhance the quality of students or staff experience. And this award goes to someone whose initiative for students came at a very important time during lockdown. This fantastic activity gave students a safe space to not only learn, but to also talk about their experiences. And this initiative very, very quickly won the hearts of students and actually other members of staff. And this initiative will be now expanded and embedded into further frameworks next academic year. So please give a round of applause to Donna Leonard. And this is for the Tea and Chat initiative, which had an amazing impact already. And like I say, it's going to grow and expand into various other frameworks. So thank you so much, Donna. So now let's move on to Community Building Award. So this is an award that recognizes and rewards individuals or teams who made outstanding contributions resulting in the enhancement of the community of staff and/or students. And yeah, the last year and a half, it's been so strange, and it kind of, we understood the value of strong community even more than ever, and it was quite extraordinary that even though we were all at home, we were able to feel a part of a community. And this person made amazing contributions. This person led on many activities. This person communicated with so many of us. They adapted very quickly to the changing methods of, to the rules of student and staff engagement. And these activities engaged not just the staff or not just the students, but they engaged both staff and students. So they really created that community of Bloomsbury Institute, which grew over the last few months. This person supported various initiatives, for example, the COVID Support Fund, how it was used, supported student focus groups, and even supported this conference. So the Community Building Award goes to someone who helped us build and strengthen the community of students and staff. Shola. Thank you very much, Shola. We've all enjoyed all the activities, and looking forward to the next edition of the Battle of Disciplines, because my team lost. So yeah, I need to get back at Joe. All right. The next award, Bloomsbury Institute Values Award. So this is a new award that we introduced this year, and this award recognizes and rewards individuals or teams who have demonstrated an exceptional commitment to Bloomsbury Institute values. And this award this year goes to a team who particularly embraced our value of make things happen. They supported both staff and students during the very stressful time of ever-changing pandemic rules and regulations going forward, backwards, you know. They've adapted, they used a lot of stickers, they communicated with everyone. They made students and staff feel welcome in our buildings. And they did that always with a smile, kindness, with funny t-shirts, and always with a few jokes. So the Bloomsbury Institute Values Award this year goes to the Estates and Facilities team. Thank you very much. Without you, we would be all freaked out coming here today, but we're not. We're used to it. So we gradually got into the swing of things. So thank you very much. So now I'm moving to the fourth award, and that's the Bloomsbury Institute Support and Enhancement Award. This award recognizes and rewards outstanding work which enhances student experience at any point of the student journey or staff experience. The recipients of this award not only continued to support students and staff, making everyone's life so much easier, not only did they continue to improve our processes like they would do in normal times, but the work last year was made a lot more complicated because of the new regulations, because of the emergency rules, because of the new processes. And generally working during the pandemic was a lot more stressful and added to their workload, let's say. It is a small but a mighty team of people who help our community navigate through sometimes a little bit complex, sometimes a little bit ambiguous rules and regulations, through forms, deadlines, processes, online spreadsheets. They have worked so incredibly hard, and they communicated so much with staff and students. And for this, I personally will be eternally grateful to them. So the winner of the award, as you might have guessed, is our Academic Administration and Assessment team. Stand up, Eleonora. Don't be shy. So these are our 4 staff-led awards, and I will get off here in a moment. Before I do, there are 2 things that I 2 recognitions that I have to talk about. First of all, I'd like to announce that 2 members of our staff, professional services staff, and academics participated this year in our In Bloom program, through which they achieved the recognition of Associate Fellow of Higher Education Academy, and that is Shola, who's here, and Bara. So Bara is, I'm guessing, on the other side of the radio microphone somewhere else, but I think we're going to see him later today. And we're nearly here, but there is one more person that needs to be mentioned. And I'm pretty sure that person is going to hate their moment in the spotlight. This person was nominated by both staff and students for various awards, for pretty much all the awards. So we kind of felt that, well, it wouldn't be fair. There isn't just one award that can recognize this person's value and achievement. So for showing incredible commitment to Bloomsbury Institute values, and particularly so during the last few years when we faced so many and relentless challenges, for fighting for our students, for fighting for our staff, and above anything else, for fighting for what is right and for never going for the easy option. The Special Recognition Award goes to John Fairhurst. Thank you very much, and I believe it's... Yeah? Yeah.
All the staff and all the brilliant students, that it was worth that fight to get us to where we were. And it's a collective award, it's not a John Fairhurst award. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Two really quick things. I did, because of the nature of this, we couldn't have the buffet, so I asked some dietary requests. I have done my best to, if you've sent me in your request, I think it's there, right? So I'm going to appeal to human nature here, okay, and say, if you're someone like me who's quite happy eating plastic, could you just hold back from the salads we have at the back? And if you're someone that has special requirements, please get up there. Don't wait for me to finish. But honestly, I think we've got everything covered. I've ordered extra and a selection, so really hoping. And if not, please do come and find me, and we'll go and find something nearby. Also, I want, when you do have that, please come back in here. I'm really looking forward to this. We've got a kind of multimedia experience. Like, this is something you find in the Tate, I swear. We've got Shola, comes hand in hand with that recognition, has, I think it's blood, sweat and tears for this, right? It's certainly late nights. There's going to be, the Student Guild, I gave them a very loose brief, said, could you do something visual? Because we're going to have a Bloomsbury Radio's very finest Calvin Taff presenting his Sunday Reggae show, lunchtime now in here through the speakers. At the same time, the Student Guild are doing a Contrasting Identities slideshow and also demonstration here. We've got it all going on. It'd be a shame to miss it. I know we want to do some mingling also, but we can all go happen at the same time. It's basically a little party. This is as close as we get to it in these times. So enjoy. Okay.
Really, really fascinating. And then moving on to Correlli's talk. Now, I knew this guy was going to be something else, because we could tell from Michelle's interview that he was going to be a guy to listen out for. And, I mean, what a talk. I mean, what struck for you?
I think I wrote down the recipe for an alter ego. He convinced me that's the way. So yeah, it's really interesting how you can just think of little details that you would see yourself doing and just build this persona that you can just be whenever you need. I think that's just great.
Absolutely amazing. So many topics to cover, which we will reflect on later. We haven't got long till we hand over to Calvin for the lunchtime reggae show. But before we do, topics of national identity, where is home, I mean, it's extraordinary. His life journey just being so extraordinary. Nepotism in the law, which I'm telling you now in Ireland is very, very, very high, like it is, I'm sure, here. But, just as you say, alter ego, and in particular, I like je pense donc je suis, which I particularly like, which is I think, therefore I am. But we'll reflect on all of that kind of stuff later on as the afternoon progresses. But in the meantime, here he is, the one and only Calvin Taff and his amazing reggae show.
In the community of Bloomsbury Institute and beyond.
Bloomsbury.
Bloomsbury.
This is Bloomsbury Radio.
A Metropolitan Police officer has pleaded guilty to murdering Sarah Everard. Our reporter Freya Chappell has more.
It's a case that caused widespread shock and outrage. 48-year-old PC Wayne Cousins kidnapped Sarah as she walked home alone from a friend's house in Clapham in South London on the 3rd of March. He went on to rape and strangle the 33-year-old. Her body was later found in a woodland stream in Kent. Cousins had already pleaded guilty to Sarah's kidnap and rape. At the Old Bailey this morning, he also admitted to murdering her.
Holidaymakers are bracing for long queues at borders as additional checks are carried out and international travel increases after quarantine measures are eased. Transport Secretary Grant Shapps has warned people they should expect more disruption than usual. Football fans celebrating the Euros in the UK may have been an important factor in driving up coronavirus case numbers. An expert says data shows an obvious surge in case numbers starting around 10 days after the first games. Just 3% of eligible dads and partners take up shared parental leave when it's offered, despite there being a 3 times increase in the number of jobs advertising it. Shared parental leave allows both parents to split 50 weeks away from work between them, but due to financial concerns, some partners don't always think it's an option. Simon Kelleher is from the charity Working Families.
Employers should be role modelling and they should be encouraging their staff to take that and advertising those enhanced policies if they have them. But from government, I think we need to see some reform of the shared parental leave policy. So that's there and that's available.
And Katie Price has defended travelling to a red list country for cosmetic surgery. The former glam model told ITV's Good Morning Britain she went to Turkey for treatment. From Radio News Hub, I'm Edward Breslin.
Radio works. With more and more people looking to set up their own business, Chief Purpose Officer of the Purposeful Project, Simon Squibb, explains how they can get the perfect kickstart.
We have teamed up with Tide to get you £25,000 to help you start or grow your business. And all you need to do is head to tide.co/be your own boss. If you want to know more about the Be Your Own Boss campaign and how you can get support from the Purposeful Project to start and grow your business, visit purposefulproject.com. But you'll have to enter today to win the £25,000.
Sunny spells across much of the UK today, with the odd scattered showers in places, mainly in the east and southeast. Feeling warm in the sunshine.
Hi everyone, welcome to a very special edition of the Bloomsbury Reggae Show, the show about the music, its culture, and influences on other cultures. Let's ease into the show with this track from In Crowd entitled Backyard. Okay, the sound of In Crowd, popular Jamaican reggae show band who had their commercial peak in the late 70s. So, welcome to the show. First, let me extend a warm welcome on behalf of the team here at Bloomsbury Radio to everyone down there at the Teaching and Learning Conference. This is a show specifically dedicated to you, the wonderful people in the education sector. My name is Calvin, and I'll be providing the music to help you relax and unwind, and so I'll be your sole provider today. Here's Romain Virgo with this one, an adaptation of Michael Bolton's song.
Talk about love, talk about trust, talk about forever, baby, talk about us. I give you my word, stick to my guns. Believe me when I say it, baby, it's just begun. You don't understand, oh girl. Some time. You got my heart in the palm of your hands. I swear it's gonna stay there, baby. Give me half a chance. You don't understand, no, the full intent of my plan. Baby, I wanna be your soul.
Sound of a Romain Virgo covering Michael Bolton's Soul Provider, and I must say I like this version very much. Not because playing reggae music, I do appreciate Michael Bolton's version as well. I must say I'm trying to be a soul provider today for all those people down there out in the Teaching and Learning Conference. So I'll do my best job to be a soul provider for you today. Okay, let's move on. And to be an educator is a very demanding job, and being a student as well makes me appreciate teachers more, because I see the difficulty of their job in helping, scholars understand what they need to learn. All right. So right now, this one I'm gonna play for you, the teachers, the educators of the country, along with the nurses, doctors, and all those people that stood up, and helped us through the pandemic. You're all superheroes. So this one I play for you all, okay? So this is the sound of Dido, and thank you.
My tea's gone cold, I'm wondering why I got out of bed at all. The morning rain clouds up my window, and I can't see it all. And even if I could, it'll all be great. But your picture on my wall, it reminds me that it's not so bad, it's not so bad. Too much last night, got bills to pay. My head just feels in pain. I missed the bus and there'll be hell today. I'm late for work again, and even if I'm there, they'll all imply that I might not last the day. And then you call me, and it's not so bad, it's not so bad.
Sound of English, an English, yes, I said it, an English singer-songwriter. Her name is Dido, and that's a very nice, mellow song right there, you know. Right, we're moving on, and listening to that song, it reminded me of a song that was done during the pandemic for the Jamaican nurses and doctors, but obviously it falls into context for doctors and nurses and anyone who, you know, even supermarket workers, everyone that stood up in a pandemic. You are entitled to be represented in this song.
My name is Richie Stevens, and right now this is a special tribute to all doctors and nurses around the world, all healthcare workers. This one is your song. You are our true heroes right now. Here we go. Let's drink to all the hard-working people. Let's drink to the doctors and nurses. Raise your glass to all healthcare workers. Let's drink to the sons of the earth. Say a prayer for policemen and soldiers out there in the streets to keep us alert. Say a prayer for the elders doctors and nurses, they're special people. Yeah. Let's drink to all the hard-working people. Let's drink to the doctors and nurses. Raise their glass to all healthcare workers. Let's drink to the salt of the earth. Let's drink to all the hard-working people. Let's drink to the doctors and nurses.
The sound right there of Richard Stevens, Richie Stevens, that is popularly known, reaching out to all hardworking people, called The Salt of the Earth, okay? And that's a cover of Johnny Adams' song way back when. Anyway, let's move on. Reaching out to everyone down there at the Teaching and Learning Conference today. This show specifically for you, okay? Hope you all enjoy the reggae flavors. Here's the late great Garnet Silk.
Talk too much. You talk too much. I am vexed. I can't pretend. I am vexed, and I don't intend to deny it. I am vexed. Yes, I've got to show it. I am vexed. I know I just can't hide it. Hey, Mr. Lyington, you shouldn't say what you said. Now you make me mad. I'm feeling like I'm gonna break your head. Whoa, whoa. I am vexed. I can't pretend. I am vexed, and I don't intend to deny it. I am vexed. Yes, I've got to show it. I am vexed. I know I just can't hide it. You regard us as animals, our predecessors as cannibals. You say we came from the hate, but we know the truth. So you are late. We know where we are going, and we know where we're from. So to hell with you and your brainwashed education. I'm vexed. I can't pretend. I am vexed, and I don't intend to deny it. I am vexed. Yes, I've got to show it. I am vexed. I know I just can't hide it. Coming with your bag of tricks, telling us nothing but foolishness. How much you are our superior and sin cause of a complexion to be looking like this. Whoa, whoa, I am vexed. I can't pretend. I am vexed, and I don't intend to deny it. I am vexed. Yes, I've got to show it. I am vexed. I know I just can't hide it. Hey, Mr. Lyington, you shouldn't say what you said. Now you make me mad. I'm feeling like I'm gonna break your head. Oh Lord, I am vexed. I can't pretend. I am vexed, and I don't intend to deny it. I am vexed. Yes, I've got to show it. I am vexed. I know I just can't hide it. You regard us as animals, our predecessors as cannibals. Yes, you say we came from the hate, but we know the truth. But so you are late. We know where we are going.
So there you have it, the voice of Garnet Silk, touted at one point to be the replacement for the likes of Bob Marley, but that never materialized because of a tragedy where he lost his life in a fire in Jamaica. Anyway, let's move on, and we're going to feature this next artist that is touted, to be the next Bob Marley. Hopefully nothing tragic will happen to this guy, as he's a very brilliant songwriter, and he's carrying the flag for contemporary reggae music right now. Here's Chronix and Smile Jamaica. I like how he wrote this song, the context in which he wrote this song.
Ooh, I met a girl this morning. She was love at first sight. Ooh, I met a girl this morning, and she was beauty to my eyes. I asked her where she from, she tell me in the topics. She asked me what's my name, I tell her I am Chronix. And I said, girl, tell me what's your name, and she tell me that her name is Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Ooh, Lord, smile for me, Jamaica. And never you cry, here am I. Yeah, I'm here for you, Jamaica. Dry your eyes, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. Lord, hey, she have a rich history. A beautiful woman with the sweetest gifts. Beautiful sunrise and an evening kiss of a nice sunset on the evening season. But she tell me, say she tired of the exploit and the liars. She give them reggae, give them beaches, give them flowers and the ferns. All she got is abuse in return. But I say, don't you worry yourself, mama. Hey, Chronix is here to your help, mama. Ooh, I said, no worry yourself, mommy. One thing me, I beg you do for me. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Hey, smile for me, Jamaica. Never you cry, here am I. Girl, I'm here for you, Jamaica. What must I try? Oh, smile. She asked me, and this is what me say. A sweet, sweet Chronix, you forgive them, give them. The one drop beat on a rhythm. Are you give them bob with a different step in? Are you give them bolt, nobody can run left him. Boy, but see ya, they must see things, say you're out of ideas. You give them art and sweet literature. You're gonna make the world see the better picture. I said, no worry yourself, mama. Chronix is here to your help, mama. Hey, I said, no worry yourself, mommy. One thing me, I beg you do. And I said, smile, yeah, smile, boy. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, yeah, smile, ba 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 ba. For me, Jamaica. Never you cry, here am I. And I said, smile, boy, I met a girl this morning, and she was love at first sight. And I met a girl this morning, she was beauty to my eyes. And she said, what's her name? I tell her I am Chronix. And where you from? She tell me in the tropics. And I said, girl, tell me what's your name? She tell me that her name is Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Smile for me, Jamaica. And I said, smile, girl, smile. Ooh, Lord, smile for me.
The context in which we wrote that song, he's falling in love with the island of Jamaica. And that's very creative to me in my eyes. And that's how you realize the potential of a great talent that he is to do that. Okay, let's move on. And this is Chronix again. And I like this one. This is my favorite Chronix. You know, if I'm setting up to play anywhere, I don't care what kind of event it is, I'm going to be playing this one, okay? And feel free to do a little bit of skanking. That's a Jamaican term for dancing, all right?
got the pressures of your life and it tough. Now stay down, mama, time to get up. Now bother with the down, full style, strictly up, full vibes. Now pick it up when the bills, them, the rent and the mortgage due. Yeah. When me chalice, when your best friends are gone and it's only you. Yeah. Like up a split, turn up the music. Skanking sweet. Everybody wanna feel like free. Forget your troubles and the rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Skanking sweet. Everybody wanna feel like free. Forget your troubles and the rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet. For every pain there's a melody, yeah. For every trouble there's a harmony that brings everything together. So make us sing together. And who said life no order? And every man got their struggle. I beg you to help me, Lord, and let me overcome my troubles. Skanking sweet, yeah. Everybody wanna feel like free. Forget your troubles and the rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. Skanking sweet. Everybody wanna feel like free. Forget your troubles and the rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah. Skanking sweet. We skank it till our morning come. Till our morning. Until the day when my troubles are done. Hallelujah. We're grooving in our Jaja. We're grooving on my troubles away. Everybody wanna feel like the troubles and the rock we rockin'. You know feel a reggae music sweet. Yeah, skank. Everybody wanna feel like the troubles and the rock we. You know feel a reggae music sweet. Skanking sweet. So skanking. Everybody wanna feel like forget the troubles and the rock with me. Skanking. Feel a reggae music sweet. Yeah, everybody was skanking sweet. Everybody was skanking sweet. Body was skanking sweet. Daddy was skanking sweet. Yeah. I wanna be skanking. I'm gonna be skanking. I'm gonna be skanking. Whoa.
So you're tuned to the Bloomsbury Reggae Show right now, the show that soothes the soul with reggae music. And there's a saying, there's a popular saying, I don't know who coined it, but I'll never forget it. So I always try to repeat it. That says, when music hits, you feel no pain. It tranquilizes the body and stabilizes the brain. You know, whenever you're having a little ups or downs, it's always good to have some music to, you know, calm the nerves or relax you. You know, that's what this kind of show does, the Bloomsbury Reggae Show. Everything's subject to change these days, but this one's for everyone looking forward to the full removal of all restrictions to the lockdown measures. All right, let's move on. This one is Buju Banton and Stephen Marley.
Since long time I don't see the eye now.
Yes, the lion.
I just happy. You know what I mean? Hey, yes, my friend, my friend, my friend. On the band street again. Yes, my friend, my friend, my friend. Them set me free again. Their walls would not hold us, so they had to turn me loose. Yeah, our horse would not hold us, oh no, so they had to turn Mark loose. Yes, my friend, me good friend, we with the first street again. Yes, my friend, me good friend, them set we free again. How in the world could this be? They have no idea what they have done to me. No, some may think it's a mystery, but I thank God. Today I man walk free, and yes, my friend, me good friend, with the first street again. Again. Yes, my friend, yes, my friend, them set we free again.
10 years, trial and trail, clean and pure, heart make man prevail. For my freedom, you put up the veil. No man, they are road shouted upon the mail.
Riots wasn't few, then he candles burning through the night. And it is my loved one shed, God himself heard their cries. Yeah, countless days and nights with no sunlight in front my eyes. Yeah. Many criticize. Ooh, I say, what is the difference between the fool and the wise? I'm crying. Yes, my friend, I know, with the first street again. Oh, let me tell you. And yes, my friend, indeed them set me free again. The bars could not hold me, rather no, therefore they had to turn me loose. Yeah, the words could not control me, so they had to turn me loose. Rather than, yes, my friend, me good friend, with the first street again. Yes, my friend. Yes, my friend. Them set we free again.
The sound of Butcher Banton and Stephen Marley. It seems like every week we've got a Marley on the show, not necessarily Bob. And we're moving on. First of all, let's say a massive shout out to all the people down there, all the participants and everyone attending the Teaching and Learning Conference. All right, let's say massive shout out to you and welcome to the show. This is a Bloomsbury Reggae show. And the next artist is called Kabaka Pyramid alongside Chronics, and the word Kabaka, I looked it up, it's moniker from the Ugandan word for king, so this artist named himself using that moniker and the pyramids in reference to its spiritual power. Okay, and what I'm gonna do after this song is you're gonna hear back to back music of the same rhythm track, a concept I've been introducing on the show for a little while now, and you'll be hearing non-stop music mixing down. So in there you'll have Kabaka Pyramid, Chronics, Taurus Riley, Jacure, Ioctane, right? So 4 track back to back to back. Let's start with this one.
Without a care in the world, you know what I mean?
No worry for my head top, not at all.
And if you know me, you know say I know.
No,
put no trouble on my back.
Oh.
No. Oh, no worry about that. Cha-cha rise me out of my bed. I mean, go if and go wash my dread. Me alright, alright.
Tell him alright.
I'm said cha-cha sunrise wake me up this morning, and I can hear Mama Africa calling. Alright, alright. I tell you me alright, yeah.
I got to give the most high praise. From me see the lick them on both eyes raised. breathing the breath of life. So I pray to still I see I for watch over those like we. Yeah. Smile with the rising sun. The creation me never hiding from. No negativity up in our high kingdom. Mama Africa, your child to come.
I'm such a rise me out of my bed. I make go if I go wash my dread. Me alright, alright. No. I'm such a sunrise. Wake me up this morning, and I can hear Mama Africa calling. Alright, alright. I tell you me alright, yeah.
What a sweet summer day. Mother Earth, you I am free from a day. Me chew some carrot and beet and eat a jelly. Then dipping at the river cause me feel big up big.
I wash off the crosses off of me. Sweet life King Selassie off of me. Never be ungrateful, no people go sleep and they never wake up. But Jaja rise me out of my bed. I mean, go if I go wash my dread. Me alright, alright. I'm a Jaja sunrise, wake me up this morning, and I can hear Mama Africa calling. Alright, alright. I tell you me alright, yeah.
Give thanks for life. Give thanks for life. Oh, chimney, chimney. Today my rise like the sunrise, my bright and my upright. No one can break my vibes. I may not care who I fight, I know I criticize. I'm on the higher heights. So you can say what you want to and do what you want to. It's no concern to me. I come have my own vision, me dip on my own mission to rule my destiny. Oh, it's my day to do what the fuck I want to. It's my time, and I'll use it any way I want to. It's my life, and I'm responsible for every action. It's all mine, my day, my time, my life. I beg you, easy now, give me some reason now, and don't invade my space. I'm in a different place, different phase, moving on my way. So if you feel like a champion, then nothing can go wrong. This one is your song. Hey, put away your troubles, put away your worries, help me sing along. Oh, it's my day to do anything I want to. It's my time, and I'll use it any way I want to. It's my life, and I'm responsible for every action. It's all mine, my day, my time, my life. Out there, so, feeling alive, feeling a vibe, and nothing can stop me. I don't care what they think or what they say about me. Look out, world, here we come, up and running. And all I'm saying is, it's my day to do what the fuck I want to. It's my time, and I'll use it any way I want to. It's my life, and I'm responsible for every action. It's all mine, my day, my time, my life. Chimney, give thanks for life.
Some find house, some find cars, some find rings, lot of different things, but we found love. Girl, we found love. Girl, I want to love you. Let me kiss and hug you. Just wanna rub your body down. Been so long I want you. I've been waiting for you. I will catch you if you fall. Cause something slow like a river makes body shiver. Can't wait to deliver. This feels like love, and I have a burning desire to take love higher. This feels like love. I feel more like living. This joy I'm feeling when you are around. When you are around. Girl, I want to love you. Let me kiss and hug you. Just wanna rub your body down. Been so long I want you. I've been waiting for you. I will catch you if you fall. Love is a powerful thing. Takes you higher than a mountain. Even when you
her. She makes natural fire, brings out the lion. Found a girl up island, oh she capture my heart. Girl I want to love you, let me kiss and hug you. Just wanna rub your body down. Been so long I want you, I've been waiting for you. I will catch you if you fall. It's a beat of my heart, love. It's a beat of my heart. It's a beat of my heart. It's a beat of my heart, love. It's a beat of my heart. It's a beat of my heart. Beat of my heart. Hey. Whoa, yeah. I'm searching for a better way. I'm searching for a better day. Try to keep my feet on the right road, yes. Searching for a better day. Hey. A new day has come, making way for the brighter tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. See the rising sun, dry away your tears and your sorrows. Yeah. It's not over till it's over. This struggle goes on. Yeah. We seek no crumbs from the slave master's table. Yeah, it's our redemption now. I'm searching for a better way. I'm searching for a better day. Trying to keep my feet on the right road. Yeah, searching for a better day. Yeah. So many times I've been misunderstood. People thinking I'm up to no good. Everybody want come push and shoot. I did the things that I know that I should. Which I try, I got nothing to prove. No, I am still on the move. All I know, this is the way I choose. And I got none to lose. Searching for a better way. Searching for a better day. Try to keep my feet off the ground, yeah. Searching for a better day.
So there you have it. I hope you enjoyed that mix. Rhythm track called The Rising Sun Rhythm. And you heard from Chronix, Kibaka Pyramid, Taurus Riley, Ioctane, and right there you have Jacure. Okay? Hope you all enjoyed that little mix down out there, right there. Okay? So we're moving on in the show because we have just about 10 minutes left of the show. So we're gonna put in some, squeeze in some vintage songs right here. Some songs from the older era of reggae music. You know, up first it's Alton Ellie with Rock Steady.
Better get ready, come to rock steady. You got to do this new dance, hope you are ready. You got to do it just like Uncle Freddie. If you don't know, just shake your head, rock your body line, shake your shoulders, everything in time and sing. Oh, 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 oh. Steady, yeah. You got to do this new dance.
sound of Mr. Alton Ellis right there for you, Mr. Rocksteady himself. Moving on quickly, here is Dennis Brown with some very good advice for y'all.
No man is an island. Oh no, no. No man is an island. And no man stands alone. Treat each man as your brother. And remember each man's dream as your own. Now we need one another, yes, and we ought to try to be friends. Oh, each man as your brother, and each man as your friend. You can live in this world all by yourself. No, 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 you can't make it alone. Just as sure as you try to make it by yourself, you're gonna wake up and find you're gonna need somebody else. No man is an island. Oh, yeah, no man stands alone. Treat each man as your brother, and remember each man's dream as your own. Oh, no, no. Well, oh, well.
The sound right there of Dennis Emmanuel Brown. We're cracking on right now with some great music. Especially reaching out to my friends down there at the Teaching and Learning Conference. Hope you all having a great time. Let's move on. Here's Marcia Griffiths. This one's called Feel Like Jumping, Feel Like Dancing. Wow, doesn't time fly when you're enjoying yourself? I certainly am. And I hope you're all enjoying yourselves down there at the Teaching and Learning Conference as well. And I must say a big, massive shout out to you all. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day as we're coming to the close of the show right now, unfortunately. But we must go, okay? And on behalf of everyone here at Bloomsbury Radio, I must say it's been a pleasure presenting the show, especially for the people down there at the Teaching and Learning Conference, right? And I hope you all find the time to join me again sometime to listen into the Bloomsbury Reggae Show. And hope you all have a great day. Taking us out, it's Marcia Griffiths, and this one's called Electric Boogie.
Superlatives for that guy. I mean, it's such a brilliant show, and regular listeners of Bloomsbury Radio will know to catch Calvin every Sunday at 10 in the morning and again at midday for that level of quality, knowledge of music, sharing information, and just helps you chill out.
Well, it surely helped us today in the studio.
Absolutely. I mean, we're doing okay, but I mean, that was fabulous. And you love reggae music.
I do.
Yeah. I mean, certainly.
I'm making a bit of a job of this timekeeping. So if we could take our seats, please, and get ready for the next program. By the way, just a quick round of applause for the makeup. Calvin, if you're listening, I hope you are. It felt like a party, and we're all very grateful. And again, to the wonderful guild for those presentations. Okay, we have now short talks. We are going to get, Cal Courtney's made a wonderful video which we'll be playing later. We made a bit more space for the conversation, and so we'll be playing that later. In the meantime, I'd like to welcome, Ali's a familiar face to us all here. I was really glad that he submitted an abstract because I remember an extraordinary, brilliant intellectual delivery he made in one of our forums back in, I think it was Gower Street days, and he's going to be talking about public law as an act of dissent. So welcome to the stage, Ali.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know I'm limited to 20 minutes, so I'm going to have to press forward. Are we affiliated to a university or merely a trade school? Can we have the next slide, please? Oh, no, it's me. I need to. Okay, I thought. Okay, right. So, how do we really identify ourselves? Are we educators, as Professor Twining once said, here to educate Pericles, or are we merely just training plumbers? What is our identity? What is our institutional identity? What is it that we want to do? If the institution is a glorified trade school, we as educators must resist the temptation to conform and just train the plumber, or the second-rate solicitor sitting in the back offices of a second-rate high street firm. We must allow them to aim higher. And if allowing them to aim higher, working for them to aim higher means resisting what is imposed on us institutionally, then to the extent that we can resist, we must resist. Just last month, Michael Higgins, a sociology professor from the Republic of Ireland, who today also happens to be President of Ireland, lamented in a speech the changes to higher education happening across Europe in the name of market forces. He talked of utilitarian reductionism in the teaching and learning process. What does utilitarian reductionism mean? Basically, it's a concerted drive towards sacrificing the process of education in order to reduce teaching to box ticking of learning objectives. Have I taught this? Yes, I have. Fine, let's move on. Did I say that? Yes, I did. Fine, let's move on. You can tick boxes and hope that you've trained the plumber, but you can't tick boxes and educate a lawyer or swap lawyer for anything else in the social sciences, in the arts, etc., etc. So, if the institutions are trying to divert our attention to form, away from substance, we must try to break the shackles ourselves. How? One example, my own example and my own resistance when it comes to PowerPoint. In an institution that shall remain nameless, I received an email from one of the pen pushers saying that we've gone through the virtual learning environment and we've seen your slides and your slides don't conform with our brand. Why are the slides not branded? I talked to colleagues and I said, what do I do? And a lot of colleagues said, "You're not looking for trouble, are you? Conform." And I thought, nah. So I wrote back, well, these slides were done on the dime of another institution. And they have graciously allowed me to use them here. Therefore, that's why they're not branded. It would be wholly inappropriate for me to take slides that might have intellectual property issues from somewhere else and then try to flog them off as this new institution's. And I waited for the response. None came. And it's not just a case of standing up to the bureaucrats when it comes to slides. Why do we use PowerPoint slides? Should we always use PowerPoint slides? My response is no. There is no one single method fits all when it comes to education. In order to keep the bureaucrats happy, I had the slides up on the virtual learning environment. But at Bloomsbury Institute, for example, because we are at Bloomsbury Institute now today, and I have former students here who are now colleagues in teaching, and they will remember, I said to them, the slides are on the VLE. Don't waste your time with them. If you want to read something, read the textbook. In class, I'm not going to sit down on my backside and read off the slides to you lot. So your attention is going to be on what I'm saying. And it was a two-way classroom. And I don't think it went all that badly because there weren't any student complaints against me. There may have been other types of complaints, but I certainly didn't have any student complaints. So, if the institution is attacking your identity as an educator by forcing you to comply with a one-method-fits-all, stand up. Resist as far as you can. The irrational focus on the essay, it happens in law a lot. Other subjects probably not. But why? When you want to stand up and you say, no, we don't want to assess students on a single essay. We have to examine them. But it's too much hassle. Oh, but the students don't like examinations. Well, tough. Students must be examined. We have a responsibility to these students' future clients when they're out peddling their trade to ensure that they know their trade. And you can't be sure they know their trade when you give them an essay subject at the start of term, and the student knows that this is all I need to focus on to pass, even if I go and do the research myself and write my own essay and I don't purchase it from some essay mill. So these are issues that we need to stand up for as educators. If we don't, then the bureaucrats and the pen pushers are going to impose this form, this abnormal, irrational form of one-size-fits-all assessment onto us. Moving on to more substantive issues in teaching public law or teaching constitutional law. The textbooks normally would deal with the monarchy, for example. They would deal with the concept of parliamentary democracy. Here in the UK, we are lucky to live in a country which has the mother of all parliaments in the world in it, a great parliamentary democratic system. It's our parliament which is sovereign. That's what the textbooks would tell you. That's what a lot of law teachers might tell you. But they're not telling you the whole story. And your students deserve to know the whole story. Your students deserve to know that Queen Elizabeth herself in her person costs the English taxpayer £348 million a year. And this is just Queen Elizabeth the person. Philip had his own extra income. Charles has his, so does Charles's older son, and so do others in the inner circle of the royal family. Who pays for this? Me and you pay for this. The taxpayer pays for this. The 20% VAT that we have to pay on food that we buy or anything else that we buy helps to fund this. I wouldn't mind if it helped fund housing and education and healthcare and other things that it's meant to fund, but it needs to fund the Queen first. How many textbooks tell the students that they have to think about. Should this 348 million be spent on ensuring children don't go to bed hungry at night and aren't sent to school the next morning hungry and therefore collapse in school, rather than it being spent on the Queen's corgis and the Queen's horses, who perhaps never miss a meal and who perhaps have better nutrition than a lot of children living in this United Kingdom of ours. These are things the students need to know. They might end up by saying, okay, teacher, you're wrong, I'm still a monarchist. That's fine. But give them the other side of the story too. Parliamentary democracy is not democracy. The first past the post system that we have is not a democratic system. It means the candidate that has more votes than the runner-up goes into Parliament, even if the vast majority of voters in a particular constituency do not vote for that candidate. Do the textbooks teach this? No, they don't. Then that's our job. If we want to identify ourselves as educators, we need to educate. We should not parrot the textbooks. The myth of parliamentary sovereignty. It's a myth that has been in existence since 1689, when we had a so-called glorious revolution, which wasn't glorious, and it wasn't even a revolution. But the idea of sovereignty today lies with the Parliament, not with the monarch anymore. That's another lie. Again, students need to be informed that a Tory Lord Chancellor, Lord Hailsham, back in 1978, when he was still in the opposition, because Maggie Thatcher came into power, unfortunately, in 1979, however much I wish she hadn't, but she did. And Lord Hailsham only became Lord Chancellor a year later in 79. But in 78, he wrote a book saying that the whole idea of parliamentary sovereignty is a sham, it's an elective dictatorship. And this is coming from the Tories, not the revolutionary leftists. It's an elective dictatorship. Why? Because we voters go and we elect whoever we think is in line with our ideals for the future of our society. But because the system is rigged, it's first past the post, the person who goes in owes his allegiance to the political party that's in power. Because to be the political party in power, you have to be the party that controls most of the seats in the Commons. Therefore, a political party that does not have at least 50% of the vote of voters will be running the country. And they will be steamrolling through what they want to steamroll through, whether the majority of people want that or don't want that. So students should know this. Students studying constitutional law, public law. And again, I'm saying public law because this is what I teach. But I'm sure in any other of the social sciences or in any of the art subjects, there are similar things that educators, if they want to identify themselves as educators, must let their students know, outside of what the textbook says. I don't know how much time I've got left, but I will continue until you tell me to shut up, and that isn't quite shut up yet. So, again, the textbooks will talk about a judiciary which happens to be independent, but it's not. The judiciary never has been independent. And even today, when there is a so-called outside of government method of appointing judges, it is still not independent. The judiciary to this day remains subservient to the establishment. Now, can I prove this? If I can't prove it, I'm talking nonsense. But we have case law that shows this. Cases that ultimately end up with decisions that are political, not decisions that are based in law. Cases where you see the High Court at first instance has judged according to the law. On appeal, the Court of Appeal has judged according to the law. Once it makes its way to what was the Appellate Committee of the House of Lords and today the Supreme Court, law gets set aside and the judgments of the lower courts is overturned and a politically acceptable decision takes the place. And there are examples that I don't have time, so I can't tell you what they are. If I had time, I would have. the Human Rights Act. It's being sold to everybody as the best thing since sliced bread. That's what the textbooks tell you, but is it the truth? No, it's not. We are told that the Human Rights Act came here to bring home all of the rights that we should cherish that exist in the European Convention on Human Rights. But they don't. Article 13 of the European Convention on Human Rights says what? You have a right to a suitable and just remedy. The wording is effective remedy. The Human Rights Act purposefully set that aside. Why? Because citizens of the United Kingdom do not have a right to an effective remedy. If our human rights have been abused, our fundamental rights have been abused by the state, English courts cannot give us an effective remedy because the Human Rights Act doesn't allow it. They have to fudge their way through it. And Section 6 of the Act says what? Very Orwellian. Section 6 of the Act. It starts off really nicely. The state has to abide by human rights standards. Great. But then it goes on to say, except when the state doesn't want to. But it can't say this openly. It has to go around it in a roundabout way. So the state has to abide by human rights standards. For the purpose of the Human Rights Act, the state is just the executive and just the judiciary, so not the Parliament. So Parliament can pass legislation that conflicts directly with your fundamental rights. Human Rights Act says Parliament can. So what happens is that you want to challenge a decision of a public body, a public authority, the government, who've abused your fundamental rights. What the government will say is, we're just following the Act of Parliament. Parliament instructed us to do this. This is the Act of Parliament, this is what we're instructed to do, so we haven't broken the law. So in a roundabout way, the state has to abide by the Human Rights Act, except for when the state doesn't want to. When you create an exception for the Parliament, and the Parliament legislates contrary to human rights, the government has to impose legislation. That's its job. So these are issues that students need to know. Rule of law, I have to miss out. What do? We resist. There's no other choice. Otherwise, we're not doing our students a service. How do we resist? In my classes, I talk about Karl Marx. I say he was wrong about economics, and he was certainly wrong about human nature. But when it came to the institution of the law, absolutely right. The law is made and the law exists to serve the interests of the owners of means of production, of the owners of power. Back in Marx's day, the people who owned land, the people who owned the factories. Today, the people who own the shares and the stocks, etc., etc. Teach our students not to be what Malcolm X would call house Negroes. Tell them that you don't need to be somebody who is more worried about the master, about what's going to happen to the master's house. Tell them that you identify yourself as their teacher with the field Negroes, the people out in the field who don't get the scraps from the master's table, who have to work their backsides off in rain and snow, etc., etc., etc. And you hope for the collapse of an unfair and unjust system, and you're certainly not going to actively and proactively help promote its continuation. These are the kinds of things I believe that an educator who wants to identify himself as an educator rather than somebody just training a plumber, etc., etc., needs to do. Solzhenitsyn in his cancer ward says, burden kids with the truth. Burden your students with the truth. If the truth isn't in the textbook, so be it. If the truth isn't what your institution wants you to say, and your institution hauls you in to say, why don't you just stick to the textbook as I've been hauled in before? I won't say where, but I have been. Well, if the students wanted to read the textbook, they wouldn't be paying you £9,250 a year to read the textbook. They're paying this money because they want to hear something over and above it. Colleagues say to me, it's not worth it. Students don't even care. They don't even understand. Back off. Look after yourself. Why bother? And my response is 99.9% of students might not care. But the one student in each cohort who does care is the one that you need to stand up for. I received an email from one student a while ago containing the quote that you see down here. And the email came out of the blue. I taught the student on one module only, gone, moved on, didn't think again. And after a long while, something came into my inbox, and it said, if you've ever wondered if you've made a difference in your students' lives, you've made a difference in mine, and I'm grateful for it. So, it is worth it. Resistance is worth it, standing up is worth it, trying to maintain the stance of an educator against the pen pushers, against the bureaucracy, is what we should do. And if we're not, I think we're not doing our students a favour. I've talked far too much, sorry. Okay, thanks everyone.
We'll try and fit it in, yeah. Yes, it wouldn't be an act of dissent if you didn't go and break the time limit. Thank you very much. That was excellent. I'm breaking all sorts of rules as well. I think I'm a programmer's nightmare. Cordelia was supposed to be first. So apologies for everyone at the back for having to juggle this. So yeah, Cordelia, we're going to go to music and neuroscience, I believe now. So Cordelia, go outside to the stage.
The one on music. Got the white first screen. So, how's everyone doing? I'm actually, I had some music that I was going to play at the beginning, but I just feel like Calvin did such a great job that I can't follow it. So I am going to skip, if I can, really quickly over this. Great. Okay, I think that's sorted. We were all, I think everyone was kind of milling in and out, but everyone was able to listen into Calvin's show in the lunchtime break, and I think everyone really enjoyed it, myself included. It's so nice to listen to music in a group, again, with people that are sharing the same space, in the same room. It feels incredible. And we were talking earlier that it just feels amazing to be able to see the backs of people's heads again. And that in itself is amazing, but there are so many amazing things that happen when we listen to music. Some of these are things that happen just technically, so the way that music comes into your brain in itself is incredible. But it's also all the different ways that your brain processes music. And that's what I want to talk about today, because I think that there are some really valuable takeaways that we can gain if we consider the effect that music has upon the brain. But first, I do want to look at the actual kind of auditory processing side. If the remote's going to work, okay, here it is. So this is a kind of visual processing, auditory processing GIF that I found on the internet, and you can see here you have sound entering into the ear canal, so the vibrations that are created in the air when I speak or when music is played comes through your ear canal. It hits against your eardrum. That taps against these three tiny little bones right deep in your ear. That hits against the cochlea, which is this kind of snail shell. And within that, neurons are generated, and these neurons travel out through your auditory nerve and into your brain. That happens at a rate of 1 neuron traveling through into your brain per millisecond. That is so fast. And if we compare it to the way that visual imagery is processed, visual imagery travels into your brain at a rate of 1 neuron per 40 milliseconds. So auditory processing is 40 times as fast as visual processing. So that in itself is incredible. And then what happens next, I find to be even more so. So music enters into your brain and it is processed by your temporal lobe. And this is the part of the brain that controls language and everything about language. And that includes the kind of auditory processing of language. And this happens really quickly. And this is the part at which your brain makes sense of the noise around you. So you know that I'm speaking, you know that I'm not screaming, you know that I'm not the sound of a car, you know that you don't need to be scared, I hope. And this is all happening in tenths of milliseconds, so quick. And once the sound has been processed, if you're listening to music, then it's very likely that this tiny part of your brain here, the nucleus accumbens, is going to be activated. This is where your dopamine receptors are. And so if you listen to a piece of music and you enjoy it, or you have any kind of visceral response to it, it's because dopamine is being released. And this is the pleasure hormone. This is what gives you goosebumps when you listen to a piece of music that you like, or one that you haven't heard in a long time, something that brings back memories. Your cerebellum, this kind of bit at the back of your brain, is activated. And this is the bit of your brain which is activated when you want to move to music. When you hear a piece of music and you want to kind of nod your head or tap your feet. This is the kind of physiology of music. And then your hippocampus. And this is something that Ira talked about in her keynote speech, which was fascinating, and it really ties into some of the ideas that I uncovered in looking into neuroscience and education and neuroscience and music. And the hippocampus is just so vital to the way that we learn, because it is the learning center of the brain. This is your memory center. This is where the deep learning happens. And this is the reason, the hippocampus, why if you have Alzheimer's and you're in the last stages of your battle with Alzheimer's, you're much more likely to remember the words to happy birthday than you are to remember the names of your family members. Music hits something so deep within our learning centers, within our memory centers. And finally, the last part of the brain that I want to show you explicitly is the amygdala. And this tiny little part of the brain, this is where the emotions lie. And this is what I want to focus on today, the emotional side of music, because I think it is so important and it is so unexplored in a way, because we've only recently had the ability to look through MRI scanning, through neuroimaging technology, at what actually happens in the brain when we listen to music. And what we've learned by looking at MRI scans, acute neuroimaging, is that emotion happens not just in different parts of the brain, not just all across it, but also at different depths as well. So you can see in this picture, you have the brain stem right at the bottom of your brain. And this is the part of your brain that evolved first. So this is one of the very first evolutionary parts of your brain. And this deals with kind of visceral responses to stimuli. So this has been called the lizard brain in the past, and you might have come across that. And then the next kind of level up is the limbic system. This is one of the kind of mid-evolutionary parts of the brain. This is where your emotions are processed. This is where your hormones are released from. And then the next part is the prefrontal cortex. This is the most kind of evolutionarily recent part of your brain. And this deals with complex decision-making and the ability to distinguish factors in a very kind of advanced way. That's something that is specific to humans. And the emotion that is induced by music hits every single one of those layers. And I want to just look at some quickly, because there are 8 different emotion mechanisms of inducing emotions. And I'm going to look at just several because we don't have that much time. But first one is this one. And I saw some of you kind of springing awake again after a big lunch. So this is the brainstem reflex. And this hits the very base part of your brain, which is to do with attention. And loud noises, noises that are unexpected, they hit this part of your brain, which is basically saying, oh my God, do I have to run? You don't, you're fine, it's safe.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone.
And the next
It's
part
not warm when she's
is so
away.
amazing. I just love this song. So this is rhythmic entrainment. And this is the process of your heart literally changing speed depending on the beat and the rhythm of the music that you're listening to. So a song like Ain't No Sunshine by Bill Withers sits right in the middle of the average BPM of your heart rate. But if you listen to a song with a really fast tempo, your heart rate will literally increase. It won't meet that tempo, but it will rise. And if you listen to a song which is slower, then your heart rate will decrease. And this is a really powerful tool, and this is where we start coming into how we can utilize music in an education environment, because you can create atmospheres by utilizing rhythmic entrainment. You can calm down by listening to slower music, or you can motivate by listening to more fast-paced music. And that's the reason why one of the things that athletes cite as being most effective before they go and perform is listening to something that really motivates them, a piece of music that is fast-paced, because it gets them hyped up and it gets them ready to go out and perform to their best. And then we have emotional contagion.
Right through me, look right through me, and I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad.
So this is when your brain makes sense of the subconscious elements of music that make it maybe happy, maybe less so. So in Mad World by Gary Jules, this song is a minor key, it's very slow paced, and the timbre, the way that the instruments and the voice sound, are perceived by the human brain as evoking a certain type of emotion, and that emotion is often described as melancholy or sadness, as opposed to Exactly. And this is not really operating at a conscious level of the brain. If you listen to the lyrics of I Want to Dance with Somebody, they're actually kind of sad. But everything that happens in the instrumentation and the performance, that amazing performance of the vocal line, makes it so uplifting in a way that gets people singing along, gets people moving. So how can we use this? What relevance has music to learning? Well, emotion is increasingly being cited as one of the best ways to facilitate deep learning and to create an environment within which students feel confident and empowered and want to share. And it's not only the kind of holistic aspect, this kind of positivity within a classroom. There is research that shows that these networks, the emotion networks and the learning networks, are fundamentally intertwined with each other. So essentially, there is evidence to suggest that we can learn faster, we can remember longer if we utilize music within the classroom. And this is something which is really recent. All of this evidence comes from, fairly recent years. I think the last 5 years worth of studies about the use of music in the classroom. And so it's very experimental. And one of the reasons that I wanted to present today is because I wanted to have a conversation with you. We have academics here, we have students here, we have members of all different parts of different teams at Bloomsbury Institute. And I wanted to try and see what your thoughts were about this, because I think it's something that we can work together to make into a fundamental aspect of parts of our curricula. And not just because I think it's fun, but because I think it's important to the way that our students feel connected to this institution as well. Creating a positive environment within a classroom setting can prevent alienation from higher education, and that's something that we constantly work towards at Bloomsbury Institute. We are constantly trying to include students in all different ways, as many different ways as we can, and suiting as many different needs as we can as well. So we need to be working to expand a kind of toolkit of strategies that can engage different learners in different ways and for different purposes. encouraging diversity at all levels of the institution, not just in our students, not just in our staff, but at the very pedagogical point. Pedagogical. So how are we going to do this? How are we going to implement this pedagogy? Well, I mean, I've had some preliminary ideas, but I've only been working on this research for about 2 months. So obviously, there are passive ways that we can use music in the classroom, and I've had conversations with people who say, well, I do this, I listen, I play music, and students listen. So there are different ways that we can utilize this kind of passive state. We can play it while students are working individually, when they're working in groups, maybe even just when entering and exiting to create a certain environment or a certain state within the classroom. But I would argue that there are also ways that we could be more active with our inclusion of music. This may be controversial, but I think that we could incorporate music into the curricula as well, because there is such a wealth of socio-political information and data within music that I think is so important to facilitate discussion. There is even the potential now with Bloomsbury Radio, our amazing radio station, being so intertwined with the institution itself, to create multimedia assessments as well and utilize those ties. So who could we become if we learnt with music? Who could we become if we teach with music? Well, I think we could become more confident learners, we could become more fulfilled educators, maybe more active and creative educators, and overall, I think that we could all become a more engaged group of human beings. And that is where I'm going to end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That felt like evidence in practice. I feel like I've learned how to use music just from that talk. So, I think what we're doing is foregoing Q&As are a little bit tight for time, but what we have got a bit of time in the break. There is a pocket of time there. So what we'll do maybe, if we store up some really good questions, we'll work out a way of trying to ask the speakers afterwards. If not, please do just catch them while they're having coffee, and we'll pick everything up. I'm really pleased to announce that Delon and Ola are going to be presenting next. These are, for anyone who doesn't know, these are Bloomsbury Institute students who are now lecturing with us. And this is their first time presenting at a Teaching and Learning Forum, so let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you. As Tom said, this is our first time, so please be easy on us. So we've done a joint research project, so we'll try and somehow jointly present it here. So we're talking about how to promote positive changes to the identity of higher education. And to do this, we need to look at the examination of diversity that are within institutes and how we can use that to work towards a better future. So might be a bit depressing at the start with some of the statistics, but I promise we're getting to the positive changes. So, we want to start with this quote from Martin Luther King Jr., that you must discover what you are made for, and you must work to achieve excellence in your field of endeavour. If you are called to be a street sweeper, you should sweep streets even as Michelangelo painted or Beethoven composed music. So find what you're good at, a bit like what was said earlier, that, you know, with law, for example, if you really love it, go for it. So even if that is street sweeping, be proud in what you are doing. And in that, so I'm not just going to read off slides again, as we heard earlier, slides don't always work. So basically what we're talking about is that higher education is seen as one of the best indicators for a better life and for a successful life. However, getting a higher education isn't really available to everyone when you actually look at it. There are some issues, so that is what we are talking about. So if we look at some of the data and statistics, in 2017, 95% of students were white, and only 12.3% of white British students attended the most diverse universities. In a 2017 study, 4/5 of students from England and Wales that were accepted at Oxbridge between 2010 and 2015 had parents who occupied top professional and managerial roles. And London and the southeast of England received 48% of offers from both Oxford and Cambridge. As we know, these top managerial roles, these top professional roles, are centred around London and the southeast. So how can we work to make it more inclusive, to get the whole country involved? In 2010 to 2015, some of the most successful applicants came from the city of London, Richmond, Camden, Islington, Haringey. Again, all in London. How can we make it more inclusive? So, between 2013 and 2014, between 2013 and 2014 and 2016 to 17, 82% of white graduates had the highest proportion of degree outcomes, gaining a first or upper second class. 72% of Asian graduates gained a first or upper second class degree, and black graduates stood at only 60%. As we did hear earlier, there is a big attainment gap for black students. 66% of all other ethnic group graduates are entering highly skilled employment or further studies, compared to 78% of white students who gained the highest employment rate. This figure shows that black graduates are least represented in workforce in the UK, and between 2004 and 19, this only went down by 5%. And while figures do show that ethnic minorities are 47% more likely to be on 0-hour contracts. So, yes, maybe they're getting employed more, but 0-hour contracts when you've gone to university to study a degree isn't really what your desired outcome is.
So, for universities to actually breach a gap with attainment, Baroness Valerie Amos believes that universities must demonstrate that they're willing to commit to eliminate the attainment gap. And a report concluded by the University UK and the National Union for Students to tackle disparities between black and ethnic minorities and white, they came up with 5 steps. So the 5 steps are providing strong leadership skills, having conversation about race and the changing cultures, developing racial diversity and inclusion in the environment, getting the evidence and analyzing the data on the attainment gaps, and understanding what works. And this actually is very important because with leaderships, you do need to have a diverse and able to have conversation about race in institutions, not just trying to sweep it under the carpet. So in terms of David Lammy, and we all know who David Lammy is, the famous MP for Tottenham, he found that Oxbridge was moving backwards. The Oxbridge universities are all moving backwards, revealed that 10 out of 32 colleges, sorry, we have colleges, should be colleges, sorry about that, and 6 out of 29 from Cambridge did not admit a single black A-level pupil. He's actually saying that this is social apartheid, which, if you look at it, is that these institutions should be accepting people based on their credibility and their education certification. And if you look at it, they have the smallest proportion of BAME students, with less than 10% of the population being black. If you look at this chart, you can see that over 70% accepted at the Russell Group universities are white students. Less than 20% Asian, less than 10% others, and less than 5% is black. So the OFS has acknowledged there is a problem and there's significant work that must be done to tackle racial inequalities in universities. Because BAME students only make up 20% of those in Russell groups, while students comprise of 20% in the whole UK population.
So, where do these problems start? We need to go to the root. So many state schools are just not prepared for the task of preparing their students for these prestige universities. State schools that are underfunded, all their teachers' time is going to be on preparing classes. That's it. They don't really have any dedicated university counsellors or help. For example, one Oxford University student recalled just how unprepared she felt for her interview because in the state schools it just was not talked about. So, as I said, most schools just do not have the time or funding to provide their students with university preparation because they're dedicated to class, the preparation of classes. And in many careers conferences, they're just full of private school teachers who do have the time and do have the funds to dedicate resources to university preparation. So only 90% of state schools get notably less offers. For example, offers from Cambridge once every 4 years and Oxford once every 5 years. So, some suggestions and recommendations. I know we're going quite quick, we're a bit behind for time, so I'm sorry for it that we're rushing through this. So, less than 1% of the adult population have graduated from Oxford or Cambridge. However, these institutions have produced most of the prime ministers, senior judges, civil servants, and many of those in media. And to tie back what was said earlier, just because they've got this Oxford or Cambridge named education doesn't mean that they are more qualified. So we need to be employing people not based on their university, but based on their accreditations.
And even David Lammy, he has called for a centralized system whereby people are recruited based on merit rather than where they study. Because at the end of the day, we're all getting the same, for example, a law degree, which the same modules that must be studied here at Bloomsbury must also be studied at Cambridge and Oxford. So there's no difference with the education system. It's just that society says that we should have these rich, famous people in these positions.
So there's now also schemes that exist to assist in accessing widening participation. So current students, prospective students, or former students, they can all go onto these forums. So there's things like Inside Uni, UniRise, the Access program inside Uni. There's also things like the Student Room. So just so that you can get the student experience and the student voice heard, not just what the advertising of the university is showing you, and again, what to expect.
And to actually close the attainment gap, universities should require to implement initiative and approach to actually tackle racial inequalities. This can be by collaborating with Advanced HE Racial Equality Charter, whereby they actually have a department that deals with investigate all these hate crimes on campuses. So that would actually work if the universities do collaborate with Advanced HE.
Additionally, there's been documentaries such as Is Uni Racist on the BBC, and conferences like this where we can talk about identity, talk about who we want to be, can hopefully promote that positive change that we want to see.
And a lot of institutions need to start speaking about the problem we're facing, the racial inequalities, as Ola just said, sorry, I'm just in my throat. So basically what they're saying is that we as educators need to start speaking about the racial inequalities and focusing on what the problem is to tackle it before it gets further. Yeah?
So this is all from our working paper that we're working on. It's in the process of being published, but if anyone wants to read a rough draft, we do have it available. And our next slide is any questions, but I'm not sure if we have time. Yeah? Yeah? Are there any questions? Yeah?
Right, one moment. Get the microphone.
Yeah.
I'm so glad.
It's a comment, not really a question. By the way, thanks for that excellent presentation. Just in case you missed it, audience, these are former students of Bloomsbury Institute. If you don't have faith in your products, you have a problem.
Thank you.
The second point is, I know Dylan, non-conformist, trained by the best. We do have student papers published in the Bloomsbury Institute's Working Paper Series. It's online. Dillon is actually published there, Volume 4, Issue 2/3, 2019 October, around about the same time he graduated. So now to my question, which is the slide before any questions. It's a working paper, and I'm looking forward to receiving that to be considered for publication in the Bloomsbury Institute working paper series, for which I am series editor.
Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Sorry.
Yeah, we need to go one. Oh, one moment. We've got another. We've got all the mics. Yeah.
COVID, yay.
It's kind of clean. I'm clean. Yeah. We're doing our best.
Hello. First of all, thank you everyone for the lovely welcome here. I'm completely outside of the Institute, and how I've ended up here today is a long story, but to the question. We had a little chat about it earlier on. In the schools, in their prospectuses, it's how many students we can get into Russell Universities or Oxbridge and things like that. Yes, I understand we want excellence in our higher education, but aren't we sending the wrong message by saying it's Russell Universities that are going to get you somewhere, it's Oxbridge that's going to get you somewhere? How do we change that narrative that other institutions can also operate on a level playing field?
Well, I mean, that's what we're trying to look at in our research, is that, as you say, Russell groups are not the be-all and end-all. You are still going to end up with a degree, but we just need to try and get these preconceived notions that only Russell group students are going to be able to do anything. We need to have these conversations, and we need to be willing to talk about the fact that they are quite gate-kept by the wealthy and the advantaged classes, and we need to get it out of our head that only they can be the ones to produce good students and therefore good professionals. Again, it's a very hard thing to do. A lot of people are very stuck in their way. Universities are still seen as a very old-fashioned, academia-filled area, which of course it's academia-filled, but there's different ways of getting around it. There's different types of examinations. But as I said, not everyone is willing to hear that yet or wanting to hear that yet. So just the more conversations we can have about it openly, like in these forums, we can just hope that the change will come.
And in adding to that, it's not just because society always dictates what happens. So what universities such as Bloomsbury and the other alternative providers, it should be a bit more advertising also, and having to let students know that you can't just, if you want to be successful, you don't just have to go to Oxbridge University or Russell Group University. Is that the way you apply yourself in society, that is very important.
Hello? Yes.
Yeah?
So thank you so much for your presentation. I'm very proud of two of you. We belong to the same department, and we are former students too. So very proud to associate with you. My question is this, or my comment is this. Now, people talk about lower awarding qualification or whatever from BMEs. First of all, can we disabuse our mind by not using that BME appellation for us? That's the beginning of this solution. Mm-hmm. So it's like stigmatizing people, calling them BME and starting with that. So can we find proper ways of actually talking to this set of group of people and actually actualizing that? Two, now take hunger and poverty away from any man, you'll be surprised what he can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So the problem is this. We are talking about people who have social capital problem, the teacher poverty. I expect them to compete with people who have this as given unto them. I give an example in my set. In one article, my other department posted on a group chat, and I said in my set, 2016, 2018, those who did very well are from my community. The first four that did very well. Now, what brought about that? Our intrinsic motivation, the way we connected with facilities and every equipment support provided, and we saw a need for us to actually make a difference. In my class, there are people from privileged backgrounds who stand nowhere near us. They stood nowhere near us. So that labeling should be done away with. And that's the first point of view.
Yeah.
Let's do away with the labeling, and let's see everybody as just human race. And let everybody be given an equal opportunity.
Yeah.
For instance, I'm the second class of graduates in my family. Compared to families who have the 6th generation, the social capital is there. The tract has been laid for them. They're just walking the tract.
Yeah.
And they stroll through and we think they're better off. So I don't think anybody's better off. Take poverty away, take hunger away, then you see what everybody can do. Thank you.
Yeah.
And just to add to your point, Sam, is that the UK needs to actually catch up to times that we're living in, is that this BAME and all of these acronyms that we use to describe people, we should get rid of them, because if you look at the other European countries, such as Germany and the Netherlands, they tend not to use these acronyms to describe people. Once you're going to university, it's based on the university that you're attending rather than your ethnic group or your nationality. So I think that the UK needs to actually get rid of those and start living in the real world and catch up to continent Europe.
Hey guys, yeah, just wanted to really commend you for doing this. I actually always think that presenting your thoughts and your ideas and then being questioned on it is actually a really effective way of examining your own thoughts and then deepening them and furthering them. So well done for doing this. The question I had actually was, sometimes with change and trying to bring it about, you can give all the reasons why the change should happen, but sometimes it's actually not as effective as removing the obstacles that exist that are stopping the change from happening. So have you in your paper, or are you in your paper going to be thinking about what are the obstacles that actually we should work on that will mean if that's out of the way, actually the change will just happen almost all by itself? Is that any part of what you're looking at?
Yeah, so we have actually touched on that. The paper we're actually trying to shorten down because there is a lot of research in there. But yeah, we have actually touched on that. But as I say, we only had 20 minutes and then for questions and answers. But no, thank you for bringing that up because that is definitely something that we have looked at. And hopefully when the paper is published, whoever wants to read it can see that.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
No? Okay, thank you for
Thank you,
going
guys.
easy on us for our first time.
I feel we shouldn't have prefaced that with this is the first time because that was pro. Thanks so much, guys. And thanks for hitting the nail at the head on terms of responding to the question, who do we want to be? You know, this is about higher education and the questions inverted into us. And thank you for such a pragmatic and considered response. I got a bit time pressured earlier and decided to panic. So I'd like to say if Ali, if you have any Q&A for Ali, he raised an awful lot of thought-provoking challenges and really important analysis of higher education, and I think it's a good point to pick that up again. So do we have any questions on? Yes.
Okay, thank you. It was really nice to have a little input on public law as well. It did get the blood racing a bit. I just wanted to, the vibe that keeps coming through to me is this whole idea of game changers. And we've thought about identity. It's making me think as an academic. We see what goes on with our society. If I'm honest, it's not that I'm defeatist, but sometimes these discussions about BAME and the labeling, I see it as a bit of a game. If I'm honest with you, I think the class system has worked very well for certain individuals in the UK. It's not an accident. It might not be how you and I want life to be, but for some people, the system is serving them extremely well. So I think we shouldn't play games about that. It's not in some people's interest to change things. However, it doesn't mean that they can't change. And I think we should focus on what are the things that can make a difference. For example, something that came to me is this idea of enterprise. and when you create an alternative. Now, maybe it's because we've got a few Nigerians in the room. One thing that's come to mind for me is the whole idea of Nollywood as an industry, and I find that that's like the Nigeria's response to Hollywood. And we've all seen the rise in this whole idea of Nigerian movies. And I thought to myself, many of those individuals who have become producers, directors, actors, big household names, if they were waiting on Hollywood to be more diverse and give them a chance, because if I followed Hollywood, I would think there were maybe about 10 individuals from certain backgrounds who could act. You know, they seem to be in every film. But people have said, you know what, no problem. You don't want to open a door for us? We're going to open up our own doors. And I think it's for us. For example, where's Cordelia? I got excited about this idea about music. And now, if we're trying to rival a Russell group, it could be maybe difficult. But if we come up with something special and innovative and start to really capture this idea of how we can impact the brain and use music, and we start to create something new, becoming game changers, the radio station we've got, I think there's potential for a lot we can do, using things that might be seen as a disadvantage. And I think if we get some heads together and start thinking, what are our USPs? How can we offer an alternative instead of trying to beg people to open doors or try to rival people at what they've already built and entrenched to keep other people out. So I want to ask you, as a radical public law person, what scope do you think there is for us taking an approach where we create a sophisticated revolution of innovation?
Well, the issue is that, A, I agree with everything that you said. B, we, each of us has to use the tools that they have in their hands. I'm not a business person, so I wouldn't be the best person to talk about innovation. I wouldn't be the best person to talk about alternatives to Hollywood. However, the tools that I do have in my hands are the theoretical tools of telling students not to believe everything that A, the textbook tells them, B, what their tutor tells them. So if I go off in a class on a rant against the monarchy, I will want the students to challenge me in my rant against the monarchy, to come up with, but the monarchy's great for the economy, because the monarchy rakes in money from tourists who come to the UK to see Buckingham Palace and see the Queen. And that would allow me to respond to say, well, the French don't have a monarch because they decided to do what they needed to do in 1789. And France has more tourists than the United Kingdom does, foreign tourism, in terms of A, quantity, and B, quantitatively, in terms of income from tourism, income of France is much more than the income of the UK. So perhaps the Eiffel Tower is worth more than Buckingham Palace. So refute the concept of it's, for example, great for tourism. You mentioned that society works well for a lot of people. It does. That's why I always bring in Marx. I'm not a Marxist economically. And certainly, you know, he had his head stuck somewhere in his anatomy when he thought that human nature will allow for equality. But when discussing the institution of law, he was right. And it doesn't matter where you are. So this isn't just a critique of neoliberal society. It's a critique of whatever economic system is imposed upon a people, wherever in the world, whatever country they are. The law is going to enforce the interests of the ruling elite, whether it's North Korea, or whether it's here, or whether it's China, or countries X, Y, or Z. So the tools I have are only theoretical tools to allow me to push my students, to push them to think for themselves, not take for granted what the textbook might tell them or what any lecturer might tell them. Because if they see somebody who's a little bit radical and pushing them to question him, they would question the non-radical teachers as well. And it's step by step. Nothing's going to change overnight. It's generation after generation after generation. But this is the little step that I can take. And if I don't take this step, then what am I doing? I shouldn't be here. So it's not a direct answer, but yeah. Absolutely. So the Human Rights Act, for example, it's not the greatest thing since sliced bread. The Human Rights Act has actually reduced the rights that exist within the Convention, the European Convention on Human Rights itself. And I gave the example of Article 13, and I told you how Section 6 of the Act operates. So it's an act to say we've brought these rights home, but at the same time, in an Orwellian sense, some animals are more equal than others. If it's the establishment, then you back off.
So, Ali, I just have a question about your presentation. So, in your presentation, you actually spoke about the Human Rights Act 1998. And we know that the UK doesn't have a written constitution. In America, they have the Bill of Rights. So, if we were, let's say, the UK should have a written constitution, and they incorporate the Human Rights Act into that constitution, into articles of that constitution, how would it be different from America's constitution? Because America has a written constitution, and recently a Canadian judge found that America has been breaching human rights. So what would actually be our argument for us to incorporate it and to protect our human rights?
The establishment will always try to get away with what the establishment can get away with. What you need is a strong, independent judiciary to stop the establishment. The judiciary must rely on the law. Having a codified constitution will help. Having a codified constitution isn't a panacea, yeah? But it helps. North Korea has a codified constitution, and it's called the People's Democratic Republic of North Korea. People's, great. Democratic, great. Republic, great. But here I am, criticizing the UK system of government, but I'm doing it here in the UK. I'm not willing to go and live in North Korea, yeah, to put my money where my mouth is. And we're not a People's Democratic Republic, are we? We're living under a monarchy. So, although having a codified constitution will help, it is not the end of the case. But it does help immensely. In the United States, First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights, they are protected by the courts. They have almost religious value, the right to bear arms. There's nothing that the state can do about it, even though there might be legitimate reasons to restrict the bearing of arms. The liberty to say what you wish to say, it has almost religious significance in the United States. And the judges will stand up for it, because it's written down in their constitutional order. Without the written constitution in the United Kingdom, all laws being theoretically equal, Parliament can pass any kind of legislation it wishes, which would be contradicting previous legislation and allowing the government to abuse rights. That's the problem we have. A written constitution is immensely helpful, but it's not the final solution. The final solution is having judges who stand up for the law and the people, rather than standing up for the interests of the establishment, as they did during the Brexit issue. Now, many people here might be pro-EU, might think Brexit was a bad idea. Maybe it was. Maybe the British people decided to shoot themselves in the foot by voting for Brexit in the referendum. But it was the people's choice. And when it's the people's choice, it's the people's choice. And you go with it. You can't say that we gave the opportunity to the nation to choose, and they made the wrong choice, so we're going to do everything that we can, and we're going to manipulate everything to try to stop this choice happening. And that's what the Supreme Court did. We have to be realistic. They forgot the law, and they took a political position that served the interests of the establishment. So these are realities we need to deal with, and these are things we need to tell our students. Otherwise, we're not doing them a favour. We're not telling them anything more than the BBC is telling them. What's the point of teaching law?
So in the last 24 months, I've had students come into my class, physically when, of course, we were physical, and virtually when it's been virtual. And they've come in from a demonstration. Okay? So they were out protesting in the streets about the Extinction Rebellion on climate change. Yeah. Or last summer, they were out protesting on the streets because of Black Lives Matter. And then they came into the classroom. And then you have that's part of the picture. The other part of the picture is 24 hours ago, some of us were there in the other teaching and learning conference, Anna, the other show in town this week, which is the sector's sort of flagship event from Advanced HE. Yeah? And there was a signature moment in this 3-day event, and I was there for large chunks of it. And I won't name the higher education institution, John, but I'll just say they were a University of London college. I'll just leave it at that. And they put up, this head of careers there said, there are 3 things that we ask our students. And it was all about me, me, me. All about making money. I'm paraphrasing. And I asked a question, I said, what about society? What about community? Doesn't that matter? Shouldn't we be also talking about that in terms of, and then, you know, it was a bit of defensive response to that. But my question is about this. It's about the students, actually. The students are ahead of the curve here. They get it, they're driving it. The debates around sustainability, they're way ahead of most universities in terms of their focus on that area. Issues around race, absolutely ahead of most universities in that area, as we've been hearing. So my question is, what do we do about it? Around collaboration, the C word, yeah? And my question to you is, having painted that picture of disruption, how do we work more effectively with students within our institution and outside of our institution, within our sector at a national level, to ensure that we can get that fuel from the students to drive change in our sector? Because what I worry, John, most about of all is that our sector is moving at a glacial pace in some of these issues. There are some that are moving with it, some who are fighting that change, that resistance. But if we can tap into the student push in this direction, we'll be in a better place. I'd be interested in your thoughts around, really what I'm asking about is strategies for collaboration to address what you've highlighted.
An interesting question to which I don't have a full answer at the moment, but what I can say, the reality is that students tend to be far less idealistic after they've graduated. Because after graduation, the reality of life hits, and hits hard. You need the job, because you have to pay interest at usurious rates on your student loan. The Bank of England base rate now is, I think, 0.1%, but the students have to repay on 6 point something. So 100% of 0.1 would be 0.2. 200% of it would be 0.3. How many thousands of percentage points above is the usurious rate students have to pay? Now, 2,000 years ago, a chap called Jesus went into the temple and overturned the tables of the moneylenders. So perhaps this is what we've got to tell our students to think about doing once they graduate. However, this should always come with the warning that it's breaking the law. As long as enough of you are breaking it, it's fine. But there needs to be enough of you. If you don't have that critical mass, you're going to find yourself in trouble. And 1 or 2 canny students might put their hands up at this stage. And we say to them, well, you're mostly young guys, and you can't remember the days of the poll tax. But those who do remember the days of the poll tax, when Maggie Thatcher, the milk snatcher, and I've mentioned her name twice now today, unfortunately, so you will forgive me, decided to impose the poll tax on just about everybody. And what did the people do? The people rebelled. And they rebelled in numbers significant enough to create a critical mass, to break the law, to march when they weren't meant to march, and to burn when they weren't meant to burn. And of course, we can't formally condone such behavior. But when it's the last resort, you do what you need to do to get rid of the poll tax. And the people did it. And the poll tax didn't come into being. So this is what we can tell students. But I need to think about what you said as well, because it's an interesting comment, and I need to formulate my thoughts around it. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm really hoping we're going to get some lively debate in here today. So yeah, that's another box tick. Thanks so much, Ali. Great responses. And great questions as well, thank you. We've got 10 minutes. Cal Courtney's just always an ever-present and massive presence here, and he's having some holiday, some good downtime in Ireland at the moment, but he's left us with a wonderful video that's going to take us into the coffee break, which is 3, and then we're back on schedule, and then we're back at 3:20. So if you're watching online, 3:20. So we'll watch that video now and then see everyone out there.
Díomh Cathal Seogadh, Churan Balachtaí ó Ardranach, Cuid Gach Duine I London agus Sná Háiteanna Eile a Bhiltú ag Éisteacht. Hello from Ardranach to everyone in Bloomsbury and to everyone tuning into this year's Teaching and Learning Conference remotely. I hope wherever you are, you're keeping safe and well. Today, I'd like to talk to you about the role of nature in human identity. I'm recording this presentation at my little homestead in the west of Ireland, where I've spent the last week digging out old floors in my cottage and cutting back weeds. It's beautiful over here, and the work is a pleasure. But this is not going to be a presentation on the beauty of the natural world, nor is it going to be a clarion call to address any perceived immorality in our treatment of the planet. These few words, rather, seek to address what I perceive to be a deficiency in our thinking when it comes to the area of human identity. A deficiency that has repercussions for the planet, as well as for all of us who live upon it. The modern period in terms of European philosophy begins with Descartes and his famous line, cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. We are told that Descartes took himself off to be on his own, and after a period of intense introspection, he came up with this line. The European Enlightenment, at least initially, sprang from this idea that our existence is based on our capacity to think. Scholars, particularly recent scholars, have found much to criticize in Descartes' cogito. Often they zone in, justifiably, on the disembodied notion of the thinking human, divorced from the material. In fact, Sir Ken Robinson beautifully described this in his greatly commended TED Talk, where he spoke about academics seeing their bodies as nothing more than machines to carry their brains from one meeting to the next. I don't want to address the split between the material and the mental in this presentation. It's enough to acknowledge just that it exists as a motif in European thinking. But I do want to address the nature of the solitariness of Descartes' thinking environment. And I want to address this because I think it points towards where the real deficiency in Western thinking lies, and that is the insulated human ego, unable to see the connections which have the potential to reveal some really profound lessons about human life. Now, I'm not attacking solitude, and that's important to say. In fact, I'm a great fan of solitude. I am taking a swipe, however, at the abstractions that flow from the mental processes of Enlightenment thinking. Thinking which claims to be universal, but which is divorced from the experience of non-Europeans, divorced also from our senses, and divorced from the complexity of the external world. The kind of thinking, in other words, that went on in that little cabin where Descartes first articulated that famous and influential line, I think, therefore I am. The repercussions of such a judgment on the European Enlightenment, and indeed on its child, the so-called Western world, are far-reaching. The Polish philosopher Zygmunt Bauman has particularly interesting things to say on the Enlightenment's habit of creating scapegoats and enemies. In other words, its habit of creating others whom it condemns and excludes. This is an important thing to bear in mind when we ask the question, who do we want to be? European thinking has a habit of answering this by identifying who cannot belong. As a question, who I am has historically been answered in Europe by pointing towards the people I am not. Painful lessons emerged from this, lessons which sadly we don't seem to have learned. This is going to sound very familiar to those of you involved in articulating our values and mission as an institute a few years ago. Underpinning a lot of that work was a belief in the importance of nourishing our identity with the fruits that come from relationships with the world beyond us, with the world beyond self, an approach which was inspired by the French philosopher Emmanuel Levinas and his notion of alterity. Alterity, Levinas defines as a relentless attentiveness to the otherness of the other and an openness to be transformed by that other. What an antidote to the limitations of Western exclusiveness. If the shadow of the Enlightenment is this preoccupation with the self to the exclusion of the other, then nature points towards some important ideas to restore some balance. And that's why I've entitled this presentation, Nature as First Teacher. Sitting here in my dilapidated cottage with the summer winds of the Atlantic Ocean making their way across the land, I'm not trying to make any of you jealous at all, but I've been thinking about some of these ideas and I offer them today as provocations perhaps, provocations to temper the question, who do we want to be? So here are my top 5 nature-inspired antidotes to the limitations of Western thinking. 1. It may be great being a self, but we're all going to die. What a pin to burst the bubble of Enlightenment self-inflation. Nature teaches us this daily in the realms of plants and animals. The length of a life may vary, but in the great scheme of things, individuals don't last for very long. And far from provoking a sense of sadness or despair, this insight has the capacity to encourage a way of life that is rooted very much in the present, a way of life that wants to live all that is to be lived. The second lesson that nature may teach us in relation to bursting that Enlightenment bubble is that although we may be going to die, and we have these lives to live before all that happens, that in the midst of that life, nature nurtures complexity, not sameness. The thistle grows right beside the buttercup just outside my window, and neither seems to suffer from the desire to be anything other than what they are. There's no regulator here telling the thistle to be more like the buttercup, and certainly not telling the buttercup to be more like the thistle. Nature, in this sense, is a great prophet of diversity. Thirdly, nature doesn't seem to give a shite about how I am feeling, so why should I? Nature does not provide a reaction to my thoughts and feelings. It simply is what it is, and for this reason it is very good company. So much of our anxiety in the modern world seems to come from believing the thoughts and feelings that come into our heads and identifying with these. And maybe we could learn from nature to take these things less seriously and to question the drama around our own and other people's reactions to them. Fourthly, we may experience nature locally, but there is a universal quality to it. This part of Western Ireland is a dark sky region, so the stars at night are seen in particularly bright form. I couldn't help thinking of the recent Commonwealth Women's Entrepreneurship Summit while lying under the canopy of those stars the other evening. Women from all corners of the earth, using their knowledge and local wisdom, sometimes stretching back thousands of years, to respond to the needs of their communities and economies. The thought struck me that beneath the canopy of the stars, we are all different, but sheltered equally nonetheless. 5, at its most sublime, nature can be experienced without separation. The great artists and writers of Africa and Asia, the Americas, Europe and the Middle East all testify to this. The lines of distinction disappear and a sense of belonging emerges, which is tight and reassuring. The Irish poet Áine Keenan grasped this beautifully in her verse, "Oh, to be in human nature, plains of people everywhere, spacious skies of brokenness, deep blue seas of those who care. To be at one with mountains too, of bliss and joy and sharing, walking valleys of the great unknown with hope and trust and daring. So that's it for me, really. I wanted to throw these ideas into the mix of the conference because I think we have to continually remind ourselves of what tends to get excluded in higher education in Britain. Not just people, but the natural world also. And we have to remind ourselves of the architecture of education, which the European Enlightenment continues to hold. An architecture that finds it easy, it can be argued, to snare and degrade the voices and insights of those coming from very different starting points. So enjoy your lunch, and I'll look forward to seeing you all next month. In the meantime, Slán August, Banach Liv, Golair.
Hi everyone. If you could take your seats, please, for the last part. Oh, I know. Yeah. Yeah. Well, at least it's not my shirt or trousers. If everyone, we're ready to start soon. A reflection and a video reflection. I'd like to welcome Namdi to the stage. I'm sure everyone knows Namdi here. Again, when Namdi submitted an abstract, I was absolutely thrilled because every time I've heard him talk, I'm at the edge of my seat. And I believe, and the other important thing about what Namdi's about to talk about is it's getting to the heart of why we're here, the kind of collective identity, the fact that our own collective identity was threatened. And I believe Magda isn't joining us today. She has teaching commitments, but she has, as far as I'm aware, co-authored and has a presence in this. So if you'd like to welcome Namdi Medici to the stage. He's going to talk about the changing identity of higher education.
Right, thank you, Tom. Oh gosh, I'm nervous. Right, okay, let me just start by saying Magda sends best wishes to the audience. Unfortunately, she's got teaching commitments, but she's listening on the stream from Lincoln. This presentation is primarily, although she might not really want it said that way, but it primarily revolves around Magda Reed. Just a brief background to who Magda is and how we came about doing this. It's not our first joint work. So I taught Magda Reed at the University of East London. It was part of my first full-time job in academia. That was probably 2004, 2005. She was on the MBA, and it is not your traditional MBA. So we started out on a very controversial note. Controversial in the sense that when she sends an email and I reply, I've got to CC my line manager. Now, that's a very striking thing because showing somebody in front of students and the students wondering what qualifies me to be in charge or stand in front of her, she requested to see my CV as an MBA supervisor. Why not? Why not? I'll show you some of her profiles. She's a serial entrepreneur, a practitioner that wants an MBA in a sector that she's actually trying to make an impact on, but needed some kind of theoretical anchor. And there is this sort of disconnect that this presentation is trying to draw our minds back to. The title of this paper should have probably ended up with a question mark. We're not making a definitive statement, but we're just putting across food for thought. Right, so next slide, please. Oh, right, me, right? Okay, okay. Right. Aha. The order of names here, being the humble person that she is, when I sent her the slides after we agreed, she said, why have you put my name first? And I said, it's your story. So, kicking off from there, let's have a quick look at some of the key things here. We're looking at 3 different perspectives here, and we're thinking in terms of identity, deconstruction, and possibly reconstruction. So you're looking at a situation where you have an intersection between 3 key parties with implications for a 4th party, which is society at large. So you're looking at the students, you're looking at the provider, and of course I don't really like using the word arm twister, the regulatory bodies. When I sent in this abstract the first time, it was probably about 3 pages long, and I've exchanged about 250 emails with Tom, saying, tone it down, shorten it, da-da-da. Delhi doesn't exist anymore. Think about graduate outcome survey. So Delhi is the culprit here, destination of leavers of higher education, and that's where the regulatory bodies come in. So one of the key things in terms of reframing and sticking to the theme of this conference is all about identity. So when you get the graduate outcome survey that probably gets plugged into the ranking of universities in terms of demonstrating impact, they're trying to see where your students are 6 months after graduation. Are they in managerial positions? So my initial posturing is, do they take into consideration the types or kinds of students that the higher education providers actually reach out to? I'm talking with widening participation students at the back of my mind. I've taught students at Bloomsbury Institute from different and diverse backgrounds. I've taught a DJ in my class. I've taught an Uber driver. I've taught somebody that exports, is in food exporting business. Now, because they've come to get a university education does not necessarily mean that they intend to be managers in a FTSE 500 company or whatever the case is. The question then is how much impact or how much higher education providers helping to capacitate and redevelop the identities of these individuals, most of whom sometimes actually are self-funded. Now that's something that's quite interesting, and that will take us to the guiding principles that Magda put forward with that citation. And we're talking in terms of openness, and something that I've always sort of championed is flexibility of courses. It's not about designing a course on Uber driving, but leaving an aperture open to embed real-time, real-life, practical case studies into the delivery. I'll just pause briefly to showcase what I call I just want to feature a module that's taught by one of my colleagues, Arif Zaman, which is critical issues in business and management. Very fluid, open, not subject specific. You can throw in anything there. And one of the key things that Arif has done with the module, which I embrace, somebody talked about, well, Cordelia, you talked about music. So there is the Universal Music Group that came into there. There is the movement towards the Commonwealth agenda. There is also the intention to understand how HE and the Sustainable Development Goals actually intersect. So it's sort of that flexibility within the module that enables developed students to actually have an impact, rediscover their identity, and stand tall when they're done, so to speak. So these are, I've had conversations with a couple of individuals I'm on a WhatsApp group with, And there is what they call the quadrilateral helix. I'm sure many of you must have heard about the triple helix. So when you're talking about triple helix, you're talking about, say, university, business, and government. Then there's the quadruple, other stakeholders that are not directly involved, but are impacted upon by what you churn out as graduates. So that's something that's quite important to think in terms of. And there is also something that kind of underlies that song that we've been singing, Music on My Mind. That song we've been singing in terms of impact, and of course the SDGs. One of those was the recent higher education ranking of universities. Based on what? The SDGs. How much of our curriculum is geared towards meeting those SDGs? For those that are unfamiliar, one of those is zero hunger, no poverty, decent work. How is decent work defined? What about self-employment? Do you have to be a manager to prove that you've actually achieved? How about the managed? Now that's something that's important to think in terms of, because the second keynote speaker came up with that quadrant about being competent and being unable to communicate. So when the students walk through your doors, they probably want those little soft skills to complement the hard skills that you can't teach them. So it's your ability to actually interrogate and make these things complementary. And of course, to give them that confidence to go out there and strut their stuff. That's the identity. So as providers, what is the higher education provider's identity? Is it an institution that champions the SDGs, widening participation agenda, equality, diversity, and inclusion? Or one that wants to churn out the next Bill Gates or any of the tech, Jeff Bezos, whatever the case is? And the regulatory authorities recognizing that impact. Magda sent a short video clip to share her experiences because I told her it was all about her. She toned it down. Unfortunately, the video clip came a bit late. I couldn't incorporate it. But I've asked somebody to actually put you on the charts for those of you that are streaming. So that is Magda's brief CV. MBA graduate, University of East London, social entrepreneur. Now, I just needed to highlight that term, social enterprise. The first time I encountered, I must make that confession. Magda, I hope you're listening to me. The first time I encountered that term, social enterprise, was after meeting Magda. Because then she used to work for SEMVO, which is about voluntary sector organizations in the Humber region, in Hull, and that environment. Now, her focus or interest was making that transition from voluntary sector organizations to social enterprises. That was what her MBA was on. And she was quite right in asking what qualifies me to actually supervise that project. Because what she did was to send me back to the drawing board to do my own independent research. So I had to be 2 steps ahead of the game. So I learned a great deal from that. I decided to return the favor by sending an abstract to a conference. When you got accepted, I said, Magda, we're going to a conference. And she goes, what? So put the slides together, just like we did today. Put the slides together. It's your work. You're going to that conference to talk about it. So she's an expert. She's competent, going back to the second plenary, but was not particularly confident standing in front of her. Look at me, shivering. How many people are in here? It was a larger audience, and that was 2005. But she did it. This is where the video clip was supposed to come in, that she recorded and sent. Unfortunately, I'd already sent the slides before that happened. And Why is music still coming up? So much music. Now, something that's quite important here, matters arising and the food for thought. If you look at the second line underneath, what does effective teaching and learning require to make this happen? That intersection and bringing together of these stakeholders for that common good and social impact. These is entirely up to the institutions on how they interrogate that. Now, 2008 to 2020, the lockdown, the year of the lockdown. So that conference paper that was presented in 2005 got published in 2008, the middle box there, with the same lady. Then after that, 2008 was when I left the UK and I disappeared somewhere in the Middle East. I returned in 2015 thinking I've shaken off all my former students. Then here comes Magda knocking on my door. The other article is published by the official magazine of the Chartered Management Institute, which Bloomsbury Institute is a big-time member of. And I'm pleased to say that I'm actually a fellow of that institute. And she comes and says, Namdi, I hope you're doing well. I said, no, this isn't sounding very, very nice. She said, right, I've got an idea. We want to talk about the life of the Lone Ranger, the solo self-employed, and what higher education institutions should know about them. I said, okay, have you got the write-up ready? She says, yes, but looks like I'd forgotten Magda. So it took about, I said, Magda, I haven't really got time for this now. Can you come back? And I said, no, it has to happen now. So it took us about 2 weeks of sleepless nights to put an article together, and it got published, and it's seriously trending. So I encourage you, I'm happy to share the link, because it actually captures the sort of identity that we're talking in terms of, and of course the interaction and intersections of the identities, whether it's trilateral or quadrilateral. Is there an identity mismatch? Question mark. I'll yield the space. Thank you. Yep, that's me done. Thank you.
Thanks for the shameless plug. Check in the post. No, Namdi, just wanted to ask you about the, you talked about the Sustainable Development Goals, but I want to ask you about the value of teaching outside the classroom, experiential education, yeah? So, and you know about Social Storm, which is an example of that, but clearly this is a big area, and I think it actually might blend and bring together you and Cordelia. Because you have your passion for creative industries, your interest in that area. Cordelia's looking at music. But I'm just wondering about what do you think we can do more with this whole area of experiential education in the light of two things in particular. One is the last year, where students have clearly had to, digital literacy has become a necessity for them in the last year. They've really had to embrace that. And the second thing is how more connected people have been to things like, things like music and art, because they've been thinking of it. So I just want to ask you about experiential education and what your thoughts
are. Good question, Arif. You put me on the spot there. Actually, I've had this conversation with both Anna and John in terms of especially using the case illustration of Bloomsbury Institute on how you can actually do that. And one of those areas would be around two key modules besides CIBM. The independent learning module. That's a perfect opportunity of doing that. And the head of department came around and said, I want you to meet these two guys. I said, who are they? He said, oh, they are doctoral students. Right. So that one is the musician and that one is the manager. And I was going like, what? And they grilled me for about 2 hours on the creative industries and music. That was actually when that book project took root. So after that encounter and that presentation, I signed up a project. The book is going to be published anytime soon now on the creative industries and international business development in Africa. So good points. There are options. That internship, independent learning module, and of course, keep doing what you're doing with the social storm, because that's also very important. And finally, the Bloomsbury Institute radio, Cordelia picked up on that. Multimedia assessments and all stuff like that. And having said that, come think of it, even in internship, you don't necessarily have to go and find a business outside. There are roles within Bloomsbury Institute. So somebody can do internship with Bloomsbury Radio. Yeah, learn the art of communication or interviewing. Graduate Assistance Center for Research and Enterprise. There are so many resources available that we take for granted. And it all revolves around that identity that I'm talking in terms of deconstruct, reconstruct, and move forward. Yes, any more thoughts?
All through the presentation, thank you for that. So you asked a question, how can we make learning and teaching more effective? And I'm going to put my question and my comment in that area. Now, most of the time, you find out that in institutions, the teachers are the one learning, not the students, because they come there to improve their own learning rather than pass on something. Now, I think if you want to make learning and teaching more effective, there should be a kind of collaboration where there's shared ideas. That's why I believe in that social constructivism theory, that pedagogy, that learning should be situated learning and it should be experiential learning too. So that at the end of the day, we don't just produce students that have the head knowledge of the different things. Now, some of the things Ali said today, I've never heard before. I passed through, I did public law, I did constitutional law. But what I was told, the monarchy and parliamentary supremacy, super, and I took it away. Wow, monarchy, we can't change things. So we need to begin to challenge things and begin to change the ways we carry knowledge or pass knowledge across to people and not believing we know everything. So each year a teacher comes to class, he shouldn't come with the notes of last year. He must have done something to improve on the note of last year. What new knowledge have you brought that you are ready to share? Then don't assume you know everything, because not all students are conventional students. I went to uni at a very old age. Some of the lecturers that taught me I was older than them. So they won't think I would take it like an A-level student. I will challenge some of the things you say. So to make learning more effective, you should leave room for interaction and believe there must be a cross-fertilization of ideas and make the learning centered upon the community where the student will practice, let them know what actually it is, not just carrying their knowledge, particularly in law. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it first. Good points you raised, and that is where two things I want to talk about come in. One of those is what you call co-creation, knowledge co-creation. So, yes, it's not just learning and teaching. It's learning, teaching, and assessment, and the constructive alignment of these. You cannot assess students on what they haven't actually learned or been taught. So the second one is, and it's something we're driving at Bloomsbury Institute, and everywhere I'm involved, is research-informed teaching. So you're looking for real-life, impactful case studies, rather than a case study from Harvard Business Review of 1999. So I tend to review a lot of manuscripts. If somebody comes with data from 2019, I become biased because we have the lost year. 2020 was a lost year. If it wasn't for you, it was for me. So if you don't capture what happened in the last 15 months, seriously, what are we talking about? So this is a very strong message to colleagues at Bloomsbury Institute in terms of developing the assessment for the forthcoming academic year. If you haven't updated your teaching materials, probably time to think about that. I'm not calling names like you did for law. Yes?
Okay, just to point on what you just mentioned, in terms of the module for the students, I think it needs to be centralized on individual students when lecturers are choosing module for students. For example, like myself, I'm a business person, and I chose a module last semester, a small business module. I chose that my first option. But I was given, sorry, just one of my head.
She has to check her title. Bear with her.
I was given cross-cultural leadership on...
Cross-cultural management.
Yes. In as much as I like that topic, but my chosen module was on small business because I wanted to learn more about centralized, because this is me, I'm business is me, and I really want to dip more into it. But I was not given that first choice. So I think for the next semester or for the next student coming, lecturers need to be careful when you are choosing subjects for the students. Because there's a reason why I chose that as my first options. And there's a reason why each student chose whatever they're choosing as their first option. So I think we should give more inclusive or more attention to why does this person choose it as a first option. That has to be a reason, because I didn't choose that just for the sake of choosing it. I chose it for a reason, and I wasn't given. So if going to what you said, the lecturer wants to include the students as a partnership, I have, you need to, and another thing you need to be aware of, your students are mature students. We are not 20-year-old coming from secondary school coming to learn. I have 15 years of experience in business, but I want something more. But I wasn't given the chance. So I loved what I didn't have any option, I had to like it. But I would have preferred to go for the small business thing. So I think it's really important that lecturers see students as partnership, not 20-year-old coming from with no experience at all. Because lecturers have something to learn from us as well. Because we are coming from the work aspects. We have business. I have my business for the last 15 years. And, but yeah, I just wanted to add on that. Yeah.
I like that. The beauty of it is that it wasn't a question. But moving away from that comfort zone that it wasn't a question, so I can just go back and chill. She is another case illustration of a potential identity mismatch. And it goes back to what the first plenary speaker was talking in terms about learning and development, and she tried to make a distinction between learning and development, and of course saying that learning was a lifelong process and development had a short shelf life. So basically, development kind of diminishes after 30. But when we have mature students with businesses being run for 15 years and thereabouts, well, we're definitely talking beyond that age. That so-called magical age of 30, when development starts to drop. So yes, you raise a very important point, because you've been running your business for 15 years, and it's obviously a small business. Then when you look at the provision, when you look at the core modules and the electives, you choose small business because you want to upskill and add those additional soft skills to a business. The life of a business, from the entrepreneurship theoretical lens, is that a successful business can be defined not necessarily in profitability terms, but any business that survives 3 years or more. We're talking about how many 3 years do we have in 15? 3 years. So technically speaking, you know your stuff. But what you want is the skill to capture the direction of travel. And that's something that's important, and I hope colleagues and institutions are listening to this, because that's the sort of intersection we're talking in terms of. So the institution has its own identity, but then again, it needs to be in alignment with the identity of the students. And of course, the regulatory authorities need to understand this. Thank you.
Excellent. I think we've come to the point in the afternoon where we need some so's. So we're going to welcome. It's getting to that point where I need someone else to take over. SOS team, prize-winning, recently awarded SOS team, please come up and talk about how does student leadership shape identity?
Just about see me then, so there you go. How do I do this? Waiting for our slides. Oh, there we are.
Talk here, and then that's also on. Great. No feedback, nothing.
She's going to sing in the background while I talk. Hello, everybody. Still awake? We're going to get you moving later, so not to give us a too big a build-up. So we are going to be looking at how can student leadership shape identity, and the reason we've chosen this is because we are very privileged in our roles to work with student leaders at Bloomsbury Institute, and also very privileged to witness their journeys through that student leadership experience. So we're going to hear from two student leaders, live student leaders, who are going to be up here a little bit later on, who are going to share their journeys with us, with you and with us, of course, again. So, in researching definitions for student leadership, it's a little bit like definitions for leadership, which is there are many and it is evolving. But I came across these two particular definitions, and I thought the first one was quite practical in terms of what, for example, what PAL leaders do, peer-assisted learning leaders at Bloomsbury Institute. But I like the second one. I like the words in there, like empowered, positive influence upon their peers. And also, you know, the less intimidating, more accessible to fellow undergraduates. And that, you know, at Bloomsbury Institute, we aim as support staff and as academics to be as accessible as we can be, and to, you know, be open to listening to our students as we strive to do that, and we're very passionate about it. But we also recognise the power of peer support, and we value it highly. And it's because it's incredibly important. That whole holistic form of support is really, really important.
So we've got, for a small institution, we've actually got a really huge amount of different opportunities for students to take student leadership positions. So we've got a kind of graphic here that describes some of them. We've got PAL leaders, we've got peer advisors, we've got student representatives, we've got a student president. NASA, who is here, is the representative student president for this year. And we also have the Guild Society presidents as well. And this is a really huge kind of cross-section of the student body that we have, and it's not exclusive. If you're a student rep, you can also then go on to be a peer advisor or a PAL leader. So there are lots of different ways that you can be a student leader and lots of different effects that you can have on your fellow students. I mean, next we're going to really talk about some of the different ways that all of these opportunities that Bloomsbury Institute provides to our students can help in kind of theoretical terms, I guess. If we'd, like to continue.
Yeah. So these are, we put together this model of what are the personal factors or gains that can help shape identity for students who are engaging in student leadership. And to be slightly self-interested here, I'm just going to say this, but in the recent research that I conducted amongst students at Bloomsbury Institute, the findings were that some of the students who became PAL leaders actually strongly identified as part of a team. Their identity became quite strongly connected to this PAL team, and also they had a powerful sense of a group purpose in supporting other students. Now that can really enhance their sense of belonging, and it did enhance their sense of belonging at the Institute. Increased self-awareness. So We also encourage our leaders, our student leaders, to engage in reflection and reflective practice, which can also help to increase their self-awareness. So, for example, you know, what their weaknesses are, what their strengths are, what their personal strengths are, but identifying areas for development and helping them to further develop. Identifying those will help them to further develop personally and professionally. And finally, the importance of promoting regular reflective practice in our student leaders' experiences is essential. And I'm going to quote Jack Mesereau here, who's one of my favourites. I'm a bit of a Mesereau groupie. And he says, "We transform our frames of reference, our world paradigm, through critical reflection on our assumptions, upon which we base our interpretations, our beliefs, our habits of mind, or points of view." So this can help to develop a deeper meaning making for us in the phenomena which we experience, like student leadership, and can effectively trigger transformative learning.
And the next part of the flower, we're calling it, the flower of student leadership, is this idea of personal growth. And this is something that it's really nice actually to present kind of at the end of a conference, not just because we're closer to getting a drink at the end, but also because we get to hear all of the different kind of intersecting thoughts. And Namdi, you mentioned intersectionality briefly in your presentation just now. And personal growth is something that's come up again and again in today's talks, and it's something that is really intrinsic to a sense of identity, and it's something that comes up in student leadership very predominantly. So the feeling that students, once they have taken a step on the student leadership journey, will then take another step and another, and that won't just benefit us as an institution, but it will benefit them as individuals as well. And it all ties into this idea of self-efficacy, the idea that you can be more proactive, potentially, but you're also better equipped to deal with challenges. You're better equipped to deal with everything that life could possibly throw at you, because you have developed and practiced this kind of self, basically the kind of self learning techniques that you really need to do in order to be a peer advisor, for example, a PAL leader. And it all comes up again to this idea of confidence. And this is a word that we've heard again and again from the beginning, the welcome speech that Tom gave, all the way up to Collar and his talk about the importance of confidence, and Namdi, you talking about how we really just want to impart confidence to our students in as many ways as we can. And one of the great things about Bloomsbury Institute is that we provide these platforms for students to develop their confidence, like within the student leadership, many student leadership schemes that we have running here.
So we're going to do an activity. Don't worry, we're not going to get you running around the room. You only have to go up and down, okay? So I'm going to be the glamorous assistant.
Yeah.
First time I've been called that one. But,
Sarah's going to be our Carol Vorderman, so keep eyes on her. We'd like you to think about a time that you assumed a leadership role. It doesn't really matter what sector. It can be leading on a team, it can be leading on a project, it can be participating in a course committee, it can be the time that you presented for the first time or gave a first lecture, presented to your peers, just leading a group activity. I'd like you to think about that time. I'm going to give you 5 seconds or so. Okay, good. And then I'd like you to think about these words on the screen at the moment. How did you feel after you completed that? Because Sarah is going to hold up some of these words. And in a second, I would like you to stand up when the word that you felt comes up. So if you felt motivated after your first leadership experience, I'd like you to stand up. Yeah? Come on, I know it's the end of the day. You can do it. Motivated? Any takers? Okay. You don't need to just pick one, by the way. You can do more than one if you like. If you felt fulfilled, please stand up. Yeah. And if you felt empowered, please stand up. Aww. And finally, last but not least, if you felt an increased awareness of who you were as a person, please stand up. Give yourselves a round of applause. That was hard.
So we're now going to hear, are we not, from our student leaders. These two wonderful peer-assisted learning leaders from last year have been very kindly agreed to come and share a little of their journey with you. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Claudia and Georgiana up onto the stage to share their journey with you.
Good afternoon, all. I'm just going to read a few what I wrote about myself coming to uni. Before I became a student representative and PALS advisor, I was a very shy person and one that would not speak in front of a crowd. But many may say they didn't recognize or realize that I was describing that person. But the truth is, it was. Until one day, after always complaining of what was going on in the lecture room, I was encouraged by a lecturer, that past lecturer Usha. The best way to raise my concern and things to be effective is to become a student representative. I thought about it and decided to take up the challenge. Student representative was advertised, and I applied, and the rest is history. A year later, I applied to become an accounting student representative at the Student Guild. In doing the training, my self-awareness was increased, and what my capabilities are, and what I could offer in terms of helping others, and what ideas I could bring forward. Also, I felt motivated and excited to participate in the meetings where I could bring other students' concerns and issues to management. This made a difference because management knew what was going wrong and action was taken to resolve the issues or concerns. One of my biggest hurdles was speaking in front of a classroom, which was a challenge for me. By doing the training, I was able to overcome the fear of speaking in front of a classroom and speak to students and answer questions, which I could not do before. I would prefer sit in the audience and speak. I have almost overcome that fear. Becoming a PAL leader has helped me build my confidence immensely. There, I was able to bring in my leadership skills to help other students to understand further with their coursework and guide them in various services university provides. Engaging with other students, I felt that I was helping the university in transforming students' lives for the better. On a personal note, being involved with the university activities has helped me immensely with my personal growth in building my confidence, especially speaking in an audience. As a PAL leader, I was able to join the PALS conference with other PAL leaders globally whilst representing Bloomsbury Institute. By doing this, it has helped me to enhance my skills, networking, volunteering, and with other organizations. I would like to thank all the lecturers who have helped me through this journey and helped my skills, namely Nick, Sarah, Cordelia, Carl, Nadia Mubasha, and past lecturer Usha and Asif. And now I am about to graduate as a first-class degree in finance and management accounting. Thank you, Bloomsbury Institute, for giving me the opportunity to achieve my potential in academia and leadership. Thank you.
Hello there. I was catched there. Emotions. I do apologize for being nervous if I do any mistakes, but I'm a human, so I'm allowed to do mistakes. Thank you for inviting me here today to talk about student leadership, a subject which absolutely is absolutely central to our ability to thrive in a world of increasing complexity and accelerating change. During my studies in Bloomsbury and my extracurricular activities, I have learned that leadership means having the self-confidence to believe you can make a difference, the passion to believe it matters, and the courage to risk it all because you believe it matters. From the beginning of my time in Bloomsbury, I knew I want to become more involved. The first opportunity I had was as a student rep. In my manifesto applying for this position, I had promised my fellow students that I will be available for them 24/7. I am still standing by my promise, even though that position ended in 2019. This helped my personal growth and increased my self-awareness, giving me motivation to go further and become a student trustee. Those two positions gave me the confidence that I would be a good candidate for a PAL leader, a role which I took on in 2019. And I went on to work as a peer advisor in Student Guild as well, which helped me find my identity. That's where it started. As we are talking about identity, there is where I find my identity. I have no identity. Later on, I took on the Equality Society leader position, which was giving me more chances to attend meetings such as Widening and Participation Forum and Bloomsbury Institute Board of Directors meetings. I believe that leaders should not be defined simply by their popularity, but by their willingness to take risk, by their ability to share credits, the strength to admit errors, and their willingness to pick themselves up and keep leading, motivating, and empowering their team. The leadership skills that I have gained over the years taught me that ethics and honesty matters. Leadership cannot lead without others. Although you should never be afraid to stand alone, as a leader, you should work to bring everyone to the table. Thank you.
How do you follow that?
Right. Oh, we can't. I mean,
you can't follow it.
So, I mean, this, I guess, just to round up, shows that kind of cycle of leadership that both Georgiana and Claudia expressed so movingly just then. It's not a one-off. You don't assume a leadership position and that's it. It forms a cycle. And it's a cycle of self-empowerment, and I think we just all witnessed how incredibly powerful that is.
So to finish off, you know, there's plenty of scholarship around your actual transferable skills, employability skills, but there's some things that, and we wanted to look at, which was the deeper effects on self. And we've just, of course, by being privileged to witness the journeys of the two ladies who've just spoken, I think that, like Cordelia says, you can see that it has a deeper impact on identity and self. So our institute, of which we're really proud to be part of, provides opportunity, as we know, to people who wouldn't normally have access to higher education, and we support them to define and pursue success through education. But we believe also by promoting leadership opportunities and encouraging more of our students to become leaders, we're also helping them to become more personally effective, you know, as well as developing their academic skills. It's more of a holistic development, which we truly believe in, we all truly believe in. And, you know, hopefully experience transformation in self, which will help them to become more ready for what the world has to throw at them, really. So thank you very much for listening to all of us, and thank you very much to you too. Come on. Thank you.
I keep thinking we haven't had it all, and then something else happens. We've had even more. We've had so much today. We've had music, we've had neuroscience, we've had speech, we've had politics, we've had theory, and what we may need more of is just some good nuts and bolts about how to do the process of educating people. And so I'm really glad that Joe and Chi put forward their abstract for today. Joe's going to be talking about social collaboration, and it will make for an interesting discussion. So please welcome Joe to the stage.
Good afternoon. I'm going to try not to take it personally that I'm last again this year, as I was last year and the year before. So I'm just not going to take it personally. And I would love to believe that you're saving the best till last, but I just know that most of you are now heading off to TCR, and that's the real reason. And before I start, I would just, as an aside, like to thank everybody that supported me on my recent stroll across Hadrian's Wall. It was 85 miles, which I completed over 6 days. I managed to raise over £1,600 for combat stress, which was very nice, thank you. Anyone that hasn't given, then the Just Giving page is still open. You are welcome to. Or if you just feel you just want to go back and give a bit more, then just feel free to do that as well. So, but there's thanks for that. So, yeah, nuts and bolts. I guess that's kind of what we're going to be talking about a little bit. Yeah, not as an exciting up and down presentation we just had. Chi and I recently completed our external examiners course, and one of the things we talked about and we looked about that is about how external examiners can help on quality, and they can help on the standards process that we go through, academic standards. And it's really interesting that when we considered how we go about formulating our assessments and formulating our modules, I know for many of you here this is kind of your nuts and bolts as well as mine, that we understand that process, but some people won't, that when we come to write a module, you know, we often just, in law, have something interesting we want to say, perhaps not as interesting as Ali was saying, but we need more radical kind of pedagogies there. But then we think about how we're going to assess our students, which again is imposed upon us often, and we think about how that assessment process is going to take place, what the learning objectives are. We sit down and we write an assessment, and then the students, we teach them, and the person that's written the assessment may not necessarily be the same person that is going to actually mark. It may not necessarily be the same person that's written it. And it's important for us to understand how we can improve that process. We have a system in place at the moment that's quite formulaic. We kind of, if it's a new module and a new module leader, we have this standardization process where a module leader, in theory, will send out a couple of scripts to a new marking team or an unknown marking team who will look at it to make sure that it's in line with what that module leader thinks there should be the mark. So why is all this important to us? Why is it important about our own identity and who we are. Well, if I set an assessment, then it's probably going to be what's important to me. If others set assessments, it's what's important to them. And when you come to mark assessments, it can often be the drivers that actually sit within you. If grammar is your big thing that you've always thought about, then that will generally be something you'll look at perhaps a little bit more. And you can have all the rubrics, you can have all the guidance you want. But sometimes what's important to you may not necessarily be what's important to others, or others may not see it in the same way. So we thought about, and we looked at when we did this, about this idea of how we could improve that assessment process. That's got to be good for us, it's got to be good for our identity, it's got to be good for students. It's going to give a fairer and a more rounded process. Because you can, no matter how long you've been doing this, and I haven't been doing this that long, but you can be in the position where someone's written a module or they've written an assessment that people just assume that the guidance is there and that people will mark along that. So we need to be challenging that. So I've mentioned already, we've got these assessment processes, these standardizations, where we kind of have a look. But that tends to be as we're marking, at the assessment stage. When it comes up, we'll look at a few scripts and say, yeah, the new marking team has got this right. And if it's not a new marking team, we don't even do that. Then we mark, and then we moderate. And so we look at what someone else has written, and providing that their comments are in line with the mark they've given, and we can go along with that. We might have some conversation, but that's kind of about it. So what we're looking at today is this idea of calibration and embedding calibration into our assessment processes for all disciplines at discipline-specific levels. And then what is kind of new, and that's not particularly new, but then what is kind of new is this idea of social calibration, which we'll talk about, finish off with, which is kind of new. No one else is doing that. If you have Menti and you want to join in with this, then please use that code. It did work when I tried it yesterday. Who knows today? My luck with Menti. And if you want to have a look at that and just put in to Menti some of your ideas there, you should be able to see it. It should be self-explanatory. I can't look at Menti at the moment, but feel free to do that. And I think time is a little bit of the essence today, so I'm going to perhaps come back and have a look at that at another time, but I'll be interested to see what your word cloud is, what word clouds come up from that. Is it not working? No, good, we'll move on. Don't worry, that's good. Technology worked yesterday. Okay, so things that you might find, let's just have one I prepared earlier in the kitchen. Just take out the drawer. There goes one, cooked 20 minutes earlier. So what kind of things might you find important? Good grammar. Good grammar, good grades? No. But we have a theory, we have an ideology of looking for meaning in words, looking for what is it the student is saying. But at what point do we draw a line there? Are we looking for meaning? Are we giving meaning? If we've said to a student, if a student has written, I get up to these traffic lights and I turn left and I keep driving, but you know from the map that the student has, if they turn left, they go over a cliff. So do you say, well, you've got that wrong, or do you give meaning to it and say, well, actually, they probably meant turn right, not turn left? At what point are you giving meaning? What point are you actually changing what the student is saying? In some disciplines, you can get away with that a little bit. In others, you can't. And in law, often things can turn on a word and on a phrase. I recently was listening and talking to a guy who's, when he graduated and went to work for a company, his first case was about licensing and leasing in housing, and it was a multi-million-pound case that turned on one word, the meaning of one word. So sometimes when I raise my eyes when people say grammar's not important or word's not important, I sometimes think they can be. But is that my driver? I haven't got a grammar school education, so is it a driver for me? Maybe not. Is it about the strength of argument, analysis? All these other things, where is it that you come from? Is it a novel approach? I would say maybe Ali wouldn't use the word novel approach, but are you looking at this from outside the box? Are you taking a different approach? What meanings are you giving to words? And are you able to demonstrate sort of wider reading? Are these things, what's important to you? And if you're then marking, how does that fit in? So each subject does have its own specifics and differences in its assessments. We can have a common assessment framework. We can have an overall strategy. But within the subject level, it can be different. And it is different. We mean different things. Different things mean different things to us. Different words and different phrases. Oh, there's a group activity now. Now I'm guessing that's probably not going to work at Padlet. But if you can think of any activities, again, I'll come back to that Padlet. If you can think of any activities that you think might help standardise your marking within a marking team, and particularly if you have a large marking team or a new marking team prior to an assessment process, then please feel free to add them to that Padlet. And we'll come and I'll have a look at those at a later time. So now I want to talk about, well, what's calibration then? So calibration is a process that takes place before assessment. It should be embedded into the curriculum, embedded into our assessment processes, something that happens at subject-specific level more than one occasion a year, where you get together as a team. You look at previous work, similar to perhaps you're looking at this year, but from the body of work that you've already produced, from assessments, anonymised, very important, anonymised marking, but anonymised. And then you discuss them. And you sit down as a team and discuss how you would mark that and what mark you would give it. And I can assure you that can be quite a robust process. The pressure's off because this isn't live marking that's going ahead with all the time pressures that occur. But this is where as a team you discuss. And it can be robust, but it should also be challenging. Challenging for the person that wrote the assessment. Challenging for the team. Changing your points of view, not being fixed. So that you understand where you're giving your marks for, why you are marking in such a way, and coming to a commonality, if possible, or as near possible as you can. We are not looking to develop clones. We're not looking to develop people that are just one size fits all, but a commonality, a brotherhood, an understanding within the system. And so this process of calibration within your subject is something that I'm advocating should be part of our normal assessment process. I know it's one more thing the team has to try and get together to do. It's one more process we have to go for, or several processes. You should be doing it perhaps 2 or 3 times a year. But it's absolutely worthwhile to really understand and embed the marking and assessment process. It's a calibration. Ooh. Now, normally I don't look around when I'm doing presentations, but my eyesight can't read that up here, so I have to do that. This might look a bit familiar to you, Sarah, because I stole it from the one that you did and just put my own one in it. And I really did, so I just want you to know that. I don't mind saying. But to just recap on what calibration is, subject-specific, pre-assessment marking, embedded, thinking about what's important to us, trying to seek this mutual understanding across an entire team. It's got to be robust and, but appreciative to different perspectives and methods, but trying to look for the commonalities so we understand where we're going to put our marks and how we're going to mark. So what's social calibration? Is that where we just all go down the pub and do it? Hopefully, that would be what we really want, and that would be great. Well, social calibration just really takes it one stage further. And it's great if we have a team that understands what it is that we want and how we want it. But how about a team from another institution? What do they think is important? How do our colleagues think it's important? How do people outside of Bloomsbury think? Are we off on our own little journey here, or should we be influencing and shaping the journey of others? So the idea of social calibration is to get teams together from other institutions and invite them and have the same process together to discuss what we as a discipline, as a subject, think is important. And it will be interesting to see when this occurs, the similarities and the differences when it comes to marking and assessment. So social calibration is the process of going through this pre-assessment marking, of getting examples, of then having a robust discussion with others from your discipline and coming to a commonality. And I think it's something that Bloomsbury could lead the way in. It is unique. Others don't do this. And I think it's something we could invite comparator institutions into to come down in the future and take part in a social calibration experiment and see how that fits with us. So we really have an idea of both who we are and how others are, and how we can shape their thinking as well as our own thinking. That's about it. Which is interesting, because I always tell my students, never finish a presentation with "that's it." So always finish any questions. But if anyone's got any questions on that, everyone wants to go down the pub. I know the last session is always, always, always. You may recognise that graphic as well, Sarah. I stole that one as well. I did, I really did. Any questions? Yeah, an IP lawyer. Indeed, we have. So yeah, we're going to definitely be introducing it within law, and I would like by sort of next year to have an invite to a social calibration and try and get some others to come into it, which would be interesting. Arif? I think I can hear you pretty much now, mate, to be honest.
It's really about the potential for interdisciplinary learning, because I think, and I've got limited experience with this, there's one module that I'm looking for in business, which involves accounting students. And my experience of that is very positive, and I think the students' experience is also, I think, fairly positive. Going now for about 2 years. It's on risk. So, your accounting student will look at risk differently to a business student. Not always, but that's quite enriching for me as a teacher, because he's gone out. So my question to you is, in terms of social calibration, it would be very interesting to look at something that we do across all disciplines. It could be a topic, it could be a module, it could be something in the news that week or that month, whatever, and apply that to this social calibration. I don't know whether it would work or not, but also use that as a way to bring our students together. Because I just think, in a sense, I think we're in a particularly strong position to do that, Anna and Mubashir, because we're so small. When we're a smaller place, so it's much more difficult for a, Birkbeck. But I think for us, we could. So I'd be interested in your thoughts on social calibration.
I think it's a really interesting point, Ara. I think the point of this at the moment is looking at particularly around assessment, and particularly where students would like, and we're moving towards anonymous assessments, and we're looking at that. And it's that idea of when we assess work, where are we coming from? What's mean? But I think that there is potential to look at other areas. And what's interesting, although it is designed, or it's really thought of as really subject specific, because we look at those areas, we do have some topics which are cross-divisional. So we have business and law, or finance and law, or as you say, business and finance. So it would be interesting from the marking point of view to sit and have that discussion, because it depends who marks that. Is it a business lecturer that's marking it from a financial perspective, or is it a lawyer marking it from a business perspective? And have that sit down and chat and that discussion before the pressure's on of we're marking, and actually find out what's important to us within that discipline of what we are looking for, because often we can be looking at very different things. So I think there's a lot of potential there as well. Yeah.
It's interesting that Arif raised that point, which leads me to making a confession. One of such potential topics at the time, when it was trending, was the issue of Brexit. I remember I mentioned Delon having published a paper in the working paper series, and Joe, you recall that I pinged that past you, and these are very interesting topics to be explored from multi-dimensional sort of perspective. Two other potential ones are the Commonwealth and, of course, the SDGs. So you can see that interdisciplinarity, not just multidisciplinary, multi, which one is more? I don't really know. So inter or multi, as the case may be, disciplinarity. Thanks for that.
Thank you. Anyone? I can see everyone wants to go. I can't blame you. Is that it? Okay. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Joe. Yeah, we're running over it, but I think it's really great that we're getting this opportunity to talk, so, let's stay with it. We're just going to have, Barra, other half of Bloomsbury Radio, has provided another video reflection, and so we'll hand over to that. We'll have a 10-minute video reflection, and then it'll be the last part of the conference.
Hello. Thanks very much for your listening and your attention for the next 10 minutes. Thanks very much for the invite to also talk at this conference. My name is Barra Fitzgibbon. Most of you will know my work, and if you don't, it'll come to light during the talk anyway, so all is good. My talk with you today falls under the topic of who do you want to be, with a particular focus on career progression. And as with any talk I give, this is seen through the prism of engaging in better, or certainly different, conversations with ourselves and with others. Excuse me. So allow me to start with one question. How do you define yourself? So when you're asked, for example, are you outgoing or shy, where does your mind go to in search of that answer? Now, I'd argue it goes to the past. A past version of you gives you that answer. Your personality from the past, yesterday, an hour ago, 10 years ago, perhaps the last time you experienced yourself being shy or outgoing. And if it is from 10 years ago, is that now your narrative? I was shy then. That's my context. Therefore, I am shy now. Well, what if I asked you, just for the next 10 minutes, to stop limiting yourself based on what has been, based on your past personality? Consider this. Personality is not given. It's trained. You accept that, and then you can accept it can change. Now, this involves choice, and this can bring up fear because choice is a vulnerable move, and we as humans tend to avoid vulnerability. But if we avoid choice, we limit our capacity to grow, career or personal, learn, change, progress. So I'd ask you to make a stand with me right now, if you will. Refuse to be defined by your past self and start to be defined by your future self. It's an everyday job, certainly initially. Any mindset change requires a little bit of initial practice. Confidence grows, identity becomes flexible. You become capable of learning and growing. You know, do we use the past as an excuse to be stuck in bad habits? I certainly do sometimes and have done a lot. And this is blame, and this lets you off the hook. So, defining yourself by your future self, what's he on about? Well, it's pretty easy. I'd ask you to start to define yourself by what you want to be, by what you want to do. Let's just take Elon Musk as an example, okay? Whatever you think about him, whether you like him or whether you don't, look at his career progression and look at the way he engages in conversation. He always talks about the future. You know, he never brings up his past, his PayPal days, unless he's asked. So perhaps something to take from that. The nitty-gritty of the how is what I want to get into now. So how do we start to change this narrative? How do we just start to change this conversation? And I want to just to discuss a few topics, if you'll allow me. First of all, I want to lift the lid on personality. Number two, I want to talk about choosing a goal, what career you want, what life you want. Then I think developing emotional flexibility is an important point to discuss. Reframing trauma, another topic. And then finally, to discuss bringing your subconscious along with you on this journey. So let's start with personality. We are works in progress. If you're the same person you were 2 years ago, what have you learned? Nothing. Life experiences alter mindsets all the time. For me personally, becoming a parent and being hospitalized a year and a half ago now with COVID. And let me give you a most recent case study. My old university in Dublin got in touch, UCD, because my COVID story got some attention in Ireland, and they wanted to do an interview, sort of a question and answer piece for their alumni website. And it went out online, and a pal of mine from those uni days, who I hadn't seen since the late 1980s, he got in touch and we had a Zoom call. He's now living in Australia. And during the call, he asked me, what work do I do now? And I was talking about working in the conversational fields, what I do, and particularly at the moment work around active listening. And he stopped in his tracks and he said to me, gosh, Barry, I'd never, ever have put you down as a good listener. Now, I've learned to become a good listener. It's taken a lot of work, but I've learned how to do it. And he's defining me based on a past version of me. And that's what we do. We do it to ourselves all the time. And its limitations are quite profound. Personality can be changed by setting goals. Becoming committed to a goal and living with the emotions that that goal brings up. That's how we change. So I'd ask you to make the distinction now between your present self and your future self, because they're different people. Now I want to move into the topic of choosing a goal, or choosing career, choosing the life that you want. Who is your future self? Who do you want to become? Get that down, and then start to base your identity on who you want to be, rather than who you have been. What's your purpose? What's your goal? What are you trying to accomplish? What's the end goal? Why this goal? Is it worth it? It's the goal that shapes your identity. How? When you go about your day-to-day behavior, keep asking yourself, does my behavior align with my goal? Take the last 24 hours. Which activities would my future self engage in? Which of those activities, if removed, would free up more time and space for where I'm trying to get to or for what I'm trying to achieve? Now, without a goal, very hard to be motivated. Okay, willpower alone doesn't usually work. And once you attain that goal, you stretch and you set a new goal. Brings us up to emotional flexibility. Now, this almost needs its own dedicated workshop, but for now, let's just start to become aware of the emotions that come up in the context of when you set your goal. Common themes would be fear, anxiety, self-doubt. Excuse me. So a simple awareness for now should quieten them down. Never ignore them. Talk to them. Tell them that's what you've decided to do, that your career is stuck, perhaps you've stalled, you're not the person you want to be, whatever it might be, and trust the process. And when I say talk to them, I mean engage in conversations with your emotions. They're versions of you, they're all authentic, sometimes there for a very good reason, sometimes not. And it's in that context that a simple rationalizing conversation can be profoundly helpful. Brings me up to trauma, and in particular the limiting nature of trauma. Now the word trauma, big connotations. Now trauma can be big, but trauma can be small. 12 years of age in school, Mr. McGinty, my maths teacher, told me I'd never be any good at maths, and he made an example of me in front of the entire class. I'm 50 now, and when my daughter comes into me with a particular issue with a sum, or my son used to when he was younger, that trauma completely comes back into my head. Some argue it's a small trauma. But what if I asked you to think of a past trauma as a positive? Something that happened for you, not to you. If we blame people like McGinty from our past, that says more about us than perhaps it says about what actually happened. Now, this is not about belittling tough experiences. This is about changing how we view them. And it helps with emotional flexibility to avoid being stopped by emotions, to grow and instead embrace, listen to them, and learn from them. Trauma is not the event itself, it's the meaning we've taken from it. Something terrible happened, but it's interpretation that makes it traumatic. So how would your future self view that trauma? How would they turn it to their own benefit? Big trauma for me was obviously COVID, and I've often asked, it was tough, but I asked myself, how did that happen for me instead of to me? And there's no doubt the issues of being a better person, more focused on family, resetting priorities, both personal and career. You know, profound effects on my life. Positive, profound effects on my life. So finally, I'd bring in the topic of how to bring your subconscious with you on this journey. This is important. Subconscious, what is it? A place, possibly of suppressed emotions and physical pain. And I think expressing and talking out loud your emotions is key. Touched on it already. But what subconscious brings up, which I think is important, is to be aware of our addiction to stress. Media thrives on stress. Our culture is surrounded by stress. You know, we seek out the drama as people. And there's no doubt stress releases the chemical cortisol. And for those who are addicted, you know, if we're not feeling it, we do things to create it. You know, if you're not used to feeling positive and calm and good and being focused on a future self or a future goal, the subconscious will do things to encourage negative thoughts, negative emotions, to challenge that mindset. So shift that emotional framework by talking out loud those emotions. In front of the mirror in the bathroom, to close friends, family, wherever, talk them. And also, what I think is a nice tip to help the subconscious come along with you is to become a giver, something I've personally struggled with. Become a giver, because this encourages the subconscious to believe that you deserve good things. So in summary, personality can change, set your goal, get emotionally smart, challenge the narrative around your trauma, if you have one, and bring your subconscious along with you. And let me finish on one sort of quirky personal case study. Since I've been a teenager, right, you all know about magpies, okay? 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for girl, 4 for boy. And whenever I see one magpie, excuse me, since the age of about 13, 14, I salute one magpie, because allegedly that takes away the sorrow. It means you're not going to get the pain and the sorrow that seeing this one particular bird will invoke. Ridiculous, I know. And about 3 months ago, you know, I was doing work around this future self work, and I decided to myself, you know, my future self doesn't do that. Future Barra doesn't salute these one magpies. Just doesn't do it. And I just stopped, and I haven't done it for 3 months. And every time I see a magpie, I just go, yeah, my future self doesn't do that, so I'm not going to do it. I don't want to be that person anymore that has to do that. And you know, it's a small, ridiculous example, but there's something in that. It can help you change. It can help you bring about positive change in your life, personal and career. Thanks for listening. I appreciate it very much, and I hope you enjoy very much the rest of the day. Thanks again. I've been Barra Fitzgibbon, and I'll see you later. Cheers.
Brilliant. Thanks, Barra. I don't know if you're listening, but if you are, the sound of active listening in the room was palpable, so thanks so much for that. Really timely. To finish off, we were planning, RF approached me to include the first Commonwealth Women's Entrepreneur Summit, and I'd listened to it, and it sounded like the perfect way to finish this day. Unfortunately, because of the restrictions, we had to take away what was going to be prize giving and external representatives. This is an amazing thing that RF had a massive role in, as well as Bloomsbury Radio. And if we're talking about collective identity, progressive change, things that make a massive difference, then I feel that RF will explain exactly why this was the place to be.
What do I say? Fire! Wake you up if I say fire. No, don't worry, there's a fire exit there, so I'll be the first one out. But okay, so it's been a long day, and Joe, you didn't get the short straw, I did, but there we go. So the question for today, what do we want to be? What does Umna want to be? What does Anissa want to be? Now, Umna is 13. Anissa is 10. We know about Generation X, Generation Y, Generation Z, the millennial generation. These two young girls happen to be my daughters, but they're also the next generation, classifications, if you like. Not classifications, but sort of marketeers use these labels. So Generation Z is Umna. Yeah? She was born in 2007. So children that were born around that time are now growing up in a different world. The world that they grew up in, they were born into the global financial crisis, it's a different world for them. Now, Anissa was born in 2011. See, she, as I discovered recently, is Generation Alpha. Check it out, yeah? Generation Alpha. So that's basically the current generation. Babies born today, and there have been many born in the world while this conference has been going on, they're Generation Alpha. Yeah? The point is simply this. What do we want to be for them? What will they be? Because within 5, 10, 15 years, 20 years, they will be our students, or longer. And the way in which young people are learning today is very different, as any of you with young children will know or have nephews and nieces. Last December, the world's biggest economies had a virtual meeting, the G20. And one of the things that they said when they came out of that meeting was they said there is an immediate issue that needs urgent action. And that is the underrepresentation of you and you and you, women, in emerging fields. We know the language, ed tech. We've been living ed tech furiously for the last 18 months. But also, Cordelia will be the first to tell you there's also create tech, creative industries. There is fintech. Anybody that's got an app on their phone with mobile banking is using fintech. And we have fashion tech. We have agri-tech. Others as well. Health tech, of course. Anybody that did their COVID-19 test this morning would have been health tech, because that's how you are using the app. But what about the design of these, or these sectors as they're emerging? What does it mean for women? Because often women are underrepresented, and we know that's the reality. What can we do about that? And that was the context for what happened last month, or what happened in May, when for the first time in many years, for the first time ever, people came together. The UK government has a network. The UK government puts money into inventors. And they were a bit concerned a few years ago that there weren't enough inventors coming forward that were women. So they created a network. This is Innovation UK, which is part of the Department for Business, Innovation and Skills. And they created this network called Women in Innovation Network. There are 7,000 now, these women across the UK, that are given funding to develop their ideas, yeah? Across different disciplines, different areas. And the Women in Innovation Network was one of the partners. Another partner was the Commonwealth Business Women's Network, which some of you might know I sit on the board of, but this is an organization like the Commonwealth Games Federation that is recognized by all of the 54 member governments. So there are many of these Commonwealth organizations, and they're the one, that's the one that works particularly with women in business across the Commonwealth. There's another organization that some of you may have come across called the Global Entrepreneurship Network. They're best known for being the organization behind the biggest celebration of entrepreneurship in the world. We're talking 10 million people. We're talking 185 countries. We're talking every November. This is big. And it's been going on every year since 2008. But we wanted to ground this in Africa. Let's bring Africa into the conversation. Perhaps something we haven't heard enough about today. Yeah? So the biggest entrepreneur network for women, involving women from Africa, African Women Entrepreneurs Network. All these 4 organizations came together in May, and they organized the first ever conversation around women in emerging tech. So not just what's going on in these areas like ed tech and health tech and fashion tech and agri-tech, or issues around access to finance for women, but, or what's happening in those sectors, but what are the opportunities for women? And how can women shape that future? And also, how can girls like Amnon and Nisa, girls of that age, be, how can we design a system that is more, going to capture their ideas and innovation for the future? Now, why am I telling you this? Because Bloomsbury, yes, Bloomsbury Institute, not Oxford, not Harvard, not Chicago, not Johannesburg, Bloomsbury Institute were there. We were the only higher education institution right there at the heart of the action. 3 ways, 3 examples of how our students got involved. Our students got involved, and we've heard it already, through radio. In fact, that was one of the big successes of the event, because all of the event was done virtually, and it's available, if you've not seen the links, it's available through, I think we put the link up, or Tom will put the link up. All the footage is there, all the YouTube videos are there, all the resources are there. But Cal, when I was speaking to Cal about this, and Barrow, and also the other people that we'd recently been on a course with students on the Bloomsbury Radio, we thought, well, how can we make this more engaging? Of course, one of the challenges, if we're doing anything in the Commonwealth, is people that don't have access to video. They may have data issues, yeah? Well, this is not just a developing country issue. People will tell you parts of London have issues with signals. But the point is that clearly, if you're talking about something globally, you've got to think about issues with connectivity. And of course, audio is good, yeah? Because it doesn't use as much power, and so people can access audio. So Bloomsbury Radio got involved. We had students involved as presenters and production, front of house, back of house. About a dozen or so. And they were doing interviews with, there were a lot of people here, about 70 speakers across 2 days, 1,500 people from 80 countries participating. This was big. It was the world's first event of its kind. The UN told us that. It's the UN, not us, telling us that. Students involved through radio, really getting involved in that. And I can tell you from the people that were interviewed, they loved it. They were being asked good questions and production. It was great. What else did they do? How else did students get involved? Students got involved in running the event. Now, the event was run by like a core team, a lot of experience, but students were absolutely, in fact, Shola, who I'm not sure is with us this second, but Shola could say, oh, she is. Do you want to come up for a second, Shola? This is totally unscripted and unplanned, and highly risky for someone that does a course in corporate risk management. But let me not talk about gender without any women on the stage. So, Shola, you tell them how, particularly with the students that you worked with, how they got involved.
Okay, unscripted indeed. So how did the Guild get involved? Well, Arif, contacted us and said he needed students to help. He did not tell us what the help was. And he arranged a training with, I can't remember her name, Elaine. And we had this training, and students were really eager to join. So we had 15 students from coming through the Guild to sit down at this meeting. And at this meeting, we were told that they needed somebody to read the actual scripts that were the reports that were going to go out, that were going to be read by all the delegates, that we had to proofread, come up with titles, and we were going to put them on their system. I said, Arif, great. But the students were very well up to it, so that was our first task. We got them proofreading, reading the stuff, coming up with abstracts, and then we had to put this on their system. Had no idea how to do it, but when you're with a team of students, everybody's strength came through. So we had students with Georgiana. She was a master behind it, so we were able to upload. We were the only ones that actually uploaded all their documents that were viewed by all the attendees. So that in itself was, And then we had students also, the social media element. So they also, as a team, were responding and, were, spreading the word. And, so we had all these different tasks that maybe if Arif had given me the brief, I would say we're not ready for it. However, because we're very resilient, we took the plunge, we ran with it, and we made it happen. So yes, that was what the students did. Thank you.
So it was very powerful because the students that that Shola was bringing in, they were getting involved in exactly what she was saying, or that event management side. But it was crucially important. But it didn't stop there. Students also got involved in being the rapporteurs. Now, the reason we held this event in May was deliberate. It wasn't just because the teaching was slowing down, Anna, although that was certainly helpful. I was navigating, marking 1 minute while I was doing the other, multitasking. Although Anna's very good, she's not on your back like Chris is. She just lets you get on with it. Anyway, let's not go down there. The reason it was happening in May was because we knew that the first face-to-face meeting of heads of government was happening within days. Remember, COVID, yeah? People haven't been coming together. The last time the UN held a meeting where heads of government physically met each other was in September 2019. So there has been very limited, and a lot of that stuff that you read about, there's a lot of stuff that is personal chemistry. There's a lot of, and none of that was happening until June, when of course Cornwall had a global stage because Cornwall hosted, as you may remember, the G7 meeting. So we wanted to do this event before the G7 meeting, and we wanted to make sure that the messages that came out of the event got fed in. That was difficult. But because we were working with partners that had access and that were working through government, we were able to do that. But to do that, we couldn't do it on our own. Students were absolutely part of that process. So we had a crack team of students. We had 12 sessions. We had students as rapporteurs who sat in on the sessions. They were all videoed, so they could always go over them again. And unlike a lecture, it wasn't 2 hours, it was 1 hour, but it was, fascinating. So there'd be a presentation of 3 or 4 people talking about fashion and technology, or health and technology, whatever the topic was. And the students were asked, they had a common template. What were the key takeaways? What did they learn? What were the things that struck them most? Any memorable quotes? And they had to produce these short 2 or 3 page summaries, which were really helpful in producing what we call the interim report. And that was the third thing that was done. Yeah? The rapporteurs helped us produce this report. So what am I saying with all of this? So this experience was exciting, was uncharted, and it was a great opportunity for our students to really get involved in a big international event and to have an impact. That report was produced, it was published before the G7 meeting, it was delivered into the UK government. They then got it fed into the meeting itself and to the people that were doing the follow-up, and it got picked up in other ways. And I think I'll just close with this. There was several of the messages that came back from the students, I think, were the ones that would always stay with me. And the messages were really, and I haven't got, the script in front of me, but it was pretty much, they were saying, most of the students that volunteered and got involved were women. And they were all saying that my eyes were opened because I saw people like me do those things. saw women driving these changes in whatever it was, whether it was in the fintech or the health tech or the fashion tech, and it made me rethink about what I could do. That was powerful. It'll be even more powerful if Amna and Anissa and girls of that generation can benefit from that too, and hopefully we'll move in that direction as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Arif. I saw it as the powerhouse we needed to take us home, and that was it. Yeah. We are tremendously, and also can I just say, yeah, I'll be putting links in into the chat on YouTube to follow up on this. And this was a prelude to what is going to be a much bigger presentation of this on Bloomsbury Radio in the autumn. So look out for that. I'm going to do this really quickly. What I want you to do is warm up your hands, and we'll do one big round of applause at the end for all the people I'm about to mention. Okay, so Jacob's Massey at the back. Wait. We're going to do. There's going to be lots of people. We've got to get this through. So we'll make it a big one right at the end, and we're all celebrating that applause. Okay. So trying to put this together, I felt like a mole dug out of ground, my eyes blinded to the light. The guys at the back have been absolutely brilliant, not least for just feeling like someone's in control today. But they fielded so much changes and everything. So student reps, Shola, thank you so much again. It's just been a pleasure having you here, and thank you for everything you brought today. Bloomsbury Radio, again, for being so accommodating and doing such a great job of covering this. And please, if you don't know, there are excellent interviews with our keynote speakers. Honestly, Michelle, both interviewers need to be snapped up by radio because they are absolutely brilliant, and that's what our keynote said as well. Lydia, thank you. My goodness, the brochure, so much to do with YouTube, bits and bobs that have been going back through her. She took so many changes and did it just with all the professionalism that we'd expect. Shabnan, also, thank you for all the out of water. So thank you for so much for just guiding me through some of the detail. Flowers, friend of my sister, she charged barely anything for this in comparison. She grows them herself, and they are stunning. And we brought them on the train today. They're called Little Bloss. She doesn't make much of a living, so it was great to be able to bring some of where we are into the room today. Finally, to all the colleagues that are not here, academic, professional, it's been a challenging year, and I feel like a charlatan speaking like this because I've not been here, but I can feel how challenging it's been. And I know that why we've opened the doors up today and felt the spirit of Bloomsbury Institute come through and hold us all here has been through all that resilience that everyone's shown and just the character that we have. And so please, everyone that's been sitting there, we felt all that coming through. The chat's been lively, and I really hope that we've all enjoyed it. So on that note, can we just bring our hands together for all those people and everyone here. And so,
and let's do one more big round of applause for Tom, who took so much time to organize this. It's been an amazing event full of wonderful speakers. If we were at home for the last 18 months wondering, is there any point to face-to-face interactions, I think today really reminded us of the value of an experience, not just, listening, connecting online, but actually experiencing a lot of things. So for those of you who can, let's move that experience down the road. So I'll see you in a moment at another location. Thank you very much and see you next year.